to let go. Take a chance, touch the sky, and you might just like what you find. Let's risk it all, put it on the line. Go and spread your wings, let's find out if you fly. Let's find out if you fly. Find out if you crash and burn and straight to the ground. Faster than a speeding bullet, don't make a sound. I can do this all on my own, but it's always better when you have somebody to hold. Keep this between us, ain't nobody have to know. Give me a reason, why is it so hard to let go? Take a chance, touch the sky, and you might just like what you find. Let's risk it all, put it on the line. Go and spread your wings, let's find out if you fly. Let's find out.
Hi everyone, Ginny here, and we are at Rainbow Six Siege at EWC in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We have 16 teams that battle through the open and closed qualifiers to be able to be here fighting for a $2 million prize pool. We're in the thick of it, so let's head over to some of the players and maybe even some of the talent to see what everyone's up to. I'm joined with Fabian from PSG. Talent, you guys have had a great run at the last major. You're back here on the international stage. I want to get your thoughts in terms of the chances that you have here for, because there's $2 million on the line.
Yeah, I think we stand a good chance to make some upsets, that's for sure. Like, who knows how it goes. In the end, we're here with 2 new players. We think we've upgraded in terms of firepower, but we've also taken a few steps back theoretically, because these players aren't as developed into the playstyle we want to perform. So how it goes, again, this year's for us is about learning. If we win 1 or 2 games, I'll be super happy. If we don't, well, I'll be disappointed, but in the end, we all want to win. If we go all the way, I'll be realistic and say I doubt it. If we do, I'll be super happy.
It sounds like the philosophy from Manchester is like still around, where it's like, okay, this is a learning experience, we want to develop as much as possible. What were your main takeaways from Manchester coming into this?
Lacking firepower was the big one. Like, compare our firepower to European teams or Brazilian teams or North American teams, we were clearly behind. And with the 2 new players in Yas, which is, in my eyes, the best Korean player that we've ever had, and then also Romantic coming in with a lot of firepower being young, I think we're in the right path, but we're not there yet. It's next year is when I'm aiming at, and next year at this event, that's when you're going to see results.
Okay, well, I'm looking forward to seeing you guys next year, but also this year at the event. Thank you so much, Fabian, for the interview. I appreciate it. Do you want to say your name? I don't know if I want to say it.
Hello, I'm Ted.
Okay. I don't want to ask about the reasoning behind that name, but instead I'd like to ask about the competition here this week for Siege, and when it comes to your expectations heading into this international competition.
We're probably going to lose and enjoy our vacation here in Riyadh.
Okay.
Yeah, gonna go camel riding, do some other cool stuff like that, enjoy the hotel. Yeah, it should be a good time. Vacation, that is, not the event.
I love the expectations. They're so high, and I'm really impressed by your honesty. Thank you so much for the interview. Let's talk about SSG here at the international competition. It's the first time that you guys are in Saudi. Did really well in the qualifier, so expectations heading into this tournament?
I wouldn't say we have any like metric-based expectations. It's more just kind of play the way we want to play, and whatever happens, happens after that. As long as we, play like ourselves, then I think we'll get the results we want.
When you say play how we want to play and play like ourselves, what does that mean to you guys?
Yeah, it's like so just like in the server, making sure we're glued and we're playing the aggressive style that we like to play, and catching our opponents off guard and dictating the pace of the game.
You guys have also been in Saudi for a bit on a boot camp, if I know that correctly. How's that been going? How's the servers here in Saudi?
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, Esports World Cup, they even took care of our our couple-day stay before we got here, and hotel was amazing. We were able to practice at like a little booth, and honestly, the biggest thing with the boot camp is just getting used to like the sleep schedule with us being on such a drastic time change. So I think that's the biggest advantage. We got some practice done as well, which was great.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Good luck out there. See you around.
Thank you.
Joyeux anniversaire Bridé, joyeux anniversaire Loïc, joyeux anniversaire Bridé, joyeux anniversaire. Now do it in English. Now do it in English. Now do it in English.
Happy birthday to you. That's all he's good. That's all he's good.
That's all you got.
That's all he's good.
This is your third time in Saudi. Won it twice already. What's this year looking like?
I hope the same. We are here to win it again, so let's see.
I feel like every time you guys come to Saudi, it's like a buff for some reason. What do you think makes you guys so motivated to get in on the server here and just like win?
It's Shaiko and money. He just loves money. He only plays for money. He doesn't care about anything else, just money.
That is a really honest answer. What about you? What do you care about?
Well, this is my first time here. I've not won it. I do, but I'm here for passion. I play for the passion.
It's about drive, it's about passion. Awesome. All right, Benja, thanks for joining for the interview. You're back here in Saudi under a different jersey. Any comments on that?
Nah, new team, new tournament, so it's good.
Different results?
Hopefully better than G2 last time, but we'll see.
Anything you want to say to G2 fans?
Hope you're watching, especially you, LMR. I'm going to teach you some split fury.
You're here for the first time in Saudi and you've done a phenomenal job as a coach here in Siege. So I want to talk about the strategy coming into this international events because it is so quick. You have to play the best of ones, you have to go into best of threes. From a coach's perspective, how do you prepare the team for that?
First, thank you very much. It's an honor to be here. I'm very happy. It's the first time we make it, so really excited. It is indeed a very specific format, so it's very different, and we also have two very new players. So it's very different from what we used to do. Mostly we're focusing on making sure our two new players are very comfortable. They feel, like calm and like composed, and they are ready to play and enjoy the game. We're focusing on momentum, most and for all.
When you talk about making new players comfortable, how can a team environment ensure that they do feel that way? How can you set them up for success the best way possible? Is it comms? Is it activities outside of the server? What do you really focus on?
It's a mix of multiple things. It is making them feel at home and, within the family. That's how the team works. That's our environment and our mindset, making sure that we work together. We're good friends on top of being good colleagues. So it is making sure they feel, at home and stuff like that. But it's also taking care of them like outside the server, now that we are seeing them for the first time too. So yeah, just taking care of them, making jokes, relaxing them, and like making sure they're confident with their game too. So a mix of everything.
Leo,
Yes.
you are old and retired.
Okay. Nice to introduce me. That's great. Thank you so much.
But you're also an incredible member of the talent team. So I want to gauge your expectations in terms of how the tournament is going to go. And maybe you can give us like outfit, fit check.
Everybody's saying that I'm dressing as a grandpa. I don't get it.
Everybody is me.
Yeah, no, but actually the Frenchies also told me I dress like a grandpa and I'm offended. They should have a sense of fashion. Yeah.
This is fashion?
Okay.
Anyway, let's go back to Siege. Let's talk about the tournament and who do you think is like the most likely to win it? Because I know that W7M last year, Furia on the debater for this year, they obviously have great expectations on their shoulders, but Manchester was a little bit of an oopsie. So what do you think is going to happen?
Yeah, you know what? I think like the Brazilian teams, they have a lot of expectations on their shoulder. They've been the biggest and best region for so many years now in Siege. But I feel like our European BDS, they've been that close to the title every time. Mm-hmm. They deserved it in Manchester. I think it's their time to shine. And historically in Saudi Arabia, they played really well.
Yeah, I asked them about their motivation when it comes to doing so well in Saudi Arabia. Can you guess what they said?
They want to win the cash prize.
Yeah, I want to talk about the tournament, particularly when it comes to if you had to place your bets on one team, who would it be?
Bleed. They have a fish, they're trolling, it's class. It's class, I love it.
I had a conversation with Bleed and they literally said we're going to be enjoying our holiday in Saudi Arabia. Do you think that's a fair statement?
I think it's the best way to look at it. Like, to put an honest response, when we were playing back then 2 years ago, it was also like, treat it as a present, treat it as a gift. Have fun, enjoy, and then you'll be as good as you can be. If you have pressure on yourself and you're just like, oh my god, we need to win, we need to get these games, then you're not going to win, you're not going to be successful. You're going to struggle.
Do you think that makes teams like BDS and Furia, who BDS historically winning the Saudi tournament, and then you're looking at Furia, who had an incredible year last year, do you think those expectations on their shoulders actually makes it more difficult for them?
I think BDS and Furia are experienced enough to not have that pressure or to need that pressure to fuel it, but I think it can cause upsets. If you're a team like Bleep, for example, then you're not supposed to win games against BDS, for example. But if you treat it as a present and you're having fun, you're enjoying it, then you will cause an upset, and that's what I'm here for.
Ooh, it sounds like I'm interviewing Fabian all over again. Well, thank you so much for your time. I'm going to let you head off to the mall because I know that's where you want to headed. I'll see you around.
See you around.
So you're here this time around as talent rather than player because you've been in Saudi already twice. What's it like being on the other side of the coin?
I haven't gotten to the desk part yet, but I mean, I think how the experience is out here is amazing. Like, there was no real expectations when I came as a player, and then I got here and I feel like everything was blown out of the water. You know, with the way that they treat the players, with the way that the whole event runs, I think there was a lot of surprises for the better. Everything was like a surprise on how good it really was as a player. And now as talent, I mean, it's just the same thing, except now like I'm working on the other side of the desk. So.
Okay, when it comes to expectations for the teams particularly that are here this time around, because it's 16 teams, do you have anyone that you want to put your money on?
I feel like the easy bet is to say like Furia or FaZe, but
what about BDS?
No, that's what I was gonna say. Like, BDS always turns up when it's not a major event. They'll probably win. They won everything that's not like an official like major invite or something like that. So honestly, I'd probably say BDS or FaZe. I feel like FaZe has to win at some point.
Do you think this is it though? Like, there's 16 teams in total. I feel like FaZe, every time it comes down to like that final moment, they kind of crumble a little bit. And would this really be considered, oh, they've got an international tournament?
I think the pressure is always going to be on FaZe if there's like a situation where it's bound to come, you know? Every event that you lose second place or something like that, at a certain point, you have to be able to like turn the tides. I feel like it's only a matter of time before they do win it. So would this be the one? I don't know, but it's like at a certain amount of time. It's like getting an alpha pack. Like, the more you don't get it, eventually you'll get it.
Janig here, joined with Philippux from Furia this time around. Long time no see. But I want to talk about being in Saudi because this is not your first time here. How are your expectations heading into this tournament?
Yeah, it's actually my third time here, so I'm very grateful to be here once again in this amazing tournament. And I'm expecting to win, as always. Like, I'm never coming to a tournament not wanting to win. But I know that we are struggling as a team. Like, actually, I just want to play a good siege. Because if you don't play a good siege, like, we won't win. So, yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. I want to talk about actually Manchester particularly and your learnings from that tournament heading into this, because you guys had an incredible year last year, getting every single title. What was the learning from not making it to the finals in the major, not securing that trophy?
Yeah, that hurt a lot for us because it was our first tournament with Furia, and we wanted to give the tournament for them. And we weren't used to lose like for a year. That's kind of not humble to say, but that's the truth. Like, for a year we didn't know what it was to lose. So it was a defeat that hurt a lot for us. But I think we learned a lot of things from that.
Is this like your time to bounce back? Is this the tournament where you guys are going to prove yourselves?
Hopefully so. It's a tournament that we want to win so bad because it's the only tournament we haven't won. So yeah, it's our main goal to win. Hopefully we can do that.
He says he's very excited to be here, and he's hoping that we'll do well. Yeah.
Wow, that's very great words of wisdom from the fish. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks, fish. How do I give it a fist bump? Do I just like... Wow, that seems violent, but awesome. Appreciate it. Thanks. Want to talk about the expectations that you have heading into the tournament, especially the format? I feel like no one seems nervous about it, but I want to get a little bit more insight.
Well, it's best of ones to start it off. Be interesting against, you know, me and our first game's GK, so home team. I mean, just take it game by game. Game by game.
Wow, English is really difficult today.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've been ambushed here. I've been put on the spot.
This is like very candid interview, so you know you can't fault you. I want to talk about if you had to put your money on whoever's going to be in the finals, besides DZ, of course. You can say that.
My money is going to be on the finals. It'll be a DZ BDS rematch.
I want to talk about you being here in Saudi Arabia at EWC. When it comes to your expectations heading into a tournament with the format that we have going on, how far are you expecting to make it?
I know it's our first tournament, like as players for all of us here, and it's a really fast tournament. The teams are really good. And I believe in my team, and we made it here for a reason, so I'm expecting us to go pretty deep.
We have Bliss here, the OST representatives, once again on the international stage. Welcome to Saudi.
It's a pleasure to be here. You know, it's the first OST team I think ever to beat our World Cup here in Saudi for Siege. So yeah, it's a pleasure to be representing the region again, and you know, hopefully we can come back with the win.
All right. Well, it's been a little bit of a change in terms of what we're used to when it comes to the World Cup. Usually we have 8 teams. This time around it's 16 teams. I want to talk about your maybe emotions heading into this, particularly nerves. Are there any nerves there? Because it feels like it's a major.
Nah, not really any nerves. More excitement. You know, we've got Titan now, so our prep for this major feels, or major, sorry, like event, feels like we're a lot more prepared for this one than we've ever been. So yeah, just showing off what we've done with Titan and the work we've put in. So yeah, just let the work speak for itself, really, no nerves.
Thank you so much. I love that philosophy. We'll see you around. Bye.
set, go.
It is warm.
I know,
Warm.
43 degrees.
43 degrees out here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and it is cooking when it comes to the Esports World Cup. We are just over halfway through, and it has come to that point where everybody is ready. Everybody's waiting for it. It is Rainbow Six Siege time. My name's Ian, and this is Jeannie.
And we got 16 teams from all across the world competing here for the first time to write their name down in history as the first ever Rainbow Six Siege champions at the Esports World Cup.
Wait.
All right.
Can we just back up a little bit? Can we just show off this? We just need to show off this trophy. How's anybody going to be able to lift this?
Definitely not you. Not even a miniature stature would work for you.
She's always got the banter.
Hey, thank you, Ian. Thank you, Ginny. Looked really warm out there, fresh, and maybe a little bit too warm for the players to play. Feels a lot nicer in here. Players are ready, players are excited, and we'll see them shortly.
Yeah, we're walking down the player walkout area where in a couple of hours' time, the players, they'll be nervous, they'll be anxious, because today, they're fighting for their lives, they're fighting for their survival.
All right, thank you so much, guys. This right here is that big stage where the best teams in the world will be playing when they're a couple of days away from that big grand finals.
Absolutely, Nicholas. And also, what happened? Also, the Siege Avengers are here, and also, there's a couple things we got to cover. We got a nice little trophy behind us. We got some keys to crush, and we got a key to put in that beautiful shield back there. It's the Esports World Cup, baby. I hope you guys are ready.
and welcome to the first day of Rainbow Six Siege here at the Esports World Cup live in Saudi Arabia, Riyadh. I'm Ginny, your host for today, and I'm very excited to be here. But joining me on the analyst floor is going to be Fresh on Floor, because he did change his name, and we also have Tristan.
Yeah, we're excited to be here, aren't we? Fresh off desk, fresh on floor, fresh on the dance floor.
I don't know. I've got to change my name. That's what it's got to be. I can't be fresh on desk anymore. Fresh in the cube. I don't know. We'll figure that one out. We'll workshop.
We'll get to it eventually, because I want to first of all talk about you guys' feelings about being here. Not our first time working together, but our first time working together for sure. So, how's it been so far?
Oh, it's been exciting. I think we've had a good time. I think we've had a little bit of dry banter, as you would expect from us. Yeah. Kind of our routine. It's our thing, isn't it? It's been fun. It's been fun. I think we're excited to work together. We're going to have a good time. We're going to make a show of it.
And Fnatic is excited to have their representation here. So.
Yeah, for sure. I know that their Apex team is here right now. Sadly, the R6 team isn't. But as I'm sure we'll go into, it matters that you're here for every game, as many as you can. So.
Absolutely. And that's a perfect segue point into the fact that we're going to be talking about the club championship. Because, yes, it is important to be here for every single title, as many as possible. But when it comes to the teams that have been performing really well, Fresh, Falcons is sitting at the top.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, they've been kind of running away with the club championship up there at the top. I think if we bring this back to Rainbow Six Siege, we've actually only got a couple of teams actually competing in them. You know, Furia, Liquid, FaZe, mainly, you know, that are up there to compete for the club championship. A lot of our other organizations, you know, sadly not quite at that level.
Yeah, and I think as well what really to keep in mind here is the prize pool that's on stake when it comes to these club championship points. But you know what? We're not going to bore you too much with the details, because we actually have one of our very professional colleagues, Barney, who did a very much in-depth analysis of what we can be expecting from these club championship points. So let's check it out.
Introducing the Club Championship. Here's how it works. Each club will have the opportunity to field its rosters across multiple titles. The clubs finishing in the top 8 across each of the 21 titles will receive points based on their placement. For a chance to qualify for the Club Championship, a club needs to place in the top 8 in at least 2 competitions. For a chance to win, a club must finish first in at least 1 competition. Once the tournament has concluded, the top 16 clubs will take a share of the $20 million prize pool, with the first place team claiming the title of the first ever Esports World Cup Club Champion, as well as receiving a staggering $7 million in prize money.
Sheesh, $7 million in prize money. That is a lot on the line here. So I think it only further highlights the importance of not only showing up in Siege, but showing up in every single game and consistently having to make top 8.
It changes the dynamic of what an esports club represents. Of course, you've got esports club where they have, you know, 1 or 2 teams, but the ones that are really fulfilling and going for every single esport and really wanting to, you know, support the whole ecosystem, they're the ones that are going to be rooting for it and getting that, you know, 7 million for winning it. That's huge for the longevity of a lot of their teams.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, and we have a wide variety of games here as well. We've got mobile games, we've got the console games, we've got the PC games like Rainbow Six. Like, this is going to force organizations as well to kind of take a wide view of everything, maybe learn new things as well, learn different regions, whatever it is. Some regions more dominant than other games, and you're going to see a whole wide variety of things.
Yeah, innovate, adapt, overcome, and get as many teams on here as you possibly can. And with the current standings that we have, Falcons are sitting very comfortably at the top. The only team that we have here competing in Siege that has a potential chance of competing with them is going to be Team Liquid. But realistically, even if they close this out and they get 1,000 points added to it, I'm gonna let you undo this math here, but 1,230 plus 1,000 equals 2,230? Quick math?
Too many numbers, to be honest. All I know is Falcons are, you know, by far and away out at the top. Like I said, with Rainbow Six, said it earlier, we've got Team Liquid that are currently competing in Rainbow Six up there in second, so they're going to be
G2
for a strong performance. And I was coming on to it, G2 down there in 10th, which is good, but their Rainbow Six team is not here, so they're going to stay there as far as Rainbow Six is concerned.
But you know who is here? Furia, so thank you so much for joining us, Gary. I do appreciate it.
It's a pleasure.
Let's talk about these club championship points in terms of the ecosystem and the whole dynamic for an organization like yourselves. What does it mean to you to be able to come here and compete in so many different titles?
Yeah, it's really cool because we can compete against teams that play in the same games, but we can compete against another clubs in the whole ranking. So it's amazing to have more place to compete, you know. We are all competitors, so that's really cool.
Is there a different strategy when you're approaching EWC when it comes to sending teams here, when it comes to excelling at multiple titles?
Oh yeah, it's a big tournament. It's one of the biggest of right now that we have. So to bring here with one of the best things that we have in the organization, it's important to us to get, for example, a top 8 in club rankings. So the strategy is to bring full power, right?
Yeah.
Full power here.
They did. Let's talk about top 8 because you guys are competing in Siege and we know that you guys are very good at the game particularly. Are they going to be top 8 fresh?
I would imagine so, yeah. They had a very strong day yesterday.
Yeah.
Of course, you've got the current world champion roster as well, so you must be looking very forward to trying to get some points within Rainbow Six Siege.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we came here with the Rainbow Six lineup to win the tournament. We wanted to be the champions, for sure.
Absolutely, and those are high expectations on your roster as well, considering how phenomenal they have been in the past. Tristan, you're on the side here. I'm going to poke your way more about Fnatic's side of things because Fnatic's have been here. They were here on week 1 for League as well, and didn't necessarily get too many points when it comes to that. But you're not here from the Siege perspective. How does that, would you say, impact your side of things?
I'd say it was really disappointing for us. We really, really wanted to be here. It's a shame that we couldn't be here, but equally we know as well that, you know, we have other teams competing in games still. Like, they can pick up the slack for us a little bit. Maybe we've had a little bit of a bad time. It's been a shame for us. Of course, it's been a shame for us, but Apex, I know, are here this week. They're going to have a good time of it. And, I mean, you must also for yourself be so excited to have this Rainbow Six team here right now. You must be expecting some points, expecting them to do well. Like, it's got to be exciting, right?
Yeah, we are already in the playoffs, so this is already important for us, but I think we have a really good chance to go through the whole tournament. Everyone is really confident. We had like a really good day yesterday. I think the last game was closer, but every round was really closer too. So yeah, I think everybody is really confident.
Can I ask from your point of view, from an organization point of view, is that why you kind of chose to buy this roster when you did, looking forward to this tournament? Because obviously you'd picked them up when they'd just become the world champions under W7M, and it was just straight away get them in, knowing that this tournament was coming.
Yeah, for sure. to have the best team playing like in the present, you know, not in the past, and we could buy the team. This is really important to have like one of the best teams playing here. It's really important, and we, as I told before, we are really confident. Yeah.
I want to talk one more question here in regards to the expectation, the confidence that you have heading into this tournament, because we all saw Manchester and that didn't necessarily go your way. What were the changes that you've made as a team heading into this?
I think as a high performance guy that I was coaching the Counter-Strike team for a long time, so I think when we won a lot of tournaments, like we won like 3 tournaments with this team won 3 tournaments before the Manchester one, so it's important to them to understand that they can lose, and when they lose they need to work much more to come to the next one and show that we are really good. So I think we are in this moment. We need to show everybody that we are still good, you know.
Rising from the ashes, that is a lovely storyline to be heading forward with. Thank you so much for your time as well.
Thank you.
On the desk here. But if you're wondering as well, this many games are happening simultaneously on the same spot. How exactly is that working out? Well, we have Jackie ready with an MTV Cribs Esports edition to show you guys around all of the stages and all the competition.
The Esports World Cup in Riyadh is underway, and day 1 of groups was absolutely thrilling. 16 teams competing in the EWC. 4 teams have made it through to playoffs, 4 teams have already been sent home, and 4 teams will be sent home packing after today. Which 4 teams will survive? Let's give you a little breakdown here. So again, Furia, Liquid, BDS, and Bleed, they are safe, they are on to playoffs. I guess I should say safe for now at least. And then PSG Talon, GK, Cruelty, and Wolves, they're at the airport or already at home. They are gone. The big elimination matches looming though. SSG versus Bliss, W7M versus Luminosity, ITB versus FaZe, and DZ versus Scars. So again, 4 teams going home today. Only 8 teams are going to make it to playoffs. The Esports World Cup action is underway. We're absolutely loving the series we're seeing already, but don't miss out on this excitement. A lot more to be had, a lot more excitement we're going to see.
All right, thank you so much, Jackie, for the insight in terms of how we got exactly where we got here today. Because yes, we did start off with 16 teams in total, and some of them are already eliminated in case you missed the action from yesterday. It is going to be Talon, unfortunately. Your boy Fabian is not happy about that.
Unfortunately for
one.
Fabian, yeah, Talon got eliminated. As did, I think, maybe, Wolves did, in a bit of a shock. GK eliminated as well, alongside Team Cruelty. But if you look at these attending teams, the first thing that I noticed, Tristan, was 16 teams here, but 13 of them attended the Manchester Major. So this bunch of teams already super high quality, and in a way, it's no surprise 2 of the eliminated teams yesterday, Cruelty and Wolves, and PSG Talon, 3 of the eliminated teams actually, were, at the Manchester Major. Very high quality.
Yeah, and I think that shows the strength for Siege right now. Like, you've got the equal part of, 13 of the 16 teams were at the Major, but like you said, there's some who are eliminated already.
Yes.
That's the strength for Siege right now. I think it's kind of rare in a way with Siege to actually have that many teams go to one event and then go to the next one. So, but equally with that, you've got a great opportunity now for a bit of consistency. Let's see how they do after an extended period of maps, because in tournaments, especially like this, as you said, some teams are gone already. You don't get that opportunity to bleed yourself in for too long unless you start hot. So let's see.
And it's also in regards to how we saw the games play out yesterday. It started off with best of ones, right? And then it was a best of 3. So it is a different format in terms of what these teams could be potentially used to, and that has impacted them maybe to some extent. But if you're wondering exactly how any of these 16 teams got here to begin with, let's check in with Ian, because he has a pretty decent explainer.
The stage is set for Rainbow Six Siege to take the spotlight in Riyadh for the 3rd year in a row. This time, it's going to be even bigger. But before we kick off, let's dive into the journey of how our favourite teams actually got here. In Europe, familiar giants BDS Esport clinched their tickets to Saudi Arabia for the 3rd time in a row. Let's not forget, they not only took part in Gamers 8 before, but they've managed to win it back to back. Into the Breach lost their round 2 game against another French qualifier in Wolves, but beat Team Secret and became the UK's only representatives. North American qualifiers, just like Europe, had 3 slots in their closed qualifiers. Dark Zero didn't even lose a single map and made it first. Luminosity had a rough beginning against M80, but all in all, everything turned out well for them. They've beaten our previous Gamers 8 contenders, Space Station Gaming, who will also join NA teams after crushing Sonics 2-0. The list of North American teams ready to compete is exceptional. Brazil loves R6 with a mutual feeling. With such a perfect symbiosis, it could have only led us to one conclusion. They are the strongest region out of them all, where 4 teams will be representing the land of the Amazon. But to get there, FaZe had to beat NIP and Fluxo. W7M Esports struggled at first against E1, but finally sneaked into KSA for the 2nd time in a row after their win over Black Dragons. 2 other spots were granted in the lower bracket matches. These were won respectively both by Team Liquid and what must be the most famous Brazilian esports org, Furia. 6 out of 9 regions were granted only 1 spot each on their route to Riyadh. Down Under will be represented by Team Bliss, who qualified first. Scars will be your Japanese choice, followed by Talon from South Korea, GK Esports in MENA, Lead Esports representing Asia, and last but not least, Team Cruelty, standing for the Latin America region. And there you have it, the 16 teams in all their glory, each one ready to carve their name in esports history. The Esports World Cup 2024 for Rainbow Six Siege is shaping up to be an unmissable event, so stay tuned.
Thank you, Ian. And there we have it, the 16 teams minus 4 that have already been eliminated, which makes them 12. And I want to talk about expectations heading into this particularly. We already had a conversation about Furia and how they're very much, to an extent, locked in as the favorites. I would say BDS too. I feel like the heat in Saudi just affects them differently.
Yeah, it does something to them. I think coming into the tournament, the expectations was that there was 3 teams that had a realistic chance of winning this tournament. Furia, BDS, and then FaZe Clan. Now, obviously, we've already had a day, and some of those expectations might be a little bit tapered, but coming into it, it certainly was that. I know we'll see FaZe later on today. They're probably the one that's underperformed so far.
Yeah, as you say, I think we were sort of all in agreement. Fury are top dogs, but equally on that same level, that S-tier level, let's stick BDS, let's stick FaZe, because not just because we think, oh, they're the best 3 teams, but because they will think they're the best 3 teams here. They will think we should at least be getting to the final. We should be challenging for this.
They won't be scared of anybody there. You know, teams that sit under them will come up against a Fury, will come up against BDS, and there will be a thought in the back of their minds, oh, we're against them. We, you know, they can beat us even if we're in the most advantageous situations. Whereas for those 3 teams, they won't fear anybody here.
Yeah, and besides the fact that they're competing here and maybe a little nerves coming in for some of these teams, it is writing down your name in history as the first ever R6 champions at EWC. But also, there is a whopping $2 million prize pool on the line. Hey, any org would want to take that. $750 for first spot, that's a couple bags.
$750?
$50,000.
$750,000, Ginny. That's a lot of bags, let me tell you that. Yeah. No, it's huge. I think if you look at monetary-wise, the way this tournament positions itself, it's the biggest tournament apart from the 6th Invitational, which is our World Championship in Rainbow Six Siege. So it's absolutely huge for the players, for the teams, and for the I keep saying it, for the longevity of these players and teams as well.
And this is the first time we've had it as well. This is, as you say about prestige or legacy or whatever, this is the first time we've had the Esports World Cup, the first time we've had this tournament, middle of the year, slap bang between our 2 majors. This is, like, teams will be going into this thinking this is a big one.
Yes.
Yeah, and it's also the prize pool with the trophy that you can take home as well. Beautiful piece of silverware or goldware, however you actually want to call it. Because at the end of the day, qualifying and getting those points, getting those club championship, this is yours.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely huge. That's what you want. This thing right here. Like you said, it's the prestige of being the first as well in Rainbow Six. You want to carry on. You want to start your own. If you win this, you want to start your own dynasty within this.
Oh, he said the word
alone.
Already. We're like 5 minutes.
Take it off the bingo.
Yeah, okay.
You've cursed them. Well, that's Furia. That's them gone, isn't it? That's them gone. That beautiful trophy that we saw right there, sadly, well, it's not coming their way anymore, is it? You've ruined them.
It's also, however, really important to note that this is not the only trophy that the teams are going to be able to take home. There are more elements and aspects to this competition besides the club championship points and the monetary value. So let's check in exactly what is on the line when it comes to the goldware that the teams can be taking home.
The Esports World Cup is a unique tournament and will have a very unique trophy system, consisting of keys, game trophies, the club championship trophy, and the totem. Introducing the key. This symbolizes a participant's right to compete in Riyadh. Each team or player will receive a personalized key consisting of the inner key and the outer frame. Winning a competition earns you a game trophy. A champion's key will be inserted inside. The frame will be placed into the totem. A physical block on display in Riyadh, serving as a progress bar of the Esports World Cup. The totem will remain in Riyadh as a chronicle of the Esports World Cup history. Those who get eliminated throughout the competition must give up their keys and see them crushed. Their broken keys will be tossed into the totem and encased in resin, symbolizing those that tried to win but fell short. However, as an additional privilege for winning, each game's champion gets to select 3 opponents' keys to be encased in the base of their trophy as an additional, more personal prize. Losers will go home with their keys replaced with a token that marks where they ended their journey. Witness history unfold at the Esports World Cup.
Witnessing history unfold, and I think there is a really spicy element to it of the keys and being able to put them in your own trophy. So let's pretend you're Fnatic. Oh, wait, you are. But let's pretend you're actually here. And you somehow managed to win the competition. Hey, like, high difference, not too high. You can't really do that. Let's pretend that you're here, okay? You got the trophy. You can select 3 teams whose keys you would be putting as part of that trophy. Who would you go for?
Yeah, I mean, we've had a little bit of a discussion about this with the talent, maybe even some of the teams already. I think you have to put Furia in there.
Yes.
World champions, right?
Have to.
You have to. I would say the team you beat in the final.
Yes.
And then I think there was a perfect word in the video. Give your trophy that personal touch. Somebody maybe you got a bit of a rivalry with. Somebody is a little bit of heat with. For me personally, again, if we're doing pretending that Fnatic are here, if we're pretending Fnatic here, let's also pretend G2 are here, and I would put them in there. That's what I would do.
All right.
Nice.
You like that one.
I did like that one, yeah. I would agree. You have to go world champions, team you beat in the final, and then a wild card pick. Maybe somebody you've got beef with.
Yeah.
Maybe just somebody that you think's a really good team, even if you didn't directly beat them. Maybe a BDS, you know, if it was me, for example.
Yeah, or you can just be like a very kind person and go for all the teams that you've beaten and just like keep it at that. But you know what? I like that you guys want to spice it up a little bit, make it a little bit more interesting because it makes everything more exciting. And as we said earlier today, we're very happy to be here, but we also have some casters that we're going to be checking in with in terms of how they're feeling ahead of the competition today.
Hello everybody, it's no secret that this place in particular is very special to the Esports World Cup, but also for me personally, this is what being a player is all about. You see up here, some games and some titles, some organizations already made their mark on this massive totem. The Siege, yet to be figured out. But Samuel, what exactly is this area all about?
I mean, Nicholas, what is it not about? That's the real question. We've got the whole shebang, the whole sauce of EWC here, and it starts with the club trophy. This beautiful piece of metal is going to go to the #1 esports club in the entire world. And that's not all we have. We also have the totem right here that Nick was just talking about. But fun little fact, in the bottom is the crushed hopes and dreams of squads that were not quite up to snuff throughout this entire event, not only for Rainbow Six Siege, but for every title that you see on this totem. And if you're able to make it all the way through, you get the beautiful trophy over on the other end for winning your game, and you get to crush a couple of keys of your own to stick in the bottom of your trophy.
Nick, I hate to break it to you, but you're not a player anymore, so technically this is not what it's all about for you, but for us talent, that was a low blow as well.
Just taking swings at everybody.
Guys,
It is
A1,
that's what we're here for.
We gotta get the energy going, and I feel like when we're looking at the teams and these keys and all these aspects that are part of it, it just makes it so much more than just, okay, you're coming here, you're coming to play, and you're fighting for that trophy. There's so many elements, and I think that just makes it really exciting. Like, to be able to interview a team on stage and watch them hand their key over to another team, that is phenomenal.
Yeah, I mean, Fresh, me and you, we're big sports guys, right?
Yes.
I mean, whether it be the rugby, the football, whatever it is.
Yeah, absolutely.
We always speak about the sort of pride to wear that badge, that pride to sort of, you know, be there for your club and put your body on the line, put your mind on the line. And I think that realistically, a big part of this as well is you can really do something big for your organization here. Instead of just winning a tournament, those points, you're going to get them there no matter what.
Yeah, some keys have already been put on the line. As yesterday, as we're watching these recaps here, is the fact that 4 teams have already been eliminated. What was the biggest shocker? You can't say Wolves.
Oh, okay, so I can't say the shocker out of the 4 teams.
Other than the biggest shocker.
Other than the biggest shocker of Wolves, Ginny, I think the biggest shock may be PSG Talon. I think looking at their Manchester Major run, you know, they beat BDS at Manchester Major. They were progressing. They have a 2-week boot camp inside of Europe, and then they lose. And we see Fabian going on socials afterwards and really throwing his team through the dirt, really making them know that they had lost and it was unacceptable. And I think unacceptable to a point that they were actually looking to try to go home, to get back to Korea. And he said, no, we are staying at this event, we are taking our punishment. And he put a tweet out saying, we will scrim any team, no matter time of day, 4 a.m., 6 a.m., whatever time. If you want us, we will be there. And that's a way for punishing his team for the bad performance. So I think from their expectations, that is a big upset.
Yeah, I mean, that Fabian mindset is, you know, you're going to get that with him wherever. I think they probably could have lost the final, and he's like, you know what, we're staying here an extra month, we're screaming all day, every day.
We will scream Rocket League,
Counter-Strike, whatever, any game you guys want. For me, I would say, if we're going to throw another upset in there, I think FaZe right now being in an elimination match as well.
Yes.
We spoke about them as one of our top 3. Them being, they could go home today.
Yes.
They could go home today. That is an upset. That's a big upset.
And it's against ITB as well. And I think when we're looking at a UK team, I'll let you take this one here, Fresh, because, you know, you got to represent. But I feel like ITB is... You don't. You represent Fnatic. He can represent ITB.
Thank you,
I'm assigning teams as we go along. But it's a team that sometimes really impresses us, but then when it matters the most, it just doesn't really hit.
You have some ruthless expectations on ITV. It's not that long ago they were bottom of EUL, Ginny.
Yeah,
you know, let's be fair. I think, you know, they're a learning team, right? First event was Manchester Major, started out really hot and it went badly for them very quickly. And I think second event being this, again, it's another learning experience. We saw that yesterday. They could have been 2-0 on the day. They also could have been, you know, 1-1. I won't say they would have been 0-2 because that GK game, they looked like they were beating them comfortably. They took it to Furia in the game that they lost. Few small tweaks, few improvements, which is what they'll be seeking, and they're going toe-to-toe with Furia every single time.
See, this is what I needed, the positive reinforcement of ITB and that they can do it because they are also on the chopping block today. But when it came to yesterday with the Doritos reaction in terms of what we've seen from some of these teams and from some of these players, it is emotions at its finest.
Yeah, it really is. I think, there's so much on the line. And when you're looking at especially some of these bigger clubs as well.
Oh, Fabian was still happy back then.
Fabian was happy back then, yeah. But when you're looking at some of these bigger clubs, it matters in the context of just the tournament, but it matters in such a wider context. It must create so much pressure. When we're looking at Furia, for example, they've not just been picked up as the world champion team. They've been picked up as the world champion team and to do a job for this organisation, to get them to the top of the club championships. It adds another layer of pressure, a whole different dynamic, and as a result, we see much more emotion from the players.
I would say so. I think if we're speaking pressure, maybe the one element you could say there's a little bit less on this one is that it doesn't count towards the SI points and the SI standings, right?
Yeah.
But you could argue maybe $7 million worth for your organisation. That probably would make them very happy as well as an SI title, right? So it's give and take, but you can see there's been a lot of emotion, a lot of energy. We've seen it on socials, we've seen it on the video that we just had there. It's been fun. It's been fun.
It has been, and to keep in mind, really, Liquid are the runner-ups when it comes to that first place, so there's going to be a lot of pressure on them as well. But historically, we've known how Liquid performed on some of these very crucial moments. But let's look at the games for today and what we're going to be looking at here on the A stream, because we have 2 best-of-3s coming your way, and two of these teams actually are going to be going home, unfortunately.
Yeah, so obviously this is the Group A upper bracket from yesterday. This is the games that were played out. BDS had a fairly straightforward run, I would say, to qualify. You won't see them today. They get the day off, as do Liquid. They beat Talon Esports and then Team Bliss. That Team Bliss game actually was a lot closer than I think the scoreline might suggest. A couple of rounds go the other way. Bliss are taking them all the way. So still a few things to work on for Team Liquid, but those were the 2 teams that qualified from the Group A upper bracket.
Yeah.
See, I'm feeling a little bit for Fabian here, because if we're saying that BDS and Liquid have got the day off, if they're 2 of the only teams with a day off and PSG is scrimming everybody,
he gets to scrim them.
They're going straight back into the ringer with them. But yeah, as you say, games today, like Team Bliss, Space Station Gaming, that is a massive, massive, massive match for us. Those are 2 teams that I think we all rated pretty highly as well, Fresh.
Yeah, no, I would absolutely agree. And I think one of them going out, I think if we look at an upset of the day tomorrow, I think whoever loses this game is one of the teams that has been upset. Then going through to W7M Luminosity, I would say 2 teams, that weren't at the Manchester Major, but have had some limited success at this tournament so far, going head-to-head. I actually think that'll be a much closer game than kind of maybe anticipated. I would, at this moment in time, I would put W7M ahead.
All right, and from the Group B bracket yesterday, Furia as well as Bleed qualifying. I think 8-7 for Bleed against FaZe Clan. That was an upset that we've already touched upon a little lightly, and that does put FaZe today on that chopping block going up against ITB. I mean, Furia going through. I enjoyed the Furia DZ game. I think that was fun to watch, and I hope we get to watch it at some point later in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you say, it's some of the biggest and best teams, best orgs, teams competing for great things. Furia as well through that. It's exciting for a lot of the teams here, I think, today, because they're going to be seeing that we could have a few big teams go out today. The teams that have a day off are thinking, we probably didn't want to play against some of these teams that are in elimination right now.
Yeah, and then obviously ITB, they were winning their match against GK. They come out of it and they think, hey, we're going to have a game against Bleed, very likely. And they find out, oh no, it's FaZe. The team that should have won the World Championship, that will be coming later on today. So,
they didn't look impressed.
They didn't look that happy. We did speak to them, they were like,
it just FaZe.
Because they've had to play Furia, who won the 6 Invitational and are the World Champions, and now they have to play FaZe, who should have been the World Champions, and, ultimately with the 2nd place.
But they're not, and FaZe is going to be going up against ITB, and that is going to be our match of the day. So we're going to be heading over to our lovely Jackie, who has a little interview ready ahead of the competition.
Day 1 of the EWC was absolutely thrilling. Some teams already sent home, some teams already moving on to playoffs, but who will survive today? That is the big question. So who are we locking in for match of the day? ITB versus FaZe. That's right, the big question really, will FaZe be phased out? Many expected FaZe to win the event, but now they're looking rough. How are they in the lower bracket? And many thought that they could be SI champions, but again, FaZe not looking like their typical form. Will this be the game where they finally get it together, or will this be a downward trajectory continuing? As for ITV into the breach, they're a relatively unknown team, just a couple major events under their belt, but a lot of teams keeping a close eye on them now. They had a fantastic performance against Furia. They dominated GK. So we are locking this one in again for match of the day. But what do you think about our match of the day pick? Let us know. But I'm really, really excited for this battle and the other series we're going to see happen today.
All right, match of the day. FaZe going up against ITB at 9 p.m. local time. And you're wondering, yo, you guys are live already. What's going on? That's because we have another game happening before that one. And that is going to be another elimination game as well that we're going to be sending home. It will be Bliss going up against SSG. And as you both already touched upon, this is a game where it can sway either way. But at the moment here, heading into the first match of today, what would your prediction be, Jack?
Ooh, you asking me for predictions already, Ginny?
Yeah, I just want to know, like, who do you think is
prediction? Bliss. Boom.
Bliss.
There you go. I'm a man
Is
of
it a flower symbol?
No, because I think they'll win, Ginny.
Do you think they'll win? Is it Titan?
No, it's not because of Titan. It's honestly more to do with how SSG played yesterday, if I'm being brutally honest. I didn't think they were anywhere up to scratch, being, you know, kind of brutally honest. Don't want to start on a negative when you talk about a team. But the expectations for this team, if we start there, is that they're getting to the main stage of events. They're going deep. They've bought out a player from G2. Benjamas was the SI MVP when G2 won the 6th Invitational. And now they're suddenly struggling. 7-5, 7-5 against Cruelty. I know it was a win, but that was such a close game that even there was one of those rounds where J90 gets basically a free K just to win the round. So in another world, they actually lose maps, maybe even lose to Cruelty, which is well below the kind of acceptable standard performance for them.
Ginny, you know, I'll play victim. I'll play the menace here in amongst this. I'm going to say Space Station today. I think they'll be really disappointed with yesterday. I think they come out flying out of the blocks today. I think they play a little bit more crazy. Sort of let their... Yeah, well, I say a little bit more crazy. We were seeing Caviera plays from yesterday, weren't we? From their support IGL type player. But honestly, I think that will be what does it for them. Because we watched Bliss yesterday, and as much as they looked better than SSG, they did. I completely agree. I think Bliss, arguably, based on that, should be favourites for this. But like you say with SSG, the power on that team, and if they're not feeling pressure and they go out and they play crazy, they're going to be a danger.
That's why I always say makes a good team. Is if you're not firing, you have those weapons to go at. You've got Benjamas, you've got Ashen, you've got J9, who can all have massive plays and win you rounds.
Yeah, and the teams are ready to start in the competition because they have already arrived. So looking at the Jamil Motorsport player arrivals, they're ready to head into competition. It looks a little bit warm out there, so maybe that is also potentially something that could be impacting these teams. I mean, you have to take into consideration, right? SSG, all the way from NA, had a little bit of a boot camp, but was that enough to adjust to the time schedule difference?
Yeah, you would absolutely assume so. They were the first team here out of any Rainbow Six team, right? You know, we saw some nice things where Benja was able to get a photo with his brother competing in Overwatch, which was quite nice as well. I think SSG backed themselves. I think that's the underlying thing. They don't mind too much if they've had a bad day. They're a tight-knit unit. You know, we've spoke at length about their brotherhood, the way they interact outside of the server, and how much trust that puts in each other. If they're chalking that down to a bad day, then they'll chalk that down to a bad day and they'll just come and go again today.
Yeah, they trust each other, but do you guys trust the analysts in regards to who would be winning the game today? Make sure that you give us your predictions at the stcplay.gg and log them in. Which is going to be SSG, Bliss, I don't know. Did they give you a good enough spiel? Guess we're going to have to find that out. But Bliss is the team that they're going to be going up against, and we already touched upon this very lightly, but this is a team that consistently goes to these international events, so close from that main stage. And is the change that they now had enough? Is this the missing ingredient?
I think they will believe it is. I think there's so much pressure on both of these teams. Maybe more so SSG, but let's speak on the Bliss. I think bringing in a European coach, and not just a European coach, somebody who's won 6 Invitational, albeit as an analyst, as many of us did win great events as an analyst, but he's won an event as an analyst, the biggest one that you can win. From G2 as well, you're signing him. That is a statement. That's a serious statement. You have to go out there and think, well, we're improving every single event that we go to. Every single time we go internationally, we get that little bit better, right? We get that little bit better. So let's bring in a European coach. Well, we have to win. We have to win things.
And I'm going to pull on the heartstrings a little bit here as well.
Oh, no.
For this team, this isn't a team of players that get to play this game full time. Because of the way and the landscape of the OS League and the dynamic in that region, they have to have other jobs to supplement their income to do this. Which means they have to work harder. They have to spend more time. They have to go through that kind of brutality as a team together and really pull together to make these events and to get better and to get better. It's a harder journey than it is, for example, for other teams that are sitting there with a mental coach, with another coach, with an analyst, with 8 support staff.
Fresh on desk.
They have to work much harder, and therefore it's a much tighter knit team. Add into that a flavour of European influence on the support staff side, and this is a team that can progress.
Yeah, but European influence has also been added to SSG with them having Benjamaster now, but I want to talk about their performance yesterday particularly because this is a team that we've seen come and go on the international stage and not necessarily hitting the mark that they were personally looking forward to hitting. So having this addition to the team, having this roster change, that also puts pressure in regards to you got to make it work now.
Yeah, for sure. And I think they've had enough time as well. We saw Nat had a little bit about it. They've had enough time now. You bring in a player like, I think they've probably had more time with Benja now than G2 did pre-SI.
Yeah.
So really, it's
that was
no
like, what,
excuse
13
now.
days?
Something like that. So it's no excuse now. It's absolutely no excuse. They were, I would say on their attacks, especially yesterday, it was really flat. We watched them really in depth, didn't we, against W7M on that Cafe match early on. They failed to win an attack in that match. And honestly, it looked like they could have played another 50 rounds and not won one.
There's kind of two bads, one good in my mind for this team. Is one, I think they stay a little bit too much to the paper, to the strat that's in front of them. You know, you'll see them when you see the player cams inside of it. They're constantly checking their papers of strats. They bring literally, you know, a fixed strat book with them. So I think they stay a little bit too rigid to that and to those positions. But then I think when nothing happens, they get a little bit indisciplined in those positions as well, and they peak out and they cost themselves lives. That's the two bad. The one good is that basically every player on this team has had immense success at previous rosters or on this roster, and he's of a super high quality and super high caliber. Now that can drag you through so far when you're against lower quality teams, but the two bads, they need to be improved, and that's what we said. We assume they will be improved today, but taking into account yesterday, it didn't look that great.
Yesterday could have also been considered a wake-up call in regards of what they really need to focus on and what needs to be changed, maybe relying more on in-game decision-making by yourself and not sticking too much to the strat book. But when it comes to the maps particularly here, Tristan, are there any that you think would heavily favor SSG and allow them to get the lead when it comes to this best of 3?
I think for me with SSG, let's go somewhere that's a little bit crazy. Let's go somewhere where maybe paper isn't the be-all and end-all with things, right? We're seeing the bans sort of come through now. Nighthaven Labs is a great ban from SSG. I would say Clubhouse, a great ban from SSG. Two maps that, like you could say, are a little bit default, right? There's not so much you can do to surprise the team on Clubhouse Fresh.
Yeah, obviously we've seen Bliss pick into Chalet, SSG pick into Border. Comfort maps for both of them. Now, Skyscraper was actually the one that I was looking at, because neither team really likes Skyscraper. Who would be the one to ban it? Who would be the one that gains that advantage? Bliss were clearly happy to go there, but by Bliss banning out Consulate there, they knew it would probably be a Cafe decider as well. So I think in between coaches, you have this little mini game before the game starts. I think maybe I would throw slight advantage to Bliss, because they were the one that didn't ban both teams' permaban.
Okay, and I think then it brings a question in terms of SSG also being comfortable on these maps. You're saying you're maybe throwing the advantage more so to Bliss, but with SSG, with the wake-up call potentially that they've had yesterday, what is the likelihood of us going to that decider?
I think if we get to the decider, I actually think it's big advantage Bliss. I think SSG would probably need to get it done in two maps, basically. I think that Cafe yesterday, we spoke about it, where SSG really struggled on their attacks, but on the defenses as well, they were getting picked apart. And we know that Bliss are actually really good when it comes to actually, can they just logically slice and dice through a system? Bliss's weakness really is when it all gets a little bit crazy. So I suppose that's what we're really hoping for SSG today.
Yeah, well, we're gonna find out because we're ready to head onto the stage for the first game on stage here for R6 at EWC. We got Bliss going up against SSG.
Welcome once again to the Esports World Cup. This groundbreaking, monumental, awesome event has reached its halfway point. The best point, in my opinion, because it is time for some Rainbow Six Siege. My name's Ian Chambers, and this is Milosh.
It always has to go home, doesn't it? Rainbow Six is the first time that you and I, Ian, can stand on the same stage together and introduce our favorite game.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
Absolutely. There's a lot of world firsts that are happening. And actually, one of the other brutal but beautiful things here at EWC is that a few days ago, only 16 teams walked in. We're already down to 12 after our first group stage game. At the end of today, it'll be down to 8. And there's a lot of hopes and dreams that have been crushed, including a key that every team comes equipped with in the backstage. So there's a lot riding on the line. Of course, not even counting the $2 million prize pool. 2 million smackaroos.
Wow. I mean, the key thing, it is just brutal but beautiful. There is so much coming your way over the next week, but we need some players out here, don't we? So we bring out our teams?
Yeah, we should. I think so.
All right, let's start with Team BDS.
When they come here, they win big. Back-to-back champions on this soil, on big stages over the last 2 years. Can they make the three-peat here at the EWC?
Let's kick it in. I'll introduce Team Liquid. They came into Riyadh and quickly went past the competition, swam by them even in Group A. However, this squad, no matter how decorated they might be locally at home in Brazil, they're yet to find gold on the international stage. Will this be the one for them?
Let's bring out W7M. This org had a reset after victory at SI, but this roster is looking to reach their own magnificent heights and write their story in Siege history.
Up next, newcomers in their own right, Luminosity Gaming. The North American squad might have stumbled to Bliss, but they scraped past PSG Talon to make it to day 2 of the groups here on the main stage of EWC at the Gadia Arena. Can they survive to tell their story and continue into the playoffs?
Up next, it's the big boys, Furia. The world champions looking to take the driver's seat in Siege once again. They've been to every mountaintop possible, but they are still as hungry as ever.
Next up from Southeast Asia, please, Bleed Esports. The squad has surprised many in any tournament that they have been in, and for sure have yesterday against FaZe, taking them down in a heart-pumping game. And here they are on the stage looking to go beyond where they've ever been before.
Let's inject some more Brazil onto the main stage with FaZe Clan. These boys are very dangerous. Once and want to be the absolute best in their region here at the Esports World Cup and beyond.
Next up, our European squad, Into the Breach. There are rare teams that are a triumph of skill and team play, improvement over many months. From zeros to heroes here. We saw them in Manchester. We'll see them once more at the Esports World Cup. Can they go beyond the stage that they did only a few months ago?
Up next is Dark Zero. The NA team on an upward trajectory. A roster with all the ingredients needed, but can they cook up something special here in Riyadh?
Up next, our #1 Japanese teams, Scars. They absolutely scarred Wolves only yesterday. Who would have expected that to happen? Definitely surprised our analyst on the desk. And here they look to lift their key higher and higher for yet another international showing. There's quite a few teams that we have introduced, but it's not the entirety of the squads that are still participating at the Esports World Cup.
Absolutely. The next 2 teams to make their way onto the stage will compete in our first best of 3 here live in Riyadh. And we are starting with Team Bliss. They look like they are getting better every event they appear at. The lads from Down Under plan to rocket past their opponents into the playoffs.
And their opponents from North America, Space Station Gaming. The North American hopefuls felt the wrath of W7M on day 1, despite their recent roster change of Benjamaster being added to the team. Was yesterday just a fluke? Will it fire up the team going into this final day of the group stage? I certainly expect so.
Gentlemen, please place your keys on your desks and take your positions as we get set for our first best of 3 here in Riyadh.
Absolutely. It's the arena for it, and we cannot wait to get this show started. So let's do it. Let's get it on.
Welcome one, welcome all to the EWC studios here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. My name is Stokes. I'm joined by the beautiful Pangu, and we got a hell of a game on our hands, my friend. It's Bliss versus SSG. There's a lot of drama in this bracket. Nick, we're already in the band phase, so I'm gonna let you do your thing.
Are we just flying in, honestly?
We're flying.
So I think the side here, my big question going to this was whether Bleed was gonna ban out the Monty or the Dokkaebi, because those two operators were crushed a fair bit by SSG yesterday, but it's gonna be Space Station starting off, and they take all the time they can do here, all the down to 0 seconds on the Grim.
Yeah, we had the audience predictions here as well. 79% of you think that SSG is going to right their wrongs with a loss up against W7M 7-3. They kind of course-corrected up against Team Cruelty, but if you really get down to the nitty-gritty details of that, 2-7-5s against a LATAM team. Not Brazil, that's its own region now, but a LATAM team.
Yeah, exactly.
Little bit of a yikes.
I mean, I was with a 50-50, but also a surprise there's the Lion ban of all operators. So, of course, Lion, another global gadget operator that you can play on the flank. Someone like Benjamaster, for example, on the attack and side can utilize. And then for defensive Blitz here, what are they thinking of? You know, the Valkyrie, the Asami, the Mira, all key operators here on Chalet. But sometimes default ain't the answer. Sometimes you want to do something different. Melusi ban. We're thinking, why would you do that? But if you have not been familiar with the new change to Siege, well, Melusi has a 4th Banshee, so 4 of those utilities, and also a secondary shotgun for side rotation setup. All of a sudden, Melusi went from not played all that often to being able to fit into every single defense lineup. And sure, you lose the ACOG, but that utility cannot be underestimated.
Oh, absolutely not. You guys have to remember, in order to just destroy one of those Banshees, you either have to interact with it and give up the goods on where you are across the map, or you have to explode it. That's your only 2 options. So I think this is a really solid ban here from Bliss. As for the Lion ban, though, we have 2 operators that operate on a global level like this. And it's going to be Lion, it's going to be Dokkaebi. Obviously, one of these slipping through the cracks. And the biggest thing about this is Lion does make you stand still, right? But you do need a little bit of insight into the situation. Dokkaebi gives you that insight. Nick, in your personal opinion, one or the other for Chalet? How do you feel about this?
I mean, I think it comes down to Lion might be better for the Chalet execute, right? It's all about you have your deployable shields or your key positions, attackers will, you know, flashbang, pop the line, push on in. Either the defenders will run away, they get red ping, you know they run away, or you know exactly where they'll be standing. So for execute, definitely Lion. When it comes around to the lurking game, that's where Dokkaebi shines, right? You have somebody entering in the building with no drone intel, pop the phone call, and you just know where they are.
Yeah, and that's the thing about Chalet, right? This map is so volatile for roamers. There's so many crosses in so many ways that, especially squads of this caliber, you would assume, right, are capable of clearing things out properly. So I totally agree with you. Lion's one of those operators that when it comes down to execution time, crunch time, he is such a nuisance to deal with from the defensive perspective. So we are moments away, folks, from jumping in here. We're just making sure that everything is right in the world of the server, in the world of Bliss and SSG before we throw them into the snowy plains of Chalet.
The Des kind of touched upon it earlier, but I think the one-liner that I would say is that if yesterday's SSG shows up in today's server, they're going home. It's that simple for me. If Blizz plays their normal game, they'll be fine. SSG, they need to show up.
Yeah, they need to play up to the capacity in which we know all these players are capable of, especially with Benja just joining the team. I mean, I know a lot of you at home are more than likely like, oh, this is Benja's first event with Space Station. I mean, come on, guys. But no, we expect a lot out of these guys, and for a damn good reason. First of all, Benja's a world champion, and it wasn't like it was in 2017. He couldn't even play the game in 2017. Okay?
Oh, no.
So it's very recent, and we expect a lot out of this roster. They moved away from Iconic, brought in somebody that is a little bit more of a fragger, a little bit less of a talker, but that's okay as long as they're able to patchwork the rest of those gaps with the rest of this squad. And I really think that they have the capacity. They're just going to have to work out these kinks.
Yeah, I mean, it comes down to how much can you improve every single day, because we see a team like, let's say, PC Talent, Fabian's squad, right? You come into it, if you lose 2 games in the very opening, you just go home. If you cannot figure things out on the fly and reset from between either each series to series or map to map in the best of 3 like here, you're not going to last in a long tournament like this. So SSG, they've slept on it, they've talked about it, because if they looked at their games yesterday, they also will know that they did not play good enough as what our expectations and their own expectations are of that team.
100%. Now, coming down to Chalet and just the map pool in general that we're going to be faced with here, folks. We're going to go back to the Manchester Major here for a second. Talk some stats. Everybody loves that, don't they? As for Chalet, it was actually tied for 3rd most played map at Manchester. It was played 14 times, but here is the fun one, folks. For a very long time, especially with the rework, Chalet was an offensive-sided map. Complete script flip as when it came to the Manchester Major. Chalet, 41% on offense, 58.3 on defense, Penguin.
That's surprising. I mean, I would say you look at Chalet right now, and it's like usually still attacker-sided when you think about it.
Yeah, just because of the angles, right?
Yeah,
you have a lot of angle work.
You can play from outside the building. You got so much utility you can utilize, like whether it's the floors, for example, keep it barriers if the sun is open, but it's like you have to be able to execute it. That's the issue. Like, you can be a great attacker map, but if you can't figure basic things out, like breaching the right wall or dealing with utility.
Talon would know all about that.
Talon would know, right? Because they got stuck on Clubhouse like all the times with CCTV. Then you're going to lose out on attack. So it comes down to execution and to teamwork, and I think that's where Blizz, they will have that slight advantage looking at the previous performances, and we got to see now if either team can step up, because Blizz starts on attack and HSG on defense.
Well, not only am I excited that the game is now starting, but I'm also excited that you and I no longer have to fill. We get to talk about what the hell is actually happening inside of this game, man. Let's get into it, folks. Round 1, SSG is going to be starting things off on defense. For some of our fresher faces around here that might be new to Siege, we're going to play 6 rounds on this half before we switch things over. SSG is going to have the capability to switch around sites. If they win one, it's going to be locked out, and they're going to be starting downstairs in kitchen. This is something that we don't see all that often, but little fun fact about Chalet, all of these sites work.
Yes, all 4 bumpers are playable. Kitchen, though, as you said, it is a bit of an odd one to start off on, to be honest. You should expect like basement, maybe you go into, some teams like to go bar as well. I would say you can play the entirety of the map, extend around the building, play operators like the mirror, like the castle, like the Asami if it was open, and just utilize everything. But kitchen, in a similar way, it's all about verticality. Yeah, the bomb site is kitchen and dining, but you're almost always going to see what we see right now. You move upstairs into master bedroom, into office, you have this extended kind of hold and saying, hey, we have multiple areas of this map that we can defend, and if Blizz were to attack the bomb site directly, well, they have verticality to shut down a plan attempt. So now it's Blizz rather have to make a tough decision. Do you go for the full roam clear, go in towards library, push on over, take office, master bedroom, and then hit the bomb side? You could do that, but there's only 3 minutes of time to work with, so all of a sudden you gotta go fast, but if you go too fast, you might make a mistake somewhere and get punished for it.
Yeah, some FPSs are playing checkers. In Rainbow Six Siege, you're playing chess. That's just how it is.
5D chess.
Yeah, 5D chess with guns, you know? It definitely makes things a little interesting, but you know, as to what our boy was saying over here as well, Bliss and SSG, especially for Bliss in this capacity, they're going to have to try and process this top floor. It's a necessary evil, because if you allow them to have it and you go for anything on either one of those bomb sites, you're practically screwed.
One thing I love about Chalet is that as an attacker, you can pretty much just fly in any mode that you want right now. So for example, Oda on the balcony, same here for Brendo. If they want to jump in library, jump in bathroom window, they can go for it. There they are. They're pretty quick into the building.
Very well done. On to Oda. It's going to be J9 that strikes first, but you can see Bliss, they want to play up to this pace. They want to try and get in a kerfuffle very early on here with SSG, and they're already coming out on top. Yeah, they're going to miss out on Fish. Yeah, they're going to be missing out on a little bit of breaching here, but we got some breaching charges on Brendo with this ace, and also we have some Ash charges as well if it's going to be a necessary thing. So we'll see exactly what they want to do. They'll get the hatch open on this top floor as they continue to progress.
This is perfect. They got 2 opening picks. Sure, they lost the buck, but as you said, they got soft utility, can pop open the hatch, and now SSG, they don't have any strategical answers, right? Sure, they got a C4 to work it in pocket, but if that doesn't get a kill, which you want, all of a sudden, this round falls apart for Space Station. They're not lashing out, they're not playing together, and they're getting massively punished by Bliss.
And this is what we were talking about with the offensive angles. Yeah, the reinforcements are up, but as soon as they break open, you have these long-distance gunfights that you have to worry about. And Fultz, one of the men that has been around SSG the longest of any player in its history, gets taken out. Forrest with a nice little flank, but what else would you expect out of this man? They're going to down Oda as well, and all of a sudden, Nick, we've got a ball game. Wetables, he's going to wet up Fultz as he'll go down, and they're going to be able to get Oda back up too. They have some potential plant opportunity here. It's Forrest in the clutch once again, rolling his way in towards Dining. It's a 1 versus 3, and he'll get gunned down by Oda over inside of West Main. The first round will go the way of the Aussies.
Oh, so what SG did there is pretty simple. They wanted to do what I call the Furious setup, or the former WCM World Champion setup on Chalet, where instead of, closing off all the reinforceable walls, you will reinforce one and leave the second one open with a, head hole line basically to deny any entries. And the whole idea for SG setup is to stop Blitz from entering the building comfortably. But the issue is, they said 3, 2, 1, let's all jump in a window, let's all take a gunfight, and they got in very comfortably, trading 2 for the cost of just 1, and then the entire thing falls apart for SSG because the strat relied on something that didn't happen.
Yeah, and that's the biggest thing with a strat like that, right? When you start opening up new angles and that kind of stuff, it's fantastic when you're successful in the round, you start getting big kills and stuff like that, and you can stay in the advantage of the man count. But as soon as things start to dwindle, or like what we saw with Fultz there, as soon as you're able to stretch these defensive players to their max capacity, they're going to start making decisions that don't exactly go their way, like a simple man walking down the stairs and taking him out through an angle that SSG created.
Yeah, that's the thing. When you open up those lines of sight, you need to fight for map control. With 3 players from SSG more or less playing either on the bomb side or very much close to it, all those long lines of sight will work against them. You have to fight for map control. And they play Kitchen with that same idea in mind. They play upstairs, they play inside a bar. They started off very much spread apart, but Blizz, they're a good team with good intel, and they recognized that. And they just isolated players of SG that did not have anybody helping them nearby. And it's what operators like the Lion can do, which is Ben, or Dokubi, which is played in this round by Sage. You can enable yourself on the interest and attacker to find those openings a lot easier.
Well, we're going to have our first striker here.
That's true.
Yes, indeed.
Recruit.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yes, sir. And he's got frag grenades as well as stuns. And honestly, pretty great setup.
Yeah, it's great for Chalet. You want to play around the burn, right? The Jaeger, the Omai, in this case, just the Omai. If it's a portable shield, you can get rid of it single-handedly. No need for teammates. Of course, downside is you get no primary gadget, just 2 pieces of secondary utility. But for Chalet, for a map like Border, that's completely all right. And you still get a decent gun, which is going to be that AR onto Brendo.
Bar Gaming is going to rest on the precipice if you holding on to this top floor. Every single team that you see that plays this bomb site, you have got to put some spades into library. If you don't, it's going to be the easiest thing to exploit for the offense, and that's why you'll see SSG build up in this way. And also along the lines is why you see Bliss trying to go about things in the way that they are right now. They know that there's some potential around people holding angles for these hatches, as well as potentially somebody playing inside of library. But what an angle from J90. You don't see that one every day. He's already getting me pumped. Ashen's gonna take down Oda. Brendo will finally try and pick up the pieces, but SSG, they make the right decision. They're gonna back off. They've already got the heavy lifting done. We're gonna have an SSG player that runs out on Eagle balcony, jumps over, and runs in fireplace double.
Oh, that's crazy. Oh, man, they're getting shot down immediately.
It's gonna be all up to Brendo. Gumine and Foot can't sprint until he takes that out, and he'll finally be able to get that removed. Might be able to get up Fisho guy here as well, but he's gonna have to worry about this hatch. And this should be a conversation that Fisho's having with him. Oh no, things getting very risky. The swing coming in. The Legion can't hit his shots, or practically Benja. The T5 SMG confusing me and confusing Benja as well, as Brendo will take him down, but not before he confirms that other kill. Brendo's down to a singular stint of HP here, trying to keep himself alive, keep himself safe, and SSG will finally get their first round after Ashen deals the death blow.
It's a really good round for Space Station, but you can also say that it's a bit of a concern there. Yesterday against Cruelty, it was a 7-5, 7-5 victory, which is not quote-unquote good enough for Space Station, right? And it came off of individual heroics, good performances, clutches, etc. And J9O single-handedly out-argue won them that round, getting 2 kills and damage onto a third, and shutting down Blizz's initial push and entry in towards the building. If that doesn't happen, I don't know if HD had what it took to actually win that round, because even though they got those first 3 kills, it came down to a 2 versus 1 rather, favoring HSG, just barely winning, if you will.
Well, and that's the thing about this roster, right? Is you can see in the way that they set themselves up that they are banking on the fact that they are skilled, that they can take these gunfights and they understand at a fundamental level how people want to take the map. And that's why you see J9O right there, literally turn on a dime and go, this guy is probably approaching me from the balcony window, isn't he? And he murks him immediately. So very well done to them. And again, I mean, we've known this for a while now. J9O, he's one of them ones, man.
Yeah, no, he is. And I mean, you saw in the 2v1 as well, Ashen was sprinting from the blue staircase into its bar hall. If Blizz are ready to hold the angle, it comes down to a 1 versus 1. And sure, Brendo is like 1 HP, but still, like, that's still winnable because one-shot headshots, right? So it might have been like, I wasn't that close, but really, it kind of was.
Yeah.
Small concerns, but 1-1 now tied up. Anyone's game still, of course, very early on, but Ashen keeps the pace up. He spawn peek onto Fisher Guy from Solarium window.
Not Uno, but those spawn kills. Love that out of SSG. And again, this is what we expect. SSG is a roster that they're just like, let's go gambling. And they they either, love winning or there's like, god dang it. Like, it just doesn't work out for them. But the one thing that I've always really loved about this roster, especially with Call Out at the helm here, is that they found an identity, and damn it, they're sticking to it.
Oh, they are. The only thing I want to see from SSG, though, is that they do it together. I don't want to see individual player going for a crazy play. I want to see an individual player doing it, being enabled or supported by a teammate somewhere else in the map or nearby, making that play together. Because now, for example, SSG, they have a man advantage. 5 versus 4. This is beautiful from them. But if they start making individual decisions, no, not the outside camera, surely not, right?
He's gonna go for this, and then more than likely the Nitro cell. In the current meta, in the current, common day lineup's a little bit easier since they give us the trajectory checker. Makes life pretty grand, honestly. And man, you're just waiting in anticipation here for Ashen's decision making. More than likely just getting communication from his team as to what's going to go on here. This is probably going to bank on the fact of J9O and what happens here. You can see he's playing up in Boiler. He really wants this shot for Trench. As soon as this player steps up, this M590, I know it seems a little far for a shotgun, guys, but this thing, it runs on hopes and dreams and the deaths of its opponents. Wettables, what a shot onto Forest. So we'll be able to take down one and at least equalize, but now our poor Benja is stuck over in a corner. He'll go down. Fultz will be taking at least Brendo out. There's one down outside. It's all up to Oda. And wow, some way, somehow, wow, a triple kill for Ashen. And that's one guy you don't want to get excited. He is the power plant for this team.
Yes, and that C4, by the way, it injured the Thatcher outside of Trench. So it didn't get the kill, technically speaking, to begin with, but it did get the job done. And I got worried there for spacing because they had the 5 versus 4. You get down to a 4 before you think, okay, it's going to start falling apart. But it didn't. They held on, and Ashen, you see that, the frustration. But Ashen kept up the pace, kept up the aggression. He himself found like 3 kills in that round, all with high value.
Yeah, 100%. And it's hilarious as well because you said earlier, Siege, it's 5D chess. That guy killed somebody in Trench, which is technically a basement area from the 2nd floor of the building. That is what we're talking about. These are the things where, at the end of the day, it can just be a straight-up knowledge check and things that will definitely give you some PTSD in that moment. You'll be like, there's a crack in that master window. He could Nitro sell me right now. And there's just nobody there.
That's the thing.
Oh my gosh.
Nowadays in Siege, there are so many things you have to account for. And I think it's why maybe if you look at 2024 Siege Pro League versus, like, I don't know, 2018, 2019, 2020 even, you go, did players get worse? Because they're making all these mistakes, at times it's like weird things. It's like, I don't think they got worse. There are so many more things that you have to account for that you just can't always have correct intel on. So you have to make assumptions. As you said, cracking that window, is it a C4? Is it a spawn peek? Is it an accident? Did it get shot through a wall? I don't know. But you have to make your guess as to what you think it might be and play around that. And sometimes you're wrong.
Yeah, it's hilarious too because back in the day, Nick, back in our heyday, even before you were a pro player, what was like one of the #1 things that came out for a ranked strat in Siege? What if we just break open all of the windows? And the attack is just like, what the hell is going on?
They're spawn peeking from everywhere. That's how we played Constant and Canal back in the day.
Oh yeah,
it works.
Especially you on Blackbeard. I can't say these words on broadcast. You're a lucky man.
I mean, the thing is, phantom pressure is so real. If you apply pressure by opening up windows and doors, defenders, they have to respect, or attackers in that case, and you see here, the Monty play.
Not Ghost Pressure, but definitely something that you talked on earlier. You said, is it going to be the Monty? Is it going to be the Blitz Band? It was neither. And in the current meta, the shields are the best operators in the game.
I'd argue so, yeah. They can't hip fire anymore for sure, but that melee is hard to beat. Knocks you on your butt and your back. You can't really do a whole lot about it. Monty can still extend his shield, walk around, and also sprint now, as we just witnessed. So much faster pace here for a Monty player. And it's why at 1 minute 40 seconds left, they're already pushing that top floor extension from this kitchen defense right now. And you see, they gotta fight back and try and hold their ground for as long as possible.
Yeah, this is something that can be a little terrifying. A tantalizing prospect for Bliss, though, is with this Monty in tow, they can practically maneuver around this whole area, get some good insight on the positioning of Space Station Gaming. And that's exactly what they're trying to do. Oda's been tagged up, but no Claymore on the window, and Ashen! A death blow to Brendo. Wettables will go down, or at least Benja will to Wettables. A nice shot from Sage there, as J90 will take down Sage in return. And they're gonna peel off this top floor, back to the basement, but all the heavy lifting's been practically done. If they take out Wettables, Fisho is in the worst kind of situation to be Monty.
I like this. Because the Monty is up and alive, you want to keep that manpower advantage, because the one way to deal with Monty is crossfires. The more guns you have alive, the more crossfires you can establish. They still have a roamer. They have 2 guys by the bottom side, but now Fisho Guy and Wettables have to work together to isolate one player, get that melee hit in, make it a 2v2, then they have a way back into this round.
Oh, Forrest. A little bit of a risk here, and he's going to have to try and dip, dash, and dodge out. Some shots in, and Fisho's going to take quite a bit of damage, actually. Pistol out, and oh, man. Forrest knows how to deal with this. Dips right back in behind the soft wall, takes his shot, takes his aim, able to take out the shield player. It's down to Wettables now. He's going to cover his drop with the breaching charge. Case down inside of Trophy, 10 seconds remaining. The gunfight's probably better for him in the moment. He can just walk over this case to be able to grab it, but nobody going to give him the time of day. This is more than likely going to be a Space Station round, and it will be. Look at that beautiful positioning. And this is what we talk about with Space Station. They have the capacity to drive around like a Ferrari and then immediately switch it over to a Prius.
And my big question was answered with that round. Will they make aggressive plays as individuals or as a team? You might say, oh, they jumped out the window and killed the guy right here. Oh, there was a Claymore.
He's just nasty. I forgot. My bad.
It was calculated aggression, because while they did that, this also happened. You run out onto the eco balcony and get a second kill as well. All of a sudden, Bliss, they're getting shot left, right, center while they have a Monty. And the big thing here is when you play a shield operator, you only really have 4 guns to hold angles with. So that means when you jump out and get 1 kill, that's 3 guns. Get that second, 2 guns. You can attack from all these different angles, and with very high likeliness, there's not going to be anybody watching you. Maybe a Claymore, but if you're ready for it, you can shoot that like we just saw.
Oh, man. And this is a very interesting time out here. Round 4 in. I know you thought it was Bliss, but it's not. It's SSG. Yeah. And Nick, I genuinely, especially with that man right there, call out, this guy knows a thing or two about just sports in general.
Yeah.
And he's very good with these timeouts. He always has been. So we're not gonna move over to the what is he doing with this? I genuinely think that he's trying to get inside of Bliss's head right now. They don't know what to do with this pacing, and yeah, they get to talk to their coach, but Kala gets to talk to his boys as well. And they can change absolutely everything in a heartbeat, especially with how hard this team works. I know Benja hasn't been around for, you know, a long time with these guys. This is his first event, but guys, they have hundreds of hours with this guy already, I promise you.
Oh yeah, they've been screaming hard, and I think this is what we can call like a proactive timeout, where you're gonna be like, okay, Blizz, they're gonna have to change probably these things, right? So we're not gonna wait for that. We're gonna, guys, they're gonna do this, or at the very least, we're gonna do that, and already counter the problem ahead of time. And as you said, a bit of a mental warfare as well, right? HSG call a timeout when they're winning round in front of round 3 in a row, and Blizz go there, what are they doing, right? Why would they do this to us? And sure, they get to talk to their coach, Titan, who also joined recently. Well, he came from G2 over in Europe, so he brings his European experience as well.
Has to be a little bit of a moment for him as well right here, is, you know, given the circumstances of his previous job. He was an analyst. He wasn't the head coach. He didn't have to stand behind these guys and feel this pressure. And honestly, that we might have just cracked the code right there. That might be the moment where Callout's like, we got a lot of stress on their head top right now, and I just want to make it so much worse. Give him time to stew. Give him time to sit in it. And honestly, knowing Ashen, he was listening to what was going on. He was staring right at that bench. He was just staring at him.
Actually, so when we see a tactical timeout, the one big interesting thing, especially on defense, is the operator lineup. And we see such a stark contrast to what happened before. We said aggression, jump outs, Valcams. This is a Clash, Tubarao, Kaid Wamai, Warden. This screams, we're gonna sit in these 5 corners, we're gonna wait for the attack to come to us, we're gonna have so much utility to deny the walls, to hold those strong points on the map, and just again, play utility. So now Blizzard, they talked about how guys are jumping out, play Nomad. Well, they're not gonna jump out anymore. They're gonna do the opposite. They want Blizz to come to them now and change the pace. Not every team can do this, where you go fast, slow, but SSG, they're gonna show us that. Well, can they do it? We'll find out, but at least they have the right, train of thought here with what they want to achieve.
I can't wait for this conversation with Call Out after, because if this is exactly what we're talking about, that guy's a demon. Actually, that's
super
just
smart.
That's insane, right? It's truly incredible. Detected outdoors and Forrest, this is the beauty of Clash. He just gets to sit right here and be nothing but a nuisance.
Yeah, this is just annoying. And it's like, look at the lineup from the attackers. What can they do about the Clash? Okay, they have air taps from Nomad. If you walk into them, fair enough. And Sophia stuns. Outside of that, Clash is just going to be super frustrating to deal with. There's no kowtow. You can't cook those frag grenades any longer either. But you can still get grenade kill somehow. Brendo finds Faults despite what might be on the board. That was actually the white player himself. Bit of a puzzling situation there for SSG.
Yeah, unfortunate for Faults. I think him just getting fully whited there was really the biggest effect of that, especially given the fuse times of nades. When they bounce, it cuts it in half, so it's only 2 seconds. Makes it a little bit more difficult. Probably just didn't know exactly where his footing was, so it just made things a little bit messy. That is going to be the first kill going towards Bliss, though. But you can see SSG's strategy, at least at the heart, is working out well.
Oh, yeah.
Some nice kills here, and oh wow, we're gonna have a turn and burn from Forrest. You don't see this every day. He's gonna get the shield back out. Benji gets another kill, and he's gonna back off from Wettables. Wettables needs somebody else around him to be able to handle this. Forrest, what a decision there. I'm surprised that he stuck around so long, probably more than likely worried about this window player, and we're kind of selling the bag right now. Benji takes out one. They have to know he's on the flank, and oh my. Just to let y'all know as well, the bodies. Yeah. You were gonna say it.
Yeah, I was.
The bodies are client side, folks. So he probably didn't see that guy. And well, we know that the Bliss dude definitely saw him.
Oh, man. I gotta say they were well played by Blizz by not really getting stunned by what happened there. Things falling apart, getting flanked, etc. All so much chaos on the server. But the big question is Forrest on the Clash. Walks down way too aggressively with no one to assist him. And normally for a Clash, not the biggest problem. But because it happened on a staircase, you see right here, the feet are so much more exposed than usual because he's walking upwards and the players below him with much better vantage point towards those feet sees when that melee punch came through. That's the big issue. Forrest, you gotta play correct on the staircase, back it up and play with your team.
Yeah, 100%. And it was a big risk, especially with that Zofia down there. And you could see it definitely made Forrest antsy. He didn't really know what to do with that moment there, especially, with it being Zofia. Those concussions can come out. And the thing that I was going to say before, obviously, it all went very wrong, was that Zofia is going to need somebody around because she can't get that lifeline out, pop it, then get a gun out and kill her. It doesn't work that way.
And they knew the last player was on Solera Repel behind the Clash, so Sophia was not a threat whatsoever. And you can always just walk back up the staircase, look towards the window Repel, and the Sophia can't shoot you from below. Like, there was definitely 1 or 2 different ways that Forrest could have played that, but he chose the third option, which resulted in his death.
Yeah, absolutely. That's one of those things where it's strictly on timing. He didn't make the decision fast enough, and just very rough shot. And, well, this one not a very rough shot. Sage will be able to take down Ashen on a huge angle. Be able to take him out on that window play as he was trying to get a spawn kill in. Reaching charge out, or rather round, from the Ash of Oda. Will take out the castle barricade.
Ashen's death is caused by a lack of fear. If I'm spawn peek attempting and 15 seconds go by, I'm not standing in the window anymore. I'm running away because they got it figured out. Oh.
We're giving up the goods.
Yeah, we are. They're swinging individually now, right? They lost the first player. Now there's no discipline. Oh, guys, we got to figure something else out. Keep up the aggression.
Well, if you look at the strategy, they switched back to exactly what they were doing previously. Yeah. And the craziest thing is that they were very close to making a success story out of that last strategy. I think it just took the slightest adjustment, and this is the worst place to be in Rainbow Six. A full clear, you're in the portion of the building, the offense is completely wrapped around. Yeah. There's window angles, there's just absolutely everything in the kitchen sink getting thrown at you. And it's going to be down to Fultz at a 1 versus 5.
He's flanking!
He's on a flank.
No one on the side. Poor man.
Yeah. I mean, what do you do? What do you say?
Oh.
He's going to see the Monty, but the Monty's also going to see him.
He can't find anybody. That's the worst case scenario right now. You're flanking, the side is lost, your last man alive, there's a Monty in front of you? Nah.
I mean, this is the last round right here. Bliss is going to be able to tie things up. The SMG-12, I promise you guys, the recoil is that hard. It is the craziest gun to try and utilize, but he still is able to get the reins tucked in a bit. Get that under wraps and get that kill, but a 1 versus 4. If Fultz does this, it'll go down in history as one of the best plays in Rainbow Six Siege history, but we'll have to find out. Another kill here for Brendo.
Oh, what?
That flick. That's disgusting. Look at the smile on Colin's face. He's like, this kid's ridiculous.
Jesus. I mean, nice try, of course. Oda in chat said, nice roam.
Oh, man.
That was a good roam clear, I gotta say. But the thing is, the domino effect for SSG is very real. And I think it was first said on the disc before. SSG, they're very stuck on the paper. And what they want to do, yeah, I mean, it was 14 seconds to round action, right? What are you doing? But they have their paper that they follow. And when things kind of don't work out or they get a little bit impatient, things get very chaotic, and it's just kind of like discipline to follow through. In that round, the second Ashen died, they were dying to windows from faraway angles, running around the building, not fighting back, not having a setup. And it's just with the same issue as yesterday in those clutch moments where they make the wrong choice time and time again.
Yeah, it's one of those moments where it's like blood in the water and they're sharks, right? But it's their own blood. That's the biggest thing, right? They just whip up this dust storm. They just go into a full flurry of just jabs and everything. And it can most definitely be, causing irreparable damage to your setup, like you said. Yeah. These are things where you expect a team to, at a bare minimum, take it down at least a notch. When a situation like this happens, you don't want to try and go to the casino, like we were talking about earlier, and pull, that lever and be like, all right, are we going to roll all 7s here? Because there's a good chance that you're not going to.
That's the thing. I think they truly believe that they can just keep winning out in those gamble situations where Blizz, I would say they're a team with much more consistent fundamentals where they will play the paper, they follow the paper, and when you look at Blizz from like a top-down perspective with all the pieces in front of you, what they do makes sense. And when they fail, it makes sense. They can then figure out the problem, fix it for next time, and then play it better. Whereas for SSG, you go, well, that was a bad peak, that was a poor spawn peak, that was a poor decision. Okay, maybe try and do differently next time, but now you're not going to know the issue actually going to be on the execute. So I think Blizz expects slower gameplay, where they play much closer together. Maybe somebody like Oda individual, he might die alone somewhere, but the other 4 players very much likely are playing that 2-and-2 setup where they have a buddy each in the, across the map.
Yeah, and this is going to be Blizz's very first defense. We've now shifted gears here. What a find from J90. You had to be worried there for Forrest as soon as he got tagged up. I didn't think they had anything for the run out, but my God, man. Space Station Gaming all over Blizz on this offense so far.
But it made sense. A run out and a flank at the same time to keep SSG distracted. So again, what Blizz did, it makes perfect sense on paper, but SSG, they were ready. They were holding those angles. Well done for them, because they're thinking, nothing's really happening. They gotta strike at some point, right? Otherwise, we're okay waiting for that 20 seconds.
Wow.
That's Benja right there.
Yeah, yes indeed. That's a hallmark kill there from Benja. Is it gonna be a perfect round to start us off? Let's see. Impact over. They're gonna know that Wettables is around the space. He knows one's on the balcony. He wants the gunfight, but he gets tagged up. Can he get the kill? He can. He'll at least take that away from him. But Ashen, on one of the best angles you can utilize for the top floor, will catch him rotating back through the double door on this top area. That's going to be all she wrote. Space Station Gaming will get practically a flawless round for all intents and purposes on that first offense. The only team that has a timeout to stop this train is going to be Bliss. We'll see when they take it. It shouldn't be now, but to get back to the strategy conversation, I think this is something where we're seeing the offensive side play really good, really sound fundamental siege from both of these teams, right? It's the offense that's trying to exploit that, exploit the timings, exploit the positioning of how you would traditionally go through Chalet, but these teams are ready for it. Both of them respectfully. SSG, or rather Blizz, it took them a little bit a little bit longer on the offensive side to get warmed up to how SSG wanted to do things, but they still got there at the end of the day. They were still able to tie up that half. And now we're seeing a very similar story unfold in front of our eyes.
Chalet has kind of 2 ways to play out, which I guess technically every map does, but like either you go for the plant play and execution, or you play for kills, right? Very often in Chalet, I feel like we have like a 50-50 where some rounds, sure, they get defined very early on, you fight in the roam game, it falls apart, etc. You might not see the bombs all that often, but almost every single round so far from both sides on the attack, it's been early victory or early loss. Sure, Blizz, they got 2 plants in the end, but they got plants while being up like 4 versus 1, 5 versus 1. The round is over. No one is planting, and then the postman plays out, and you come out on top, and what is happening? Again, early defines so much here, from attack and defense. SSG did it. Blizz, they return the answer immediately.
No EMPs on the offense here. As for impacts, Twitch probably really the only option they had to try and get upstairs and deal with those electro claws.
Yeah.
And the nifty positions you usually see in the office as well. They throw one on the floor for the downstairs wall, and then they throw one up on the second beam in from the wall to be able to electrify that. Kaid's things extend out quite a ways. We also do this a lot on Oregon, RIP. No, this is the last event for that, and RIP Wettables. What a play from Fisho. That's exactly what you expect in a situation like this. You want to have that immediate trade. That's some beautiful siege.
That's best case scenario. You can say Wettables made a mistake, didn't break the glass on the window, couldn't hear the player outside because there's the glass on the windows, they stop sound propagation.
It's insulation.
Exactly. It's like insulation. If you break the glass, you hear what's on the other side. But there was an answer there. Fisher guy jumps out, trades it back, and again, as long as you have equal or man advantage on defense, you are usually in a very great position, especially against a shield player like the Blitz on Forest, because now you got those crossfires, you got more guns, they have C4s, but HG, they want to go right now.
And they have to. That's the biggest thing here. Force is going to have to make a quick decision. Nitro Cell, he'll flash him. He's got to knock him down, and he'll get it done. But an immediate response from Fisho again. Like Superman, he dashes in and saves him. That man is down in the corner. Fultz, I hate to say it, he had to be on rappel because there's no way he was just walking around the roof. I mean, come on. They need a supporting angle. They need you, Fultz. As Oda trying to work his way back into the office, trying to see if he can give any support. There's no way in hell that he gets Brendo off this floor. Does he even go for it? He tries to, and he actually ends up killing Brendo. Oh my goodness. It couldn't have gone worse.
I mean, I gotta say there, I think Benji couldn't have done that better.
Oh, disgusting.
He was in the office fighting 3 separate angles with a pistol of all things. It wasn't the primary. And I mean, sure, the injure happened. Probably, I think what happened was that the Blitz knocked down the Tuberau, and whoever killed the Blitz player from behind also injured his teammate during that animation. So I think it was a 2-for-1 basically. But I gotta say, SSG,
let's see it.
It comes down.
That's exactly it. Whoa, you're pretty good at this. You should play sometime.
Run it back. But I mean, Benjamaster making that individual play a couple rounds back on defense. It was J9O making that similar thing, shutting down the hold from the opposition. And this is when SG, they're at the best. When they have teamwork, sure, but they're playing 3 versus 5, they have to come in clutch, and they do just that in that round.
Yeah, and the biggest thing right now, especially for Bliss, is like these rounds have been like sometimes maybe a good, sometimes maybe a shit. It happens, whatever, right? But for Space Station Gaming, the biggest thing is right now is, guys, you gave them the keys to the castle.
Yeah.
Like we talked about the cars earlier, the Prius and the Ferrari. You gave them the keys to the vehicles, folks. This is exactly how SSG works. If you give them an edge, they're going to take a mile, because as soon as you see a smile on their faces, if you thought it was worse before, well, do I have news for you?
I mean, it's a bit puzzling that, you know, Forrest and Blitz get all the way into the default plan spot of Office and no one shuts him down before from Master Bedroom on Piano. Blizz were caught off guard in the one position tower actually there. Did have 2 C4s as well. One was used in the middle of the execute, but didn't really do anything against the Blitz. So Blizz, they had the tools, they had the options, but I don't think they had the right execution, or rather maybe foresight into what HG might be doing. And it might seem to be because the Forest hit that Blitz outside the building for so long. What is this?
Oda?
A good old...
Anybody? No way. Wettables. They're not going to make the same mistake twice, and Fultz hops over. They find one.
No.
Benjamaster, folks. Have they finally created the Matrix for this man to play around? It seems like it. He claims 3. He wants 4. And this man is absolutely disgusting. I can't believe it.
This is G2SI Benjamaster performance, where he finds himself out of nowhere in the middle of the map. And really, if you go way back to the Orbiter ban phase, right? It's like ban the Monty or ban the Dokkaebi. That's what HG utilized yesterday. That was a Dokkaebi call with Benja, no drone entering, getting 2 kills off the Dokkaebi call, a 3rd one with his gun skill, and a 4th there at the end with the pistol.
Yep.
That's just a very similar way where we have a great player, give him a bit of information, and somebody like Benja can just make miracles happen out of nowhere.
He practically spawned inside of the library hallway.
He was just there.
Yep, just like, you and I both were like, how are you, what?
Yeah, I was like, is that a defender? Oh, it's not. Okay, it's an attacker. Okay, my bad.
So insane.
And it's so frustrating because as Blizz, or as any team on defense there, you don't get to say, we've messed up our reinforcements, our site setup, the bomb set that we picked, our communication. No, you simply just got destroyed by an individual player and being caught off guard, not having those initial starting positions. One issue with playing operators like a Mute or a Mirror is that you have a lot of setup. Shotgun rotations, holes, mirror windows, new jammers, etc. And what can sometimes happen is you don't have the amount of time you need in curve phase to do everything. So you might be 10, 20 seconds late into the starting round.
Yep.
And if you do that previously, Benji will be inside of Library Hallway, ready to take a gunfight, and you've barely finished the setup. That's the issue. Starting positions are so important.
Man, setup players unite, man. Smoke players unite.
It's rough.
Oh, dude.
Castle, now, I mean, Castle before you could just like rip a barricade over a regular barricade. Oh man, you have to ask, you have to beg people, please open this window for me so I can cancel barricade faster.
Yeah, 100%.
Otherwise you gotta rip it down, put it back up. Oh.
Yeah, you thought 20 seconds of the round was bad. Try 40.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? You're in scrims like, you want me to do what?
Yeah, reinforce what? I cannot do that, my guy.
I can't. You're going to have to send somebody else because I can tell you, it can't be me.
Exactly that.
And Bliss, I mean, they're probably feeling very similar. They don't want this to be them right now, and they're trying everything in their power to make that come to fruition. Wettables is going to start them off, right? We'll take down Benji Master.
It's a good start, but look at this. As you see, they're fishing still. They're inside the middle of the map
man.
again. They have no idea.
Namir has no idea.
Look at the
She's
call.
clueless. She's literally clueless. And the camera distracts her long enough. And that's the beauty of good drone play. I'm not even lying to you. Those things are so distracting because people do not want you to know where they are. It's one of those things where when we talk about those PTSD moments in Siege where your body's just yelling at you to do something, that's one of those moments, and it has potentially won SSG the round. Ashen takes down Brendo. They still somehow think the site is a safe haven, and it clearly is not. Sage, it's just down to you.
No!
He's down to what? That was insane! Oh my goodness! Sage, what can you do here, man? Give it to us. Give us the business. No more calls for J90. We still have a camera that can be utilized, but they don't need it when you have an Ashen. He'll nip it in the bud, and they'll take Chalet.
Honestly, that is so well done from SSG, but I was actually fearing that they would have gaps on their gameplay, but it was Blizz that got abused instead.
Yeah, 100%. Disgusting stuff from Space Station. Now, I will say, the timeout did not work in the way that they wanted to on their defensive side, but they righted all of their wrongs on offense. They looked like a completely different creature when these sides swapped.
No, you're right. And I gotta say, yesterday's SSG did not wake up to play today. It was a different kind of team and a team that we expect more of. And I think Blizz, they could have done better. That was their map pick. I expected more from them. Some small mistakes, but ultimately, I think SSG came out so clutch in so many of those rounds.
Yeah, no, genuinely. It was pretty fantastic. And hey, guys, what's going on? Hey, what do you... Hold on, I got it. Just one sec.
Oh, yeah, I got a haircut.
You did what?
Yeah.
Where is your hair, man?
It just kind of...
You can't just do this to the audience. They have no idea. Oh my gosh.
I mean, we did the cold opening. That was like the intro segment. I thought, people are going to recognize that. It's just gone
You
now.
know people don't watch that.
Oh, come on. You and I recorded that all morning. They watched it. You guys watched it, right?
He did look pretty good. And honestly, guys, great head shape as well. I mean, we got to give this guy some praise. Make sure you guys are tweeting at Pangu and letting him know that he looks not only bald, but beautiful, okay? But as for the game and as to what the hell just happened there, Space Station Gaming looking very solid in comparison to yesterday.
No, they do.
Yeah, absolutely. So, we're going to send you guys down to the stage real quick with, I believe, Ian Chambers, one of my favorite human beings in the whole world. It's actually going to be Tristan and Ginny. On down to Ginny.
Thank you guys, Ginny here, and I'm joined with Tristan. We're gonna break this one down. The first map of the best of 3 between SSG and Blizz is done and dusted. Coming into this, we said Blizz was in a pretty good position. We said that SSG was probably gonna play maybe a little crazy, and I feel like that's exactly what we got.
Yeah, that's exactly what we got. That's why SSG have come out here, and I'm sure Fresh will speak about it on the telestration. They were crazy with how they played. You've seen it in the last round there. Ashen just walking into the bomb site. There's players all over around the rest of the map. They came out confident. They came out like a team who wanted to be better today than yesterday.
It felt like particularly 2 individual players were doing incredibly well this time around for SSG. It brings the question of how that's going to go further into this best of 3. But when we're looking at Blizz, I think they started off pretty strong, but then something just didn't click.
Yeah, I mean, after SSG's timeout as well, which was a weird one, seeing a team timeout 3-1 up as well, Blizz really came back into it. I think they had a couple of slower attacking rounds, which helped. They were sort of doing a default take onto Solar, for example. Things were a little bit more structured, and it really helped them. I think when we seen SSG dictate the pace of every round, though, it was really difficult. It was real difficult.
When it comes to bringing back that momentum for a team like Blizz and for the game that we've just seen them lose, what would you do from a coach's perspective?
as a coach's perspective, it differs. You need to know what's going to really pull on the emotional sort of heartstrings at that moment, right? Do we need to be more tactical? Do I need to really go at them? Or do I need to say, look, chill out, let's take our time, slow it down a little bit, and we'll be all right? I think for them in this situation, when Bliss could slow a round down, I thought they were really good. They looked solid. The fundamentals were there when they slowed things down, but SSG just did not let them.
No, and when it comes to the next map then, from the side of Blitz, you're expecting them to slow things down, but we're also saying that based off the fact that SSG will give them the breathing space to do so. That's not necessarily going to be the case.
No, definitely not. And especially now it's SSG's map pick coming up as well, Border. Border is a crazy, crazy map. I think it's they've picked this for the right reasons today. They've picked it against the right team at the right time. And like you say, when you have Ashen and Benja on your team, like for me as a coach, you have such an impact, right? But also when you're Ashen or when you're Benja, you have a real impact.
Yeah, and they were online on the server for this first game, so I'm looking forward towards the second one. But heading into the series particularly, you and Fresh were more leaning towards Bliss's side of things and how that was actually going to be the team that's coming out on top. What was it that they brought yesterday that might not have necessarily been shown yet today?
So for me, I kind of played villain a little bit. I said SSG, but I do love Bliss as well. I love these guys, how they play. I think the difference yesterday was probably they've come up against a team today who's not nervous because it's not day one anymore. SSG have come out firing, and also these guys, it's not just that they've got one world champion either. There's faults on this roster too. We've barely even spoken about him. Like, this is a roster with a wealth of experience, a wealth of energy, and it's going to be tough for Bliss. It is going to be tough for Bliss. They, like I say, they have to slow it down, but how do you slow down one of the fastest maps in the game?
I don't know, you tell me, how would you slow it down?
For me, I think we saw a couple good examples of it with Wettables onto, I can't remember who it was, but he peeked them out of the bathroom window. I think it was Ashen. He was there as the vigil for like 15 seconds into the round. Just take that 10, 15 seconds, start the round. If they give you a little pick for free, happy days. And you know SSG are going to do that as well. They will 100% be peeking out into spawn on this map. So
you would like to stick to your prediction of SSG, or would you want to swap it?
For me, I'm staying SSG here. I think if it goes to Cafe, that's when it's interesting. A lot of repels on that map, a lot of slow gameplay, a lot of util burn on that map. But Border, I can't look past SSG right now.
All right, well, stick around, guys, and find out who will be the one taking away Border. We're going to be throwing it to a quick little break, and we'll be back shortly, so make sure you stick around.
set, go.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
I think the biggest advantage, especially for the teams that have to travel a lot, is we kind of got used to the schedule because it's a pretty much 180 flip from the U.S. at least. So I think that's the big thing, is getting used to that sleep schedule and making sure that clock's good so we have full energy throughout the day, regardless of what time we play. And then outside of the sleep schedule stuff, it's kind of just been, you know, experiencing Riyadh and the whole Esports World Cup just venue. It's like, can't really explain it, I feel like, to somebody that hasn't been there. It's almost like, you know, just a big Disney World for esports. Like, the place is absolutely massive and everything's nice. You know, the people are nice. It's super cool to just be here and experience that alone. Like, you know, whatever the result we get to come out with in the big picture, it is super cool to even be here and experience those types of things. To kind of make up for our lackluster performances in our past majors, we have gotten rid of Iconic, which, not to say he was the issue, I just don't think he was great for our system and our team. We picked up Benjamin Master, who was previously on G2, and they're very different players, so our team dynamic has changed quite a bit. Like, Iconic was a very vocal player, Benja's very quiet, but he's a fragger. So that's like, internally we've changed that, and I think that's helped us a lot because we already have a lot of vocal players. So us losing a vocal player really wasn't a big deal. We have a lot of players that kind of picked that up, and you know, we got some extra fragging potential with that. And then outside of the game, I mean, we do a lot outside of the server to kind of make sure we are the team we want to be. You know, whether that's meditating before games, going to the gym together, eating together, pretty much doing everything together, just kind of build that team chemistry as fast as we can, since we did lose one player. Even previously, we were probably, if you asked, one of the more aggressive teams, at least in NA, and I think the addition of him has probably even amplified that a little bit more. So that is a good thing, and just because with the current meta of Siege, it's good to be aggressive and it's good to catch people off guard, and I think he's helped out a lot with that. So Ashen's a player that, like, you need a player like Ashen on a team to be successful. You need a guy that's the vibes guy, bringing the energy up, so that way, you know, even when you're losing, he's not like a player that's only loud when he's winning. Even when we're losing, you know, he's in our ear telling us, you know, why are we quiet, and getting on our case, which is great, and it can be momentumous when you're winning, and then even when you're losing, it's, like I said, it's good to have that because it makes you not fall behind, and, you know, the vibes don't get too low with a guy like that. So it is also contagious in that sense. So it's very, very, very good. I started my career more of as like an entry fragger, and I was kind of more like Benja. Like, I didn't have to say too much in the server. I had a lot of leaders around me, and I think I'm on like my 5th year of competing at this point, so I've slowly had to adapt and change, and I've landed finally where I'm at now, which is I'm full in-game leader for SSG now, and on that more of support role. So a lot of my value nowadays is you know, vocally in the server and being a leader for my teammates and kind of directing the rounds, where as previously it was kind of just to go kill. So it's changed quite a bit. I was very shocked after the last patch notes were released that shields weren't changed, because they are insanely busted right now. I would be curious, I don't know what the ban rates are, but I guarantee they're high, and for a good reason. So it's not very fun to play against, and it doesn't take much skill, so I personally am like not a fan at all. A lot of times we practice not just to win the scrimmage, it's a lot of focusing on playing how we want to play the game, which is, you know, aggressive, making sure our comms are clean and we're glued together. And I think as long as we do what we need to do to play like we want to play, if we get beat playing how we want to play, I don't think anybody's going to go home, you know, with their head tucked. So that's really the only expectation that we have.
Welcome back to the EWC stage here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. You're joining us for the lower bracket semifinals, where we saw Space Station already take a map off of Bliss on Chalet. My name is Stokes. I'm joined by Pangu, as per usual here for EWC, and we're going to be jumping into Border.
Yeah, and if you thought Chalet is going to be, you know, it was chaotic and it's going to be craziness happening, Border is that what you expect that to be the case. So I actually think that my own prediction has also shifted, just like some other people maybe as well. I was thinking Blizz is going to have this one before we started. With how Chalet went and how Border typically plays out, I am starting to slowly favor SSG here. And you and I, Samuel, we spoke about the upper band expectations before this. We're thinking, okay, maybe a Dokkaebi or a Shield band coming out from the side of Blizz. That's not going to be the case. Twitch, a target ban, and Deimos, the same thing being answered back by Space Station. So a lot of these powerful operators will be kept open for this second map as well.
Yeah, this is honestly insane, especially because SSG starting off on offense. Yeah. And one of the things that I have in my nightmares as a Siege player is Forrest having access to any shield, specifically on border, just because it's pretty easy to approach a lot of these bomb sites and get quick access, especially with the fact that both of the shielders can sprint now. So pretty different. We're going to get rid of the Valkyrie and the Fenrir here on defense. Fenrir has suffered some nerfs, but still a damn good operator.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about the Monster, like I said, it simplifies how you attack pretty much every single map, but it's really border that has so many long lines of sight, similar to the Chalet. And we saw Melusi last time being banned out, this time Fenrir. And nowadays with the changes, I think they're very much the same operator. Both have secondary shotgun. The gadget does about the same thing, gives you a bit of intel, slows down on near sides the attackers, of course. And I think it makes sense for either team to say, you know what, when we're on the attacking side, we're able to see go into the building, or not be slowed down by Benji, for example. So I like these operator bans, but again, Door could be open, Lion open, shields are open. If you're on attack, you're having a damn good time.
Oh yeah, 100%. And the craziest thing about this is that this is SSG's map pick, and Bliss picked defense on border.
Yeah.
That's a little bit rough.
Yeah.
You were part of G2 at one moment in time. I think you might have to have a discussion with Titan after this.
I think that a comeback story is so much sweeter than just an outright brutal, dominant victory. And if you want to be a storytelling team, why not go down, I don't know, 0-5 on border defense, and then just make a comeback all the way on the attacking side and just swoop those 6 rounds in a row. That's what they're aiming for. They're aiming for the story.
If you get this right, I mean, that bald head is giving you some good luck or something, man. That's something crazy.
That would be crazy, actually.
Absolutely.
I mean, I think border defense, we're expecting we're talking like 2-4-3-3. But if you win majority rounds on border defense, you are killing it. And we're not expecting it, but it can happen, of course. It comes down again to execution. SG and Chalet, they always found the gaps. I want to see Bliss now tighten up their defense here, play close together, and not lose out in those kind of wonky ways like they do just here again.
Oh, Wetables.
Tighten it up, boys.
Yeah, we can't be given, especially Benja, opportunities like that.
Him and Ashen, you give that to them, they will have no respect for you. They will run you over in a couple rounds.
Yeah, you're just stepping right in front of a Ford, F-150. That's all you're doing. And we're going to have the Legion here. He's been marked out. Ashen, the patience of a saint. He doesn't sprint. He doesn't do anything. In the common day, that's how you want to try and operate. Oda will be able to take him down. Almost the immediate trade, but on a dime, Oda dust faults.
But again, Bliss, they've shown there's gaps in the defense. The fact that Ashen walks in like that, and Oda just barely gets a 2Ks again.
Oh my.
No one's watching the camera.
Oh my. This is absolutely insane, but it's going to be immediately traded out by Brendo. And you said it was going to be chaotic, Nick. But I don't think anybody expected this off rip. We're only a minute and 15 seconds into this round. It's down to a 2 versus 2. Brendo, lower on HP. Still some drone game to be had here for Forrest and Benja as well. But those are more than likely already set up. And we're already going to have SSG members dedicated to those. You can see Ashen operating one of those drones right now. And he's actually flicking back and forth in between them. Just trying to make sure he gets the maximum amount of efficiency out of this scenario. We're still going to have that man here in the main hallway. They have nothing as of right now to try and deal with this mirror window, and well, the strat's pretty obvious, isn't it? We're probably going to get a push in here from Break. This gunfight's going to be very important up here against Oda, especially trying to suss him out. There's going to be a hard shot for Benja, but one of the best in the business when it comes down to it. And after that, you assume it's going to be a push-up metal from Forrest.
Yeah, it's awkward because both defenders and attackers are very much isolated. No one can really help one another. Of course, attackers make the first move. Benja with the skeleton geek. Open up any softball right now. Maybe find a gap somewhere. Could go off his side. The issue's Forrest is stuck on middle staircase. He can't move a whole lot right now, so Benja has to make the move first or force Bliss to move themselves.
And they're going to rush right inside of the Mira area here for Fountain. A nice cut from Forrest. I don't know if they know that both are in the area, but a nice shot from Oda. And he's got a beautiful crossfire here for Fountain. It's down to the GOAT of Chalet, Benja Master, to try and master this situation, bring it to Neil, and we'll see what he can do. A nice shot. He tries to transfer. He knows what the last one is now. Creates some new angles, and by a pixel, he will lose that round. It rested on a knife's edge, and you can see the relief in Titan's face.
I mean, that's such a close eye. Honestly, I think if SSG, they slowed down their attack there for maybe a second, I think they could have stabilized in that 3 versus 3 or 4 versus 3 situation, because they get their initial pick off individual playstyle right now, where they're just fishing for some damage, right? So Benji getting that vertical kill, Ashen at second, this is great, but Ashen, he overheats. Gumine walks into this room of security, is hit by Lucan in the room, and dies to Oda. Then you see here again, Jaina No walks in alone, gets traded right after. SSG had a man advantage multiple times in that round, and they kept giving it away, trading, you know, getting 1 kill, but losing 2 members, so a negative trade for them, and ultimately they lost the map as well.
Yeah, SSG likes to cook. They really do. And that's the big thing, right? But sometimes you can overcook it. Yeah. I tell, whenever, this is just my stack that I play with, but genuinely, Nick, when it gets to moments like this, I literally go, guys, don't overcook it. Just yo, chill. Because this is how sometimes it can go. All the way on the bottom of the barrel level, all the way up to pro play. Somebody even like Ashen can get screwed over by simply stepping into Gumine and being like, I can't move properly. I'm a little worried about people taking these angles with me because they know I have to go through an animation to get this out of my ankle.
Yeah, I mean, a good stew takes time.
Yep.
Right? You just gotta let it brew. So, I like what I saw from both teams in the opening round.
I like that.
Oda individually, of course, stepped up massively, getting like a 4K in the round, if not mistaken. But I want to see SG, again, if you get that opening pick, that's what most teams struggle with. We talk about, oh, they get the opening pick half the time. That's one stat. What about the conversion rate? What I'm saying is, how often can you turn an opening kill into a round victory? If SSG they get the opening pick every single round, only win half of those rounds, that's poorly done. Because once you get that 5v4 or the 4v3, you gotta keep on to it, play the numbers advantage, and trade your bodies equally, because then you'll face yourself in a 1 versus 0, which means you win the round.
Yeah, if you thought man advantage was a big deal in something like, you know, Counter-Strike or COD, it is so much more important. And that's a really, really big deal. You know what I mean? Like these things are things that you really want to concern yourself with. You want to make sure that you're going about things in a proper manner and trying to keep those bodies up. Because like you were talking about, we're on Chalet, when you start losing guns, it can really deal some serious damage to your squad. Ashen's going to move in. He'll take down 1. It's completely caught off stage now. I think they might have a rotate there for the triple wall that he was paying attention to. But Fish Show, just like we saw him on Piano in that round that he almost was able to sweep under the rug, he'll be there to save the day.
This push from SG is very simple, actually. They want to take Taylor side that you see right now, take bathroom, walk into the bomb site and start planting, but they need to clear top floor first. That's what happened successfully.
Nice little kill there from Benjet. That's exactly what we expect out of him. Nothing we haven't seen before, even in some of these more highlight moments. Minute 19 seconds remain. Bliss has done a good job of trying to force SSG to extend this timer and really respect the way that they're trying to hold on to this map. And Forrest, along with Folds, they've taken practically full control of this top floor. Yes, indeed, everybody has abandoned ship. They also have that phone down inside of office, so they're going to have intel readily available to them as well.
Yeah, once they know the archive is clear upstairs, they know they can go for a side execute. They're going to leave 1 player likely upstairs, watch that hash inside of archives, 3 players from the attack inside, go downstairs to help Benja Master establish a plan. That was the goal the entire time, but that single mute jammer inside of archives wall has stalled them out for over a full minute right now, and there we see it. Get the flank cam set up. Jaina No probably going to stay above, hold the verticality, rotate the other players downstairs, and establish that plan that I was put off earlier. They got 30 seconds to work with. Still getting an intel. They have 1 go at this. They got to make it perfect. That's why they're taking every single second they can right now before they go for that execute.
Oh man, and you know it's rough, not only when Capcans take out probably your star player in this game, but also when Fultz has to use Selmas on the ground to try and break up this flooring. They're going to have to try and make a play, and it has to come right now. A 3 versus 2, down to a 2 versus 1. The kills might be the option, might be the answer. Fultz has got to get this Gumine out of his foot so that he can plant. He didn't see that man over to his side, but it's Forrest that follows through with the EBR.
Another captain try went off, by the way, almost took out both members of SSG, so it comes all the way down to the last second. And
Such a good dad.
Yes. Take your son to watch Esports Day.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. He's handling his business on his phone. He's got his drink in hand. Yeah. Got the Bluetooth piece in.
Kids happy watching the game. You know, everybody's winning.
Yeah, 5-star dad right there.
That it is. I love seeing family support as well. Whenever you go to like events and tournaments and you have like a young kid with their parent, mother, or father with them, and you go, oh, you know, I don't really get this game, but my son or my daughter likes it, so I'm just here for them. I love that, you know?
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, one of my favorite, crowds of all time was actually at Charlotte, where we had multiple family members from Astralis out at the front, popping off, man. It was so much fun. And not only that, but also, I mean, with that, you just had so many moments where they were very impactful. You know, you want to turn up when your family's there, man.
Yeah.
It's a really big deal.
I mean, I also almost want to say that for some players, it might be more difficult to play when your family is there, because yeah, you're getting family support, that's great, but the pressure to impress, the pressure to show up in front of them, you know, that
Look what I do.
take a toll.
Yeah.
This is my world, this is what I do, this is what I'm good at, this is what I love, and your family's there and you go, I can't disappoint them right now because they made the effort to be here for me. I gotta make it worth it for them now.
Yeah, and opposite story to the one that I just told. If you remember at the Atlanta Major, SSG got knocked out with Iconic in the lineup, and Iconic's entire family was at that event. They were so ready for him to hit that main stage, and they didn't make it.
Yeah, that's tough.
It happens, man. It really does.
You got to look in those things before you know you qualify.
Yeah, fortunately, they weren't too far from home, but still, the point still stands. That's a really big thing, and in that moment, I had never felt for Iconic more. That had definitely had to be a really rough thing to have on your shoulders there for an extended period of time. But into round 3 we go, and Benja, just like a snake in the grass, man. He's just slithering his way up towards this site. Brendo's going to take down Ashen in what feels like a completely different zip code, as we're still doing reconstructive surgery on the top floor.
If Benji gets the kills out of bathroom, that's going to create so much chaos for Blitz, so he has to choose the right moment, make that rotate happen, and walk through the one that's already made, because the thing is, Blitz have no ideas inside of workshop right now.
Yeah, that's why he's playing this so patient. He wants to see if Space Station can kind of build up around him. And did he see him? He didn't, but he's still going to go down. Fisho's playing perfectly inside of this corner. Be able to take out, once again, that majorly impactful player of Space Station Gaming. Fultz doing his due diligence on this top floor, but he's going to bump into a Goom Mine, and things have gotten just a little bit rougher here. Hops inside of Mini. Not really much to do about that. A Nitro Cell almost claims Forest. 8 HP left. A nice shot out of Forest, though. Will take down one, and Fultz, fortunately enough, will miss. He almost takes down Forest. J9O making nothing out of, rather something out of nothing. He will get taken down by Sage, though, as he will quickly ascend up the stairwell. A drop in. Fisho's over in the corner, and this is more than likely going to be it for SSG in this round. Unless Fultz has something to say about it. We saw him hit some crazy shots in a clutch moment the last map.
Anything is possible, and at the very least right now, SG can talk if they want to about what went wrong in that round and what could they have done differently. But honestly, I think Blaze did such a good job at playing vertically with the C4s, rotating around the map, and not having any gaps, because Benjamin, yeah, he got through the rotate, but immediately died right after.
And I think that that's the big thing there, Nick. I think they put everything into the bag of Benja there because he got such solid positioning. Yeah. And they're like, all right, well, we have to work with this piece that we've been gifted.
Absolutely.
But it went immediately sideways as soon as they tried to use any pressure with it.
But it was a good attempt, I think. It was the right play. I think they did it well. Verticality, oh, that's a nasty angle. But 20 seconds left, 1v2 of Fultz. It is possible, but difficult.
Yeah, 100%. You can see Bliss. They're playing this right, folks. When you're in a situation like this, the biggest thing you can do is overcompensate and think that you can take your own ones. You don't want to do that. You want the crosses to be there, and oh my goodness gracious. Once again, a pixel separates Space Station Gaming from winning that round. If that first bullet's out of Fultz's gun hits properly, the round is Space Station's. Wow.
Just goes to show how close it really is, and you can never count out SSG because they have so many players now. And I don't want to speak negatively of Iconic, but he had a tough season.
Yes.
Right? Individually, on the scoreboard, it was then
even
officialized.
Physically, remember he had that whole wrist issue.
We didn't know that at the time, but afterwards he said that he had an issue with his wrist that was actually like creating an enormous amount of pain when he was playing the game. That's why he couldn't shoot straight. So when you make that change from Iconic to Benja, you get even more firepower. In the meantime, of course, Iconic can get surgery, he can recover, he can rest, and come back onto the horse maybe next stage, or at least hopefully in the near future.
Yeah, he got like Gamer's Tommy John, essentially. Like his wrist just got completely screwed. And for those of you that don't know, that's a baseball injury that happens for pitchers in their elbow, like all the time. It's like the #1 injury. Yeah, really, really big deal, and a big deal for Iconic, obviously. I mean, you don't want a cyst growing inside of your wrist.
No,
not exactly the greatest feeling. Yep, and especially because, I mean, we followed this man for a long time, Nick. That guy is extremely talented. Yeah. So you could just imagine what that did to his mental in that moment, knowing that he was practically being restricted by his own body.
Yeah, I think he'll recover. I think he'll get over it. I hope for his sake that, just like in regular sports, an injury in itself is not the end of the world.
No.
But if the injury lasts for 2 years, that is half your entire career in esports sometimes.
Yeah.
That's too long of a time. But if you take 1 season off, 3, 6 months, whatever, you can come back and still be a top gamer. So hopefully for him, it'll be a quick recovery.
Yeah, 100%. A lot of love for that guy, and a lot of love from the community for him as well. Into round 4 we go now. Benja looking for a solid position downstairs again, but obviously not the same bomb site. This time he's going to be tearing things up from beneath, but he doesn't want to activate this too quickly. He's found some hatches. Has he found a kill? The timing just not working out for him, as Fish will rotate away from said rotate at a moment's notice.
The thing about Benji's playstyle right now is that when you don't know what to expect and you don't know how to feel it out, you're going to get surprised by it. But now he's done it on Chalet, and now also for the first 4 rounds in a row here on Border. Blitz are going to start figuring out that... Okay, they're not figuring out apparently. I was like, they should start figuring out that this is Benji's playstyle. He's fishing for these openings, and they keep giving it to him as well.
And some shots will not land from Brendo. Maybe just a singular one into a shin or something like that, but the goo mine dealing a decent amount of damage. And now Space Station, instead of immediately kicking up this dust storm, instead they're taking their time. And oh my,
timing.
You're talking about timing, man.
What?
There's a perfect example right there. And Benja tearing away all of the cover from underneath these Bliss players. He knows somebody has to be coming down east, and it's like this guy has the script sitting right in front of him.
No one's even watching drones versus G. Oh, actually, now Jenna knows, but like, this is Benja feeling out the pacing of the map right now, saying, Blizz can make this move on me right now. I'm exposed. I'm ready for it.
Hey, there's some things that the preacher can't preach, and there's some things the teacher can't teach, and that's it right there, man.
That is it.
Yeah,
that's
it's
intuition and feeling the server.
Yep, that's one of those things where you're like, this is just how much time this guy's put into this game and his passion for it, and it's truly incredible. Gonna get rid of the Claymore, but they're also gonna know that Oda's over on top east now, and this might be irreparable in a moment.
The thing is now for Blizz, they have to lash out. Like, the side's not going to hold in the 3 versus 5 with also Wittables and now like 39 HP. So they got to look for engagements right now, but as you see, they're ready. They're about to execute.
There it is, J9 with a nice shot. They're flirting with the plant. Fultz, I think, is trying to get this handled, and the last mate is going to be here inside of Archive, and it's a flawless round for Space Station. And that is what perfection looks like on Border. You get that player in down low to abuse the verticality. You get that nice initial pick just off of patience. A little bit of play over on that wall, just to flirt enough to get the Legion to rotate back. All of it there for Space Station Gaming. You guys heard Fultz and that little stinger that we had. It's all about the communication, man. We like to play fast, we like to play aggressive, and we need good communication.
That's the one. And also to give props to SSG, they've actually slowed down that round. They got an early pick from Benjamin downstairs that was uncontested right there. Second pick as well. And instead of heating up and going aggressively into something, they did verticality, they rotated over, they got onto the balcony to hold that deep line of sent towards the bomb side, and they actually said, okay, we got the lead, all we gotta do now is play a clean round of Siege. They started planting, they hear C4 rip, they don't stick it in a desperate attempt. They go off it, they shoot the C4 midair, then they plant again. That is SSG saying, okay, we're respecting Bliss now so that we don't throw those rounds that they actually should have won earlier.
Yeah, this, you know, that's one of those rounds that it really looks like Alamau at his max capacity IGLing, right? Where you just have this crazy upfront assault. You get those big kills, and then just for about 30 seconds, there's just nothing. Then the defense is like, oh my god, what do we do? And they just get all of these kills off of these random swings that we see coming out of the defense because they're trying to react. They're trying to get something for themselves. Exactly. Especially on a map like Border. I mean, you said it perfect. This is one of those maps where if it's a 3 versus 5, your side is screwed, man. There's no chance that you can do.
No, it really is like that. It's like that, and Coastline plays out very similar.
Oh, yeah, you would know all about that, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I mean, you fight for map control, you fight for bombs, you're just fighting all the goddamn time, and it's very tiring, honestly, as a player, I think, because let's say you're having a bad game. Okay, in Clubhouse, you can breach walls, you can drone your entries, and while you can drone entry for Ashen there on Border, you gotta hit your shots. Ashen does that, he's 3-3 so far. It has been Benja and Jnano on both the first and second map here, doing most of that fragging with Ashen on the first map as well.
And you're gonna continue to see more and more of this coming out from the drones because Solus has lost a lot of her snuff, man. The biggest thing about Solus was the fact that she could activate her ability during prep phase and completely steal the prep phase away from the offense. You practically couldn't do anything. In fact, for a long time, I would legitimately just tell my friends, I'm like, hey, don't drone. I will go find the bomb site and my drone will get destroyed and then we'll have 9 drones. It's perfectly fine.
I mean, you know, drone time is phone time. That's what they say. And it used to be that we hated people for being AFK on their phones, but when Solus existed, you kind of had to.
This is a big moment, huge moment here for Bliss, something that could irreparably change how this map turns out. They've taken away Benjamaster from SSG very early on into round 5. Everything's tied up right now. Bliss desperately want this round.
Got the pulse, of course, working downstairs, but as is the IQ above, and so they got good old counterplay by Weddibos. He finds one more onto Foltz now, and this is again, Blades are fighting back, seeking those gunfights, and now with the numbers advantage, they're gonna fall back and play closer together. They have Sage and Oda on the roam, they have Weddibos and Fisher Guy closer-ish towards the bomb side, but this is not great.
There it is. Some nice shots of the 5.52 Commando will take down one. A double kill here for Ashen, and they've equalized. No more calls for Forest, but they don't really need them at the current moment. They've found some space inside of this site. We're going to have J9O creeping his way across here. Some nice shots out of Forest, and a follow-through. So much damage out of this Cammers. This thing is brutal to fight against. Any DMR, honestly, brutal to fight against. A smoke out to try and break things up.
No!
And oh no, that might be the biggest issue with this entire round, as Sage, he might have just sold it from inside of Customs. Really not much to do now. So many bodies for SSG, and that ugly monster that Pengu was talking about previously about these sites and how things can go. It's going to go the exact way that you wrote it down, my friend. He's going to get gunned down inside of the site on a long angle, and this time with a DMR.
You know, the worst part about that was that SSG never had case control since that 3v3. It was upstairs, I think, in the 90 hallway or something like that, and they didn't even try and pick it back up. They said, 3-on-1? Let's just hit the side. He's gotta be somewhere here. So again, Blaze actually had a very good advantage in the server in this round, but I don't know if they knew that they had case control. Right there, that's case control. They had that since, what, 2 minutes left in the round, and they had numbers advantage, and they fall apart, playing so far apart, they're roaming inside. Customs, of Telos right there, with one guy on the side, again, with no intel to work with. SSG, they just walk on in, past cameras, because Dokkaebi can enable your team to not care about intel.
Yeah, 100%. And that's the craziest thing about that operator. Unless you're standing on top of a mute jammer, everything is gone. Falcam's gone, Evil Eyes, Yokais. That used to not be a thing for some of our newer Siege players. Echo was the only character that could still use his cameras, and even that's gone. She is indomitable when she is used properly on offense, especially with a team that is pretty fancy with the sauce at the end of the day. They really, really like their aggressive tendencies, and that's an operator that is a catalyst for that.
We speak about aggression, we talk about, you know, intrigue, and now we're seeing a Zero come into play. Now, Zero as an operator is very unique and interesting because North America as a region, domestically, is one of the only regions that plays Zero at a, you know, I would say a decent play rate. It's typically on like Bang, on Chalet, we see this operator being played out. Now we're seeing on Border yourself from J9O, and of course what you can get is a lot of intel with those Zero cams, because you can shoot them out of your gun anywhere on the map basically, and they give you a ton of utility with those 4 different pieces of intel. But it also means that if you're going to utilize it, you gotta shoot them out and have a guy constantly flip between those different cameras, because if you're not actually watching them, they're not gonna tell you anything. So as you see right now, might be slowing things down, setting things up for later execute. Got the Ying for the bomb side, they got the Dokkaebi for the roam clear, and what they want here might just be a 5v5 or that 4v4 brawl later in that round.
I love this setup. I love this, especially with the Zero. Zero is one of the operators, at least in North America, that, especially when Fox was at the helm, we saw this operator all the time. Fox really has an appreciation for Zero, specifically on Chalet, which is probably one of his best maps, honestly. But Border, definitely a close second, I would say. This map, if you can get any insight at all, you can deal some very serious death blows. What an angle from Foltz. Quickly refrags onto that situation. And knows one's over on the top of East. This AK-12 guy's one of the most damning ARs in the whole game. And not only that, but they gave it to Ace. Oh my! Benja, he'll take down Fisho as he's looking towards the sky. Oh my goodness! How does that happen? Benja gets 2. I feel like I'm gonna lose my voice in the first damn game of the day. Brendo, it's all up to you. Nice South Korean lady's giving you a phone call. He won't answer. In fact, he's going to gun her down instead. And Foltz, well, he's probably going to be successful in this plan.
Oh my god, I mean, you gotta go for the just sprint on it. He has no information! He does not know where the attacker's playing from whatsoever.
This is so rough. And it's going to be Benja to seal this deal. 4-2 from the offensive perspective. And looking at things from our previous major, the Manchester major, Border had a 53% win rate on attack and a 46% defensive win rate. So SSG's won the day.
Yeah, I mean, this right here, they lose the Ying early, and you think, okay, that's actually done for. But the same issue appears again and again. Blizz do not have information. That Dokkaebi phone call goes out, and then you're thinking, what's gonna happen? Well, of course, SSG will just walk towards the bottom side. They'll find those picks for free, while also get those red pink drones out at the same moment. And I'm so surprised, and a little bit disappointed actually, that Blizz did not ban Dokkaebi on the first map, but also especially after getting destroyed by Dokkaebi the first time around, why not ban it here on border, right? Twitch ban. What's that done for you?
Yeah.
Okay, they want to play mirror, great, but the mirror doesn't matter if no defenders are alive.
Yeah.
The mirror windows have not had much of an effect almost any of these rounds at all.
Yeah.
So, bit of a worrisome situation, and Blitz can't change it now, but Sideswipe, of course, comes into action now, right? The first 6 rounds are played, Blitz goes to the attack, they too can play Dokkaebi themselves, which, for the moment right now, they're not hovering that operator. They're hovering Zero, Lion, Grimace, those powerful operators, and they like Yuto because they're not changing it. Flores and Ashe as well can deal with the mirror windows and soft utility, so they're not even gonna play the Dokkaebi and ban it out.
No, it's really rough. It's really rough right now. And you know, the thing is that like, especially for Bliss on their defensive end.
This is why Zero is great. From spawn, boop, that
all the way
sees
up,
all of office.
All the way up in the dome,
That's
huh?
so good.
Oh man.
So good.
I still remember people playing Taco. I don't know what you guys called it on your team. That little one single wall there that you'd bounce grenades off of to kill the guy over sitting inside the office.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's the only thing I ever used Dome for.
You call that Taco?
Yeah. We called it Taco Sandwich.
Okay.
Suicide. Yeah, we called it a bunch of things.
We call it Ninja.
Ninja, that's a good one as well. I think NA pros call it Canadian, and then he was like, I don't even remember playing in that position. Why do you call it Canadian? Which is just absolutely hilarious, and also so on par for Troy. It's just, he's done so many things in this game. He's like, man, I don't remember that. Like,
there's always the White Staircase in Oregon, you know?
He definitely doesn't forget that one. I know that one for a fact. I think every chance anybody gets, they always mention that.
Such a good joke.
Yeah, he's probably so tired of that though. He's like, guys, we're so far removed from that. Please, like, that Empire roster is completely different. You know what I mean? Yeah, but I mean, back to what we were talking about previously, just really quickly on these mirror windows. Mirror's good on every single map. I will never take that away from her. She is a very, very good operator, but Border is one of the maps where you can exploit her the most.
Absolutely.
And it's really because a lot of the setup pertains to direct access from outside. You saw the mirror setups from Bliss across the board. We had the one upstairs facing out towards Break. We had the one over inside of Mini Office facing out towards Box Wall, stuff like that. And this is stuff that SSG can easily grab a hold of, especially with proper utility, and completely circumnavigate.
The question is, though, will the mirror windows matter again for this size up? Because you can go below the verticality. Those Ash Breach rounds also count the mirror. This chats them, but look at this again. They find their way in. They find the gap, a window. Oh, there's a red ping. They know.
Yep.
Just like SSG, they isolate the player, get an opening pick, and just now they gotta stall it out. They only have 60 seconds though, so while they gotta go slow, they gotta also go fast at some point because time is slipping away.
Yeah, most definitely. And you can probably already see the line of thought that SSG will have if this does not work out for them on the roam. Wow, what a shot from Fischl. It'll be the double for him to start things off up against SSG. And Brendo to continue this pain train. J90 will finally deal some damage to him. Another angle working its way in. And there's no way he gets away with this, does he? He won't. Letables will be able to take him down. And now it's a 1 versus 4 for Forest. Does have a Nitro Cell still. Does have some potential in shutting down this plant, but that man is so far away. That Nitro Cell not going to do much. They now know he's downstairs. He'll try and clamber his way up Metal, and it should be dead immediately. And he will be. Wetables will actually drop down the mini hatch and take him out from the bottom of Metal instead. What a great start for Bliss. But as back to the roam game that we were talking about with Mute down there, honestly, if we continue to see the lineup that we're seeing right now from Bliss, you can 100% expect a Vigil to get thrown in here.
Oh, I can see that for sure. And I think the first 2 rounds on Border, it's all about feeling out your opponent. You know, SG, yeah, they've attacked for 6 rounds, but now they're defending. How is Blizz gonna play this out? Because if you're expecting to be like fundamental and slow and very strategical, you can play this kind of kilo-A defense where you play the mirror windows and you set up your utility and you just answer them back 1-to-1. But if Blizz start doing what SSG were doing, where you play around the map very dynamically, you hunt those isolated roamers, and you just play for kills, well, SSG will have to change their strategic approach right now in these coming rounds. So that first round, not a huge issue, but this upcoming one, that's gonna be the final nail in the coffin. If Blizz can again exploit those gaps, SG, they gotta be the ones to make the change.
Yeah, the biggest thing here for me, Nick, is that if you want that basement, you're going to have to double down. You can't just put one person down there, and past that, they're going to need a little bit of utility. Reinforce the tension wall, throw a pulse down there to get some info, something like that. You know what I mean? They need some help in understanding where Blizz wants to try and deal with this map.
No, I fully agree, and that has been the big story for both Chalet and here on Border. Players that are playing very much alone, they get found out very quickly. Then you play 4 versus 5, you get a little bit desperate, you start making these overly aggressive plays, I would say.
Yeah, trying to make a house call.
Yeah, right. You lose the 50-50 gunfight, okay, not a big deal. Oh, actually, it's 5 versus 3 now. It's just getting worse and worse. So again, coordinated aggression is good aggression, but we gotta see SSG doing it together. Let's say 3-2-1, let's go for this play. 2 people against 1, that can be a way forward. Now we see them playing a little bit more offensive now. Benjamin's playing on that catwalk by East Staircase on the Asami. Can fortify the area, slow down the attackers, and of course, the big thing here is you play that fine line. Stay for too long, you will die. Fall back too early, you didn't gain enough of what you could have out of that position.
A little bit slower here from Bliss. They understand that SSG is going to be making adjustments, and they want to know what's going on before they try and strike true. Could end up with a misfire and potentially punishing themselves. If not, this first minute will be dedicated to that. Decent amount of the drones here gone for them, 5 of them. In fact, the other 5 already activated. So more than likely have those set up. Another one going to go down as well here. And what a run out.
No.
Good timing is from Benjamaster. A highlight reel already for him on the round. He goes for another one and able to seal up that door on the far end too. I mean, this operator's just disgusting, let alone having Benja piloted.
I mean, that right there could be the entire round.
Yep.
I was gonna say, if you overheat the Rashin, you're gonna start losing that advantage. But right now, if HG, they play numbers advantage, play together, this could be Benja single-handedly putting his team up for success. Blazz have to isolate, try and find one more pick right now, make it a 3v3, and they're back into this. But we saw SSG, they gave up those really aggressive angles. At least, potentially. Benjamaster's still there as expected, but the rest have fallen back to near the bomb side.
Castle Barricade going to be doing a lot right now for this Castle player on the far end. No Ash charge available, but we do have Zofia still available with the impacts to try and assist. J9O, they know exactly where he is, but does it really matter? Does he want it again? I don't think he will. J9O usually stalwart in a position like this. He wants to force the offense to try and come to him. And that's a great decision because they still got to deal with Benj on the top floor. And damn it, this kid is nasty. A triple kill for him as he continues to persist. It's all up to Brendo. He'll send some shots and receive some back to at least make some noise. He'll move up towards this door. He's going to break this down too. And LAN audio's not that good, Nick, but I bet they can hear that.
Yeah, and I mean, this is basically a tactical timeout without actually taking the tactical timeout, because this is Blizz saying, guys, what is going wrong? What can we fix? And just take these last 25 seconds, talk it through. Brendo isn't even gonna try and play the round. He will just get hydrated right now, get some water, and reset for next round. I love what Space Station did there. They kept Benja on that very front forward aggressive position after Ashen died, and all the other 3 players went back towards the bomb side. And Blizz went, oh, they're on site. They're not gonna be aggressive. So they walk into East Stairs with no drone, thinking it's clear. Benja swings out. He is still in that exact same position.
And this is a story of Border. This map is, at least at a fundamental level, when you look at it, it's one of the maps that you have to have the most map control over on the defensive end. You can't just play around the bomb site and let them take map control. That's why you see Benja in this position all the way over here on the balcony, because you have to start things off immediately. There's nothing more that you can do. If you let them get a foothold on this map, they're taking the round. That's just how it goes.
So you can't retake it, really. It's not like Cafe where there's a staircase that no one's watching. Maybe you walk off on it. No, it's like when they take a space as attackers a border, you likely never see it again that way.
Yeah, 100%. SSG timeout here. And once again, they're doing the exact same thing. And from the same perspective. Defense, they're up on rounds. They call the timeout.
Are we sure that this is like not reversed somehow? Because like it makes so much more sense if both of those timeouts were actually played. It makes you wonder.
It really does. It really does. And the only way we can find out is after the game. So
no, I mean I believe it's genius if this is SSG, because again, as you said, they do it while they're winning the rounds and they're keeping up the counters. And I actually think that I had a talk with Callout some previous event, and I was like, yo, like those tactical timeouts, like, do you guys feel like you're taking them too late? Because I'm a big believer that you should take a timeout when you're 0-3, not when you're 0-6. It's too late, or 0-5, right? You gotta have space to work with. And Call gave a pretty good idea of like how they call their tactical timeouts. And sometimes from like an audience or caster perspective, it looks like there's all these big issues that they gotta fix. But then Call is like, but I hear my players talk about them. Like they know those are problems and they are working on them without me being involved. So I don't need to do anything there. But right now they are calling timeouts before a problem even happens. It is so proactive, just like on Chile.
Yeah. Hey, we already,
meta.
Yeah, we already touched on it earlier, but Siege is truly a chess game, and Callout's just taking it that one extra step. He's playing that from the coach's perspective, actively in the moment. He wants to be able to have a hand in these things and be like that football coach, be like, hey guys, we're changing the formation. This is what's going on. They've been doing this. That first round of offense, this is what they wanted. We're going to call the timeout right here, and this is exactly what we're doing. Nicholas, look at this lineup.
I was going to say exactly the same thing. The one reason why I do believe that this is an SSG timeout is because, just like on Chile last time, they changed their entire lineup into something that we have not seen from them before. Again, when they did on Chile, they went from aggressive in-your-face to utility. Now they got drone down Solus with some good roaming. They got Bandit in there, Windows and Castle, but the issue is this Monty, or this Blitz rather, could destroy this entire setup. With that shield, with the smoke grenades, you can get to the bomb site pretty easily and maybe try and get up a plant. And there you see Blitz right now, they're being very quickly throwing the bombs at just a second.
Yeah, and this is a big issue here because this is a match made in heaven for a Blitz player. There's no traps, there's nothing to slow him down, not even barbed wire, really, for this defense. And Forrest actually still has his barbed wire in his hand. This is going to be a dead Mira. There's no way. Oh my God! Benja, he's sent from God himself. That was absolutely insane. I don't even know how that happened. That is just what? Incredible stuff.
Yeah.
And I mean, just a needle in a haystack moment there, something you're not going to see very often.
That could be the round again. They lost the smokes, lost the blitz, and the thing is, SSG got the Solus playing up above. They're waiting for the plant to go down. Solus, of course, can say they're planting right here. Kill them from the vertical holes up above. But now they lost Blitz that has a little bit of cover protection from that shield in his back. So now Blizz, it's plan B time. And the issue is Diffuser's in the middle of the bomb site. They have to take top floor first. Okay.
Sage!
Good night.
Sage. Well, the one thing about SSG is that when they switch over to this mode, folks, it's not that they can't activate the other. And they're always waiting for it because, honestly, that's the most fun about this game. That's what you really want to do. Everybody wants to be taking the gunfights. That's the best part, right? Well, better do it when you catch your opponent off guard. And Forrest, he's one of the best in the biz when it comes to a situation like that, and he shows that once again here. The E1D's out, it'll mark up 2, it'll mark up Ashen and J9. Still some players on this top floor to deal with, and Bliss, I don't really think they have an idea on how to.
I mean, this is so good. I mean, this is just world-class in Space Station. They set up a fortification upstairs. Bliss will not challenge it. They go downstairs, but Benji makes the hero play, but Brendo finds an angle. Full shuts it down, though. SSG still in the driver's seat.
Oh, and a nice little flank here. It's all up to Wettables, but they know where he is. The bomb site's downstairs. These two are on the top floor, and it's all going to be up to the baiting moment. 6 rounds for Space Station Gaming, and an insanely well-timed call-out, or rather timeout from call-out. And, I mean, what a call from him as well on this adjustment for strategy. Just look at the faces of Bliss right now. They're all rubbing their chins like, what the hell do we even do? These guys can just flip the script whenever they want.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is very... Oh, now it's Bliss timeout, so it has been SSG the entire time. Like, it wasn't wrong. It was just, it's perfect from them. I think it's just simply frustration because you feel like you're being outgunned in gunfights because General and Benji are just destroying you individually. Then strategically, you're also losing because the enemy is predicting what you're gonna do before you even know that you're gonna do it. So I don't know if this is absolutely genius prep work from SSG or if they just have this tendency to say, we want to control the pace of things, because I feel like that's what they've been doing on Chalet. They're the ones jumping out windows, they're the ones spawn peeking, they're the ones setting the pace every single time. Now here on Border, they say, we're gonna play it slow, enemy goes for a rush, they got the counter.
It's just so good. It's so good, especially on a map like Border where it requires a Herculean effort to pull something off like that. But the first domino was that Blitz. As soon as
this right here.
This right here. Look, guys. Explain that to me, please. Please. Yeah.
Benja is from this country called Denmark.
Yes.
That's how I explain that kill.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. The Danish are blessed in Rainbow Six Siege. It is so true. So true. And
they're not strong in numbers, but we're a strong performance.
No, absolutely. I mean, I think like 3 of our top 5 performers ever in Siege are all Danish, aren't they? It's something like that. It's some ridiculous
I'll
stat.
say two maybe.
You know what? Very humble man.
Saronic played a very long time ago, but he didn't play for very long, and let's be honest, he played Blackbeard for most of his career. If that was my case, I would not have been seen as a good player because Blackbeard's a different crutch, right? The other Danish player we've had was Thompson, who played for 1 season on Barrage, went 0-10 on the season, and just went to the military this period.
Yeah.
We've only had 4 Danish pro players in Tier 1. 2 of those 4 are world champions. And one of those 4, who's not one of the other 2, Sarnik, almost won the Year 1 Season 3 Pro League Finals against Troy Canadian back on CTM.
Yeah, but he can't hold a flank.
But they trolled. They absolutely trolled.
Yeah, I was gonna say, but they can't hold a flank. They can't hold probably the craziest flank that you can pull on borders.
Wettables more like dry concrete. Where does it even come from?
Dude, Ashen is just insanely creative with this stuff. Like, he's never gonna say something that's like, oh, you know, it's brutal and right at like your psyche.
Silly.
Yeah, he's just gonna hit you with like this silly. It's awesome, man. I love his entire personality.
I mean, if you talk big but also play big, who doesn't like that, right? National shows up typically in the server so far, 4-7, not the biggest star, but let's be honest, he's playing more supportive roles like Castle right now. And of course, Benja and Jenna, they've been eating up so many kills. What is that? Okay, it's Benja. He's excused. It's fine.
Yeah, I mean, after that last round, you might as well try it. You'd expect the hipfire to almost land, wouldn't you? Almost gets the pre-fire. Foltz will down him, and he's trying to clean up these pieces. But Space Station, they've finally been punished a little bit by this. And Bliss utilizing those longer angles, and Titan trying to add some charge to this roster.
Titan's more excited than the boys are. He's like, let's go, boys! That's what I want to see. Honestly, that is Bliss for the first time, I think, on Chile attack side at least, in full control from the very beginning of that round.
Yeah, 100%. And once again, it rests on the shoulders of Benja. If Benja starts the round off solid, SSG round. If he gets waxed, Bliss. All over the board.
But this is the thing, there are so many teams historically, like let's say good old Team Liquid, you shut down Ness, you win the game. Power came out, shut down Paolo, win the game. PDI Shaiko, shut down Shaiko, you win the game. If you're a team who is not able to shut down that key player who's making everything happen right now, you will lose to a team like SSG where Bench is just popping off.
You're never gonna guess what they went to. Just wait till you see this operator lineup because she went upstairs. Look.
Oh.
Oh, yes.
So, if you didn't watch SSG against Cruelty yesterday, they played Caveira. He was forced, and he had a 2 versus 4 clutch with a double interrogation.
Yep.
This is ridiculous.
Dude, he's a terrible example for my little cousin who will not stop playing Cav on Rome on defense. And, like, honestly, dude, I might have to, like, drive back to Iowa and just, like slap him or something. I don't know, man. Like,
I'm not enforcing that. I'm not enforcing that.
Listen, it's my cousin, okay? I would ask for permission first, obviously. But, like, you know, moral of the story, you're setting bad examples for the youth here, Forrest, okay? Cav isn't the greatest thing in the world. She's the highest risk, highest reward op in the game by far. And there's no way he's going to swing in with Blitz on that
They might
repel.
rush this. They got Blitz on the window repel, line and glass. It's going to be a direct push on the Teller's window. So you're going to smoke up as much as possible. Blitz either goes deep and goes for a plant or goes for the kills. But here we go. He's going to repel on in. Smokes. Nades go out. Self-destruction. There they go. They're going to try and plant it down.
And honestly, big fan of this from Fisho. Some shotgun shells out. I think they're moments away from getting this frag, and I think he'll get it. The pistol out, but no, he can't stop him. He can't find the damage. Fish still has 81% of his health. Actually, a little bit more, because he's got 110 on that blitz, but still, point stands. SSG, a lot of heavy lifting to do now, and one of the harder bomb sites to try and retake with the positioning that Bliss have.
I mean, that should be round over. That postman outside is so strong, and SSG, they gotta just run into gunfights right now. Oh no! Wait, that can change everything!
Is how it's, yes, irreparable changes to how this is going to go. They know where these players are. There's one on Repel up top, but they have to try and take these gunfights. Oh no! It's working! And oh my god! Space Station Gaming off of the cap play once again! Damn it!
He wasn't trolling! He was carrying the entire time from the very beginning! The one way Blitz they lose that round, the only way imaginable, is an interrogation that gives the entire team wall hacks, and there was only one player in the building. That one player got interrogated.
Oh man.
It's that one chance you got. And they saw it and they took it.
Well, we said high risk, high reward. The only, and I'm not joking, the only solo player that was in that map for Bliss is the one that was the entire downfall for all of them. Over by himself in server, he wants to try and hit the late flank to try and make some plays around the site, but little did he know that he was not the predator, he was the prey. And Cav not only takes him down, gets the interrogation. Once again, setting bad examples for the youth, but great round, and one that we're going to be talking about for a little bit, because that's, like you said, that's the only way that they get that back. That's their only line to success.
I can see the idea for SSG. I can see the vision, I think, long-term with this roster and how they play the game. Yesterday, super sloppy. Today, better, but I think there's still a lot of room for improvement. I think you give this core roster maybe up until SI. Let's say they qualify for SI, they go there. I think they can make some magic happen with that kind of experience. But right now, there are good days and there are bad days, but I love what they're bringing because at the very least, they are fun to watch, they're iconic to watch, and they bring out something that we don't see very often, like that Kivera play.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, just an absolutely insane game right there, guys. Even though it was a 2-0 in favor of Space Station Gaming, a lot of fun, a lot of fireworks, but that's exactly what we expect out of these two rosters. And honestly, I don't think that Bliss did exactly a bad job in a lot of these different instances. It was pretty incredible. But hey, that's going to do it for Nick and I, at least for today. We'll be back tomorrow with more action, but don't go anywhere. We got more games for you later on today.
And here we are, interview with Space Station Gaming, the winners, with Ashen joining us. Now, first of all, there's no way in hell that I talk to you about this game without mentioning that last round. Yesterday, a clutch on the Cav. Today, the same thing to win it. So please, when do you choose to run a Cav?
You see, Forrest, he's a weird player. You know, he likes playing all the weird ops, and he's just a Cav archetype. He's just one of those players. You know, he loves it, so, yeah.
There has to be something that clicks when you say, look, they're on the back foot, they need to bring it back. Your opponent's Bliss in this case. Surprise them with something, right?
Yeah, it happened last game, last game too, where he just, you know, we're winning, and then, you know, he loves playing that operator, and then he hops on and the magic happens. So it's twice in a row, so.
So, in your case, and the whole team, it's been a while since we've seen you on the main stage, at least in the top 8 in competition. How does it feel to be back in it now that you've secured your spot in the top 8? Last time was at SI. It's been a while since then.
Yeah, you know, it's definitely nice to stay at these tournaments longer and go on further runs, and you know, it's just a great feeling for everything to click together, especially all the work that we put in. You know, we work pretty hard, so you know, it's a great feeling. We're just here to have fun right now. That's all it is. So.
It's good to see everybody meshing together, of course, with Benja now on the squad. And because you won, you also eliminated Bliss. They have their key to give to you. So you're going to be smashing that in a sec. Oh, there it is. So I don't know if you've seen how we do this key crushing stuff here at EWC. Are you intrigued, at least?
Yeah, I am. I don't know if I'm just going to throw this on the ground or what.
Don't. We'll get in trouble if you do that.
Yeah, I won't throw it. Let's see.
I'm going to tell you all about it. But, you know, now with Benja on the squad, you've played this international tournament so far, at least starting the first 2 games. You feel you got what it takes to power through it?
Yeah, he's the master. You know, he picks an op and he just, you know, he lets the force guide him. So that's the master right there, baby.
There it is. Space Station Gaming with Ashen joining us. Congratulations on the win. We'll be seeing them tomorrow on the playoffs. Back to the studio.
All right, what a way to hand over the key. My guy went down on one knee and presented it, but a well-earned key here from Space Station Gaming. Coming into this fresh, you were like, they're either gonna have to do it in 2, but it looks more so swinging towards Bliss, but they proved you wrong, but right at the same time.
Yeah, my predictions just went down the toilet, didn't they? I think, you know, for Space Station, we said they had a bad day yesterday, and don't get it wrong, they did have a bad day yesterday. That's why they were in the lower bracket games today, but we asked for improvement, we asked for craziness, we asked for them to make plays together, and I think throughout both maps, we saw lots of that together, and those were the signs that we weren't seeing from them yesterday.
I think you spoke as well about sometimes just have the book and just throw it out a little bit. You've got the talent for it now, ultimately.
Actually, it was you who said that.
It was me? Well, either way.
I said it as well, sure.
You guys are like the same person.
This is what you have to do. Like, you have to, when you've got the talent of that roster, like if you're looking at that player for player, you've got Benja, Ashen, J9 as your front 3. You got Forrest, who's a super creative player in your backline, and then Fultz, who he was seen as like this like underage superstar like not even too long ago, right?
Yeah.
Like you've got like the player for player here. You've got so much ability that you can do crazy things. I was just saying to Fresh, that might be the first time we've ever ever seen like a Caviera interrogation post-plant round win in like Tier 1 history. You can't think of many.
No, not at all. I mean, you know, we've seen Caviera twice now in this tournament, both from Forest. But yeah, like you say, I think this team has the makings of a team that can be challenging for events. There is no doubt about it, but it's about their application and consistency. Like I said, we didn't see it yesterday, we did see it today. To be honest, there only really looks like one winner. After we'd seen like a few rounds, we knew SSG were here to play today. They were playing off the back of each other. You know, there was a celebration that didn't quite get to on Chalet where Ben just jumped out, but at the same time, there was a player on bathroom window to jump out, and at the same time, somebody's run out of office balcony. Those coordinated plays, when you get them together and add in that layer just of so much skill and individual talent, you can just stomp through teams, and that's where SSG want to be at.
Yeah, this is what we wanted to see from SSG, particularly coming into today. We said they have the makings of a great team. It's about applying that greatness in the server and kind of, as you mentioned it, not necessarily sticking down to every single strategy that they have in place. I feel like that's what we've seen from SSG, and moving forward, I do think as the tournament progresses, they're going to be looking scarier and scarier.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team that yesterday, Bliss coming into this probably thought, you know what, we've got a real shot here.
Yes.
We genuinely have a real shot at this because they look like a team who has just picked up a new player. Today, we looked at a team that was like, yeah, we've picked up a new player, but he's literally one of the very best players ever played this game, and we're going to play to his strengths. Why not? That's what we're going to do. That's how we're going to play, and I think a lot of teams now will be watching this. I'm not sure who SSG play next, but they will be watching this and thinking, oh, okay, all right, this will be tough.
I think there's one small factor we've failed to mention as well here is that this was a main stage game. For Bliss, we've seen them at many international events, but we've never seen them up there on the stage, in the arena where, you know, there's white noise being pumped into your ears because there's caster audio, everything else. That's their first time, their first experience of this, whereas SSG, they've had loads of it. And that's one of the things that it doesn't seem that big of a difference, but it can make a big difference in terms of the game, in terms of the nerves of just settling into the fixture.
Yeah, no, we 100% sort of glossed over that or skipped past that, however, and it's crazy to even say that about Bliss because they feel now like, and I know, like you say, they've not made it to the main stage, but they feel like they've been competitive and have got better and better every time we've seen them, right? So it's, like you say, it makes an impact, and it's SSG just had the opposite of that, though. If we're being honest, SI winners on this team. Like, this is a team that's well-rounded, has great gunners, great experience. Like this,
everything you could have asked. Exactly.
That's another thing we omitted as well. We talked about Benja as an SI winner. We omitted it. That Fultz is also an SI winner. You know, go back 4 years now. There's a lot of successful players on this roster of SSG.
Yeah, and that success was translated today onto stage, I think, as well yesterday, particularly with the performance that we've seen from them and it being a little bit more lackluster. This was that wake-up call. This was also their chance of not getting eliminated, so a lot was on the line from the side of SSG, and I feel like a lot of pressure for both of these teams, but SSG are the ones who didn't crumble.
Yeah, no, they didn't. I think they needed to step up their game. They did step up their game, and they just utilized their experience and individual talent. There's a lot of pressure. You know, we talked about pressure in the pre-show about how it's not just pressure for this tournament, but the overall championships. And I think Bliss maybe succumbed to that pressure, whereas SSG looks like they were thriving under that pressure.
And what I say as well is, like, I am so sad for Bliss in a way. I think I would have been really sad for either team here.
Yeah.
I think, like we spoke about the pressure of bringing in a new coach and new ideas and that whole philosophy, maybe that's even harder than bringing in a new player, right? You know how it is. You've worked the support staff. I've worked the support staff, both successfully and unsuccessfully for the both of us. You come in, and when you have to re-implement things and restart sort of from the ground up in a way, that might even be harder than just bringing in one player.
And we're talking about the players that have been added to the roster, and we're talking about how we have phenomenal performances so far from SSG particularly. Let's talk about the MVP of this series for both of you guys, because I think it will be pretty much a general consensus that the MVP would probably be Benja.
Yeah, I think both of us were very happy to call Benja our MVP. Obviously, the new player on Space Station Gaming joined them, a month ago from G2. I think it kind of dropped off in G2 in terms of performance, maybe sometimes at the major, whatever. We always know that he had the absolute quality to be on a top team. SI MVP, for example. You know, he's played all these big tournaments, and as a player that was available, and SSG, it shows their ambition going for him as well. In the, you know, sometimes he's just going to win you rounds on his own. If you go down Cafe yesterday when they played Cafe against W7M, Benja's in the basement on Cafe, underneath vertical in a freeway crossfire, and just goes bang, 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 and kills 3 of them. He's got that quality to just win you games and win you tournaments.
Yeah, and I think when you have a player that is so talented, putting them in the right environment is also something that allows them to thrive.
Yeah, 100%. And it feels like SSG have always had that as well. Like we speak about teams being families or friends or whatever. You've seen them even when they were arriving to the stage today, and Forrest is being crazy and he's having fun with things, he's sticking his tongue out or whatever. Like it feels like they've got that. Call out, I think, is so well respected as well amongst any North American Siege member that you speak to. They really love Call out.
Yeah, and we have the MVP, the man himself, here on the stage joining us. Thank you so much, Benja. Congratulations on a very dominant performance that you've had today. What was your mentality heading into this game after yesterday?
Just like every other game, like I think we just needed to continue from the second game of yesterday because we played really good, and I think we managed to do that.
No, you guys did, and you've had a phenomenal performance yourself. I want to maybe talk a little bit more about the team dynamic heading into today and heading into this tournament in general. We've already had a little bit of a conversation before at the hotel, but with that boot camp coming in place, being here for a little bit longer period of time, how has the adjustment been to the whole environment?
For me, like into the group and like just the system, it has been like pretty like, I don't know if I would say crazy, but it's like really different from what I came from, but it has been like really good, yeah.
What is the thing that you would say has been the best thing for you when it comes to adjusting?
I would actually say it's probably like the scrim, like how we handle scrim and practice. I would say like that's the like best thing, I would say.
Is it more on the fly?
It's more like we don't waste an hour, you know, like we try to get the most out of the time we use.
How did the SSG move come about then? Because obviously, you know, you're leaving G2, whatever happened. Surely there was lots of teams interested in you first and foremost. So what was it about SSG that you wanted to join?
Oh, like as you guys have mentioned, like player for player, they have like a really good lineup. So like that was the thing, you know?
Yeah?
Yeah.
How are you settling in as well? Because, you know, obviously we see all these posts, the gym posts and the going for a run at 5 a.m., that type of stuff. You know, how have you been settling into that? Because that must have been very different from, you know, previous teams.
Yeah, I mean, I already went to gym, but like we do it in the morning. So like normally I just do it at the night. So like stuff like that. But there's so many things, and like to be honest, it's a little bit hard. But you know, I'm trying my best. But yeah.
You feel like you're being pushed then by the team, by the coach. Like this is going to make you better.
Yeah, definitely.
And you know how much we both love you. You know that. You know especially how much I love you.
You guys can't be biased.
You know, like for sure how much I love you as a player. But it feels great to hear you talk and to like see a smile back on your face as well, because we know it was difficult. Went through a difficult run. We're talking about bad performances or whatever, but a bad performance doesn't make a bad player. Let's be honest. We're all very aware of that, and it's great to see you guys come out today with confidence as well. Because I felt yesterday on the cafe it looked slow at times. It looked a little bit turgid. You weren't really sure. What do we actually want to do here? You came out today and I'm seeing Ashen is just insight with IQ immediately. You're going straight down the blue staircase with Sledge. You're not even that great of a fragging operator anymore, but when Benja's on it, it is.
Looking ahead at the tournament, what is your goal here? Because obviously you're already here, you've qualified with a different team than what we're used to seeing you with. What else is there on the cards?
I mean, I always play the tournaments to win, so the goal is to win, but I also like learn from previous events that you need to take it one game at a time. So like now we need to see who we're going to face in the quarterfinals, and then we take that game, you know.
So a little break, a little dinner, a little good night's sleep?
I actually don't know what we have planned, but yeah, mostly like we go back to the hotel, eat some dinner, and then we will see.
All right. Well, thank you so much for your time here with us on the standing floor, analyst desk, whatever you want to call it. We are ready to head over to our exit interview with Jackie, who is with one of the Bliss players. So let's head over and see what they got to say.
SSG defeats Bliss. Bliss is going home. We are catching up with Oda right now. Obviously, a really difficult, devastating loss there. Can you tell me what emotions you're feeling right now?
Feeling pretty upset with ourselves. I feel like we could have had a stronger performance against SSG, but you know, we just brought in Titan, so we're still getting used to how he wants us to play. You know, we made stage and we got some stage experience, so I'm happy with that, but definitely disappointed with how we performed.
On a positive note, it looked like you had a fun interaction with Ashen, though.
Yeah. So yeah, the SSG boys, you know, we have a lot of banter. They're our friends at these events, and we always have to verse them. So we had a little moment where, you know, I handed him the little key. He just had a moment, you know, he beat us fair and square, so I just had to, you know, let him have that moment.
Got on one knee. That was really funny. For a more serious note here, it did seem like at times you all struggled with slowing down SSG. What were the main obstacles looking back at that series?
I think SSG are good at setting the tempo. When they realize we're slowing down or we might be rotating, they're really good at regressing and you know, just fighting us either when it's outside the building or if someone's inside the building, they like to isolate and just set tempo. So it was kind of hard for us, you know, pause and wait for them. So they kind of just got aggro on us and just killed us outside.
Also, Benja had an outstanding performance. It seemed like y'all had trouble shutting him down. They were playing really aggressively. Would you agree with that?
Well, he's the world champion, so, the kills he gets, he's a really good player. So it's just hard to shut him down. And I feel like in SSG, he's really growing as a player. So I hope to see them, back him and, even win this thing.
Well, sadly, y'all are eliminated, but looking ahead, what are the big takeaways from this series and also from the whole tournament?
I think this whole tournament, we kind of grew a lot with the way Titan want us to play. We're an host team. We haven't really had international experience with coaches and stuff. So we're kind of learning a whole new game. The stage experience is really well. When we get there next time, there won't be nerves or anything. So I think we got a lot from this event, and I'm happy to be here.
Is there anything that you want to say to the fans at home watching?
Shout out to all the fans, whether you're from OS or APAC or around the world. We really appreciate your support, and it means a lot to us, and it helps us keep grinding and moving forward.
Oda, thank you so much. Safe travels home and good luck with your future. Gonna send it back to the desk.
Bliss, they are unfortunately getting their keys crushed because they did have to hand that one over to SSG, and they're having a great time. Milosh with the whole set.
He looks great, doesn't he? He looks like he was built for this moment. This moment. This is going to be so bittersweet. It's so bittersweet. It's so sweet from Oda as well with how he spoke about, the loss afterwards and the respect and the banter. But, Fresh, I know you've been waiting to watch a moment like that.
I know. It could go one of two ways as well, right? It can be the banter, it can be the kind of respect, the love that the two teams have after grueling. Or if it's, two teams that are not biggest fans of each other, it can be like, yeah, we smashed you and we literally crushed your trophy.
No.
He gets to grab it.
Handed over so delicately as well, just to end up like...
It has Team Bliss written on it as well. They're going to have to throw it in the pile, and maybe if they do win, they can pick it up alongside the keys that the teams that they defeated
I was just thinking, are Bliss a potential one that will get picked up to go into the overall trophy?
if you're SSG and you're like, you don't want to play it kindly, you're like, okay, well, we beat Bliss, let's just put them in the trophy.
I mean, Asher was having a fun time on stage with the Bliss coach and the Bliss players. I don't know, maybe
First
for
thing
him.
that happened, I love that guy. Just very quickly, I love that guy that he screams at people and he's just the guy to take the pressure off his team.
Well, that's not the only key that we're going to be seeing crushed today, because we still have one more elimination match in a best of 3 where we have FaZe going up against ITB. What are our initial thoughts on this?
Oh, I mean, this is David versus Goliath, the way that I see it. This is a team that, 6 months ago in FaZe arguably should have been the world champions, but for throwing the last map of the SI Championship.
Multiple rounds, 5 rounds.
And then you've got ITB, who at that point weren't even getting a sniff of going to SI. They've now made back-to-back events and are looking good, but it's still very much a very, very experienced, high-performing team against the up-and-comers.
Yeah, and it's a real tough one for ITB as well. We spoke about it earlier, but you've played against Furia, who are the world champions, and then you're playing against FaZe, who probably should or could be the world champions right now. This is real tough for ITB, but if they get through this, that's FaZe out, that's Bliss out, 2 potential, those are experienced international teams. You could come up against those at any other tournament, and you'd be like, this is going to be difficult.
And the amount of confidence, if ITB were to win that they would have going into the quarterfinals and the semifinals would be immense.
Jack's already dreaming and looking ahead and fantasizing about how it's going to go. But if you want to know which one of the teams is going to be heading home and having their keys crushed, make sure that you stick around, because we have the second best of 3 coming up. FaZe going up against ITB.
Outside of the Esports World Cup is the Boulevard, and they have food, there's families here, and there's tons of fun. And this fan. I thought I'd just stick with the F theme there. But moving on, let's go play some games. I cannot wait. I'm really, really good at throwing things and winning games, let me tell you. Looks pretty simple. A ball was involved. Obviously, I'm gonna ace this. Don't worry, one time, that's all I need, everybody. Okay, maybe 2 times. Cut that, cut that. Okay, 3rd time's the charm, everybody. I go like, no, I'm terrible. I'm awful at this. Sorry, don't put that on there. How? This is, I don't know how to do this. Oh, man. My God, I'm terrible. Cut that from the film, please. I just broke it. He makes it look easy. I'm gonna get this one. Okay, next game. Anyway, you better come here to the Boulevard and do a lot better than I just did. We're gonna try some more, right? I have to win something. I'm not leaving till I win something.
Does it make you nervous that I know all your secrets? Promise you honestly I wouldn't use them against you unless I thought it'd be fun. So I sit at home alone in your t-shirt. I'm wondering where it went wrong when you always said it, how you liked me better than anyone. We cannot talk, we cannot just shrug or dust it off, erase that thought. Cause I cannot pretend I am your friend, I am your nothing. I don't feel bad, I don't feel anything. I don't feel anything. I don't feel anything.
My teammates are always like willing to improve and learn, so we used the previous Manchester major as like a building block, and we had a boot camp before this, so we're dealing with it just day by day, pretty much. I'd say that we have a positive attitude because we all believe in one another. We're always looking to improve day by day, and we put a lot of effort into our practice. So I think it's just a byproduct of the team culture that we have as a team. I think it's in-game related because obviously a team that trusts one another is always going to perform better on the server, but also outside of the server we're really good friends, we get along well, we don't really have many disagreements, and when we do have disagreements it's always handled maturely because we all respect one another. Kangaroo Kenny, or Ryan, what I call him, he's like one of the most positive and like passionate coaches I've ever had, and I've been around for a while, and he definitely brings like the extra energy, so when we don't have it maybe he brings it or vice versa. And he's great. What we learned from Manchester is like the preparation for each game at a LAN environment is a lot harder because obviously during the regular stage games you have a lot longer to prepare for. You know who you're playing in which order in advance, and then in a LAN environment you don't know who you're playing. So one thing that we've learned is like the preparation needs to be a lot better and like kind of like condensed, if you get what I'm trying to say, to kind of like prepare us better for each game that we could potentially play. The synergy in-game is a byproduct of the outside of the game stuff. We all get along super well, we're all good friends, and I think it kind of helps like when you have a team that realistically we weren't friends we knew of each other before like this team was formed, but like we've built quite a good bond, and I think it like translates onto the server quite well. We've only been here for a day or so, so we haven't got to fully explore, but we was boot camping in Turkey before this, so we've kind of climatized to like the warmer environment. We took the time to boot camp in Turkey for that exact reason. So hopefully I get to experience a bit more of the Saudi culture going forward. I mean, obviously everyone wants to win this tournament, right? Like for the stature, the prize money, everything. But I think bare minimum for us would just be building from Manchester and showing a better side of ourselves, rather than focusing on winning, focusing on game by game and focusing on like the performance rather than the results, if you get what I'm trying to say.
Welcome back, everyone, to R6 at EWC. FaZe Clan going up against ITB. The second elimination match of today. I'm Ginny, your host, joined on the floor with Tristan once again. But Anne, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm very excited to be here, of course. Not trying to give a generic answer here, but it's been a very good day so far in regards to the game that we had earlier. We've had some really good games so far over at EWC in general as well. There's been a lot going on the entire boulevard, a lot of games happening at the same time, so it's really good to be here.
Absolutely. And we have a banger match to kick this second game of the day off with. There's ITB going up against FaZe, and I think when we're looking at this matchup, was I expecting ITB here? Yes. Probably, but I was not expecting FaZe to be on the chopping block already today.
I think another thing we didn't fully speak about earlier as well is it's a surprise for FaZe to be here for us, right? Yep. So for ITB, that's going to be a real surprise for them to be here as well.
Yeah.
Because how much prep do you do going into a tournament for the early stages, and you see FaZe Clan against, you know, other teams, and you're like, oh, FaZe Clan.
Scars, I believe.
Not sure. I think it was Bleed they lost to, right?
Yes.
Bleed they lost to. Do you see them losing that generally? Do you put a lot of time and prep into Bleed? And what do you think?
I mean, especially given the history of these FaZe players, the tournaments that they played before, the tournaments that they won as well, given that they came into SI and everyone was like, oh, you know, FaZe is a team from Brazil that's looking really good. Even W7M themselves said, well, FaZe are currently the strongest team out of our region. So they're expecting to win many of these tournaments. So as you said, for them to already be on this chopping block, that's not what they wanted, what they expected.
No, but they already head into the action because we have the Jamil Motorsport player arrivals as they're getting on to the competition. I mean, FaZe here particularly is a team that it's not only that they're competing in Siege, so that is also something to keep in mind. They have different rosters and different plays, and that's when these club championship come in point into play as well. And that's when even more pressure comes into play because, again, Manchester, not necessarily the result they wanted. SI, definitely not the result they wanted. So now you're on another international stage, again in 2024. What can you do?
Yeah, I mean, you're one of the most experienced teams in the world. You've got one of the biggest organizations in the world, if not maybe one of the most respected brands as well in the world. It's a game for them where they're against sort of a minnow in a way. But realistically, ITB are a great team. Like you say, Ginny, you maybe expect them to be here just based off of the bracket that they had.
Yes.
But ITB and FaZe, there's a reason this is the match of the day. This is a crazy game. This could honestly be like a high-end stage game at any international event.
Let's talk about the STC Play predictions. You guys can also cast your vote at stcplay.gg. And this is in terms of the matchup that we're looking at. I think when we're looking at FaZe, we're looking at a team that has history behind them. They have had wins behind them. Maybe not necessarily the wins that they wanted to get this year, particularly on that international stage, but it's a great team and it's from a very, very dominant region. You're looking at ITB, and this is a team, as we heard them say it themselves, these are the building blocks. Manchester was that international event. It was the building block, the first stage of the EUL. Maybe not necessarily like starting off on the right foot, but they are here now and they are improving so quickly.
We have to keep in mind, I mean, even Kenny mentioned in the interview yesterday as well, for 4 of their players, this is their biggest tournament they've ever been to. Only their second international event so far. And if you put that up against the experience that the FaZe players have, that is a world of a difference. And I think if we look at the two perspectives of these two teams coming into here, we're talking about FaZe, maybe they're not or playing as well as they expected themselves to do, as we expected themselves to do. But for Into the Breach, the only way is up, given how Manchester went for them and how this is already looking a little bit better.
Yeah, looking at FaZe Clan though, particularly, this is a roster that is star-studded. They have had phenomenal performances. Their players have had titles themselves, but this is also a roster that now you have the expectations on your shoulder of performing a certain way. How do you react to that?
I think they'll be very used to this, to be honest with you. I think this is going to be sort of, they're going to expect, as I said, to come into this event regardless of whether people think they're the best team in the world, they will think they're the best team in the world.
Yep.
They will expect to be in the final of this event, no matter what, no matter who they play. I'm sure as well they'll be so prepared for this because they have this wealth of experience with tournaments. The issue with the issue for ITB here, like we said, is would you have put so much prep time pre-tournament into FaZe, whereas for FaZe they were probably looking at that bracket and thinking there's a good chance we play ITB here.
Yep.
So they already, in my mind, the coaching perspective behind the scenes, I think there's that little bit of an advantage there for them.
100%. I definitely agree. I mean, we talk about FaZe's experience coming into this as well. They played 2 teams from, well, as we call it, still the APAC region, I guess we can still call it, yesterday. Definitely some closer games, some struggles that we saw in there as well. Struggling with the kind of silliness coming out from that APAC region. I mean, we saw a Fuse Shield. And then for FaZe, it was a bit different, I guess, coming from the region that they are usually playing in.
Yeah, and I think I want to highlight more individual players on the roster when it comes to FaZe Clan, not necessarily to throw someone under the bus here, but more like when we are looking at this roster, who do we think has to be the one stepping up today in order to have a great performance for the team to do well? Because when we were looking at SSG, it was Benja and Ashen today that really showed up. They're going to need something just like that to keep that confidence going.
Yeah, I think the lone player I'm looking towards is Cyber, and he has a great performance, has had a great performance at previous majors, previous event that he's went to. But so far, I think, especially against that Bleak game, he had a really slow start. At SI, we talked about how he's such a good player when it comes to him playing on that buck, on attack, getting so much freedom to really go for the verticals, for example. And Bleed, funnily enough, banned out Buck. Now, we're not going to call Cyber a one-trick pony because he's definitely not, but that led to him having to play all these other operators on a map like Nighthaven where you do want to get that verticality. And he was having a really slow start with, I think it was 0-4 at some point.
Yeah, it's a great point, as you say as well. I know we spoke about this yesterday as our sort of build up into things, and it's great, Ginny, that you ask us, like, who's the star player here? Because the other teams clearly have been thinking about that as well. To ban Buck on that map is very irregular. It's not something that we see too often. I think teams know just how good Cyber is. My team, back in the day, Rogue, a couple of years ago at the Berlin Major, we played against Cyber in the Major final, and he was somebody that we wanted to target as well, and I think he has really stood the test of time. You know, this is a serious superstar of a player, and I'd expect him to light up the scoreboard today.
Then who would you be targeting from the side of Into the Breach? Who is the player in this roster that you think we got to keep our eyes on this player? If they can pop off, this could be a genuine thorn in the side of FaZe.
I personally think it's exciting that this could be multiple players, but if I think of one player that we have seen excel on the entry, not just here, but also in Europe League, that has to be Azur. I mean, we talked about him being that IGL in this team, also coming from the front side as an entry. It's not always easy to do that, to make sure that you have to set up your whole team, even if you are on that front side here, but he's been doing very well with it. We saw him having some very explosive plays yesterday, so I'm hoping to see the same for him today.
Yeah, I'm going to both massively agree and disagree with you, Anne, but it's in such a good way. In terms of, like you say, you could kind of pick a few players here. You've gone for Azur, amazing stats in EUR, amazing performance in EUR. For me, though, Creeds is such a real playmaker, and I think we saw it against GK yesterday, especially in the defense. The way that he was opening up rounds, just flinging himself out of the building, literally throwing himself out of the building. You've got to keep that confidence no matter who you come up against. I think it's, without any disrespect to GK at all, it's a different story doing it against FaZe Clan. I want to see him be that confident again.
But I think we saw bits of that against Furia yesterday from Into the Breach as well. Of course, on their own defense, playing with a nicely paced aggression, in my opinion. But then on attack, it was kind of lacking in that regard.
Yeah, and again, it's something that we spoke about a lot. I think for me personally, obviously we do a lot of scrims against ITV. We do a lot of work preparing for them. We know a lot about the players, the coach as well. They're a team who, with direct attacks, they are unbelievable. They come up with some of the most creative things that you could ever do for like a direct site hit. But when they have to clear the map, and especially against a team like FaZe, you will have to clear the map because they're going to know you really love doing direct takes. They're going to set the site up heavily. There's going to be utility there. There's going to be cameras there, and you won't get away with the same kind of thing over and over and over again. That's my worry with ITV because I love these guys. I love them as a team. I think they've got great players, a great coach. As you can see, they've got such a great culture as well. They really seem to be friends, great positive outlook. But for me, if they're going to win this series, I need to see multiple full clear type attacks from them where they take the whole map, they swarm FaZe in a little bit, because you can't just be one-dimensional against a team with this experience.
All right, it sounds like you're more leaning towards the side of FaZe when it comes to how this is going to be playing out. And I know that we've touched upon the experience of FaZe. I know that we've touched upon their playstyle, their aggression, the region that they're coming from carrying so much weight. But when it comes to these two playstyles from FaZe and ITB clashing onto the server, what maps are we preferring to see if you want to give ITB a fighting chance?
Would you like to lead this one, Anne, a little bit? I know that you love your map balance for these two teams.
Yeah, I mean, having looked at some data from these two teams, it's very funny how both teams played a map that the opponent does not play at all. We're seeing it right here as well. FaZe are not playing any border at all. It was a map that Into the Breach played yesterday. And then for the side of Into the Breach, they banned out Cafe, a map they don't play, and FaZe played yesterday. So I'm not surprised to see that being banned out. Chalet is exciting for Into the Breach, given how it went yesterday against GK, but this has to be a bit of a different team to go up against. Skyscraper is a map that both these teams have had really good results on in the past. There's a map that's still left in their consulate. Could be the decider. It isn't. We're going to bank.
I want to touch upon Chalet, particularly because it went a certain way against GK, and of course that went into ITB's favor. You're pulling this map out again. It is your pick. Again, FaZe has seen that game.
Yeah.
Necessarily from a coach's perspective, does that not make you a little nervous?
I think especially, as we said, with the way that Creeds, for example, played the Chalet yesterday, he must have got 2, 3, 4, maybe 5 kills outside of the building.
Yeah.
FaZe will know that. FaZe will have watched that VOD. But equally, if you're scared and you don't make those plays because you think, oh, they've watched me do it, you can't open up the round. So for me, that's going to be such an interesting battle for Creeds as well, because he's a player who, like you say, he's probably the youngest player on their team, right? The least experienced player on their team. Is he just going to send it anyway? Am I just going to be confident? Am I going to play my game? Or am I going to get sort of intimidated by this idea of they've watched what I do?
You'd hope the confidence. You'd hope the former, not the latter, not the former. There we go. English is a little bit difficult, but you're looking at ITB, and it feels like this is then their comfort pick. So on the flip side of the coin, you'd expect them to have something different up their armory than just, okay, we're just going to go full sended, we're going to be confident, we're going to have one player get picks outside.
Yeah, you'd hope so, because what I think ITB did especially well yesterday on this map against JK was on their own defense, make sure they waste a lot of time. You see these players in like sort of duos, roam upstairs, make sure they can test that map control, don't give it away easily, but then, like we said, it was GK, no disrespect to GK whatsoever, but when you're looking at the side of FaZe, you have these players that could cause insane entries, and you have to make sure that you're contesting map control, but not too far to the point where you're losing your life.
I love the little disclaimers. That no disrespect to GK. I mean, unfortunately, they're not here, so you can take that however you want to take it. But when it comes to the SDC play predictions, let's have a look at what the general public thinks when it comes to these. Okay, 78% for FaZe. I think that is very heavily favored towards FaZe, and I fully understand why that is the case. But say, let's play devil's advocate, because you did a little bit on the last match. I'm going to throw you under the bus again for this one. Devil's advocate for ITV. Going on Chalet, which is a map that they're comfortable on, they seem to be throwing a spanner in the works, which is something that FaZe is not necessarily used to, because they've also struggled with that against the APAC teams yesterday. Could this be it?
Yeah, that's a great point to mention as well, playing against the APAC team. We've seen it against Bleed yesterday. That little bit of craziness that sometimes the APAC teams bring. I mean, we've seen a Fuse Shield at this event, right?
Yeah.
For me, I'm so biased here because I believe FaZe will win, but I love
78%.
I love ITB. So for me, I'm bringing my 22% out. I'm saying, you know what, I'm going for it. ITB, I want them to win. I want this to be their moment, especially without the pressure of feeling like, oh, this is going to impact our SI chances or our stage 2 chances or anything like that.
But how?
No. Let's go into a best of 3 against FaZe. Let's be full of confidence. Don't worry about them VOD reviewing some of our cheeky plays that we do, because what makes us us is our cheeky plays. That's what I want their conversations to be. I want them to come out swinging, and I want them to be confident.
I will say one thing though, is what you two mentioned in the previous game, is that for Blizz, this was their first main stage game, essentially. I feel like for the majority of the players on the side of Into the Breach, it's the same scenario here. This is their first ever main stage game. I was lucky enough to play on a main stage at a show match, but even playing from on a main stage when it's just show match in comparison to, it's so different. I wonder what's that going to do with the pressure.
I wonder so too, and I'm sure everybody at home is wondering the exact same thing. So let's head into the second game of today. FaZe Clan going out against ITB.
Welcome back to the Rainbow Six stage here at the Esports World Cup as we get set for our second best of 3 of the day. My name's Ian, and this is Milosh. Of course, we saw SSG, secure their spot in the playoffs, and I actually witnessed for the very first time, sadly, it was Team Bliss that witnessed their first key crushing. And you look phenomenal in the hat, right? You look really good now, but I really need to see you in this builder's hat again because it just did something to me and everybody watching. Can we?
A bit of fan service never did anything wrong. There it is.
Look at that.
We're going to build up the rest of our games.
All we need now is a little bit more chest there. Maybe next time. Right, let's bring out our next competitor, starting with FaZe Clan. One of the top favorites coming into this tournament. They dropped into the danger zone, which shocked quite a lot of people, but literally there isn't an opponent on this planet that phases them as they make their way towards Esports World Cup glory.
And their opponents into the breach. If there's one team that fits the description of underrated, it is ITB. They've grown from nothing to where they are today, proving everybody that there is still space for top upcoming talent, not just in Europe, but in the world, at another international showing for the ITB squad. So, FaZe, ITB, please place your keys and take your seats.
I cannot wait for this one.
Absolutely. I think ITB, much like Tristan was saying in the analyst desk, they're going to throw everything at the wall and see what sticks against FaZe. But there's only one way to find that out, and it's to get into game. So let's get it on.
Well, a David versus Goliath matchup awaits us for our second best of three of the day. FaZe Clan versus Into the Breach. We saw the audience favor 80 to 20%, and I definitely cannot disagree with them, guys. FaZe Clan are definitely the favorite of the two.
Yeah, keen to jump into this particular matchup. The way I see it is it's the battlers taking on the battle hardened, if you would, right? ITB have grown from nothing to get themselves into this position. FaZe have been there. They've done it before on the international stage, and they'll want to do it once more. But I also agree with the sentiment from the desk, right? This is probably a matchup that we did not expect. ITB, I think they deserve respect. They did a good job to get themselves in this position, but FaZe now needing to fight from the depths to remain in the competition.
Yeah, very quickly going through the tournament thus far, FaZe started off against Scars in that Group B, where they ended up winning 7-4, but ultimately fell short against Bleed. All 15 rounds were required, losing out 8-7, seeing the APAC team through to the playoffs, and of course now finding themselves in the lower bracket for Into the Breach. While they fell a little earlier, Furia beat them 7-4, but it was a 2-0 win in the best of three against GK Esports yesterday that has seen them progress forward here, taking on FaZe. Win and you go through, lose and you go home, and the prize pool doubles if you win this game. How interesting is that, guys? Talk about incentive to make the playoffs, to make the final 8, from 40k if you go out here to 80k by just winning this best of 3.
Yeah, I mean, it's a ruthless format, but the rewards, I think, more than make up for that. FaZe are a team that I think many expected to perform well in this particular tournament. I think semi-finals probably a minimum for this roster. Now, though, looking to just survive and get through this matchup. I think for me personally, I very much agree with the audience sentiment. An 80-20 split, quite fair. I think if FaZe play at their best, it's a kind of match where it should be a 2-0, and that's in no means being disrespectful to ITB. I think at their very best, especially if they've been able to cook some stuff up, last night and this morning, they may be quite competitive in this match. I definitely don't think they are to be underestimated.
Right, diving into this series now. Best of 3. Chalet up first, picked by ITB. They will be attacking first as well. We know FaZe have been pretty good on their defense so far at this tournament. Their attacks are a little bit questionable. We'll see if they can change that around. But going into Chalet, map pick, ITB, when you are the underdog, when you are the team not seen as one of the favorites, that opening map, especially if it's your pick, absolutely crucial, so important. Skyscraper to then follow after that, and we know how good the defense is for FaZe on that particular map. So if there's ITB winning this series, it's going to have to be Chalet and Bank.
Yeah, I mean, overall, the tournament so far here for EWC 24, it's been incredibly defender-sided. Heading into this match, it's sitting at about 62% in favor of defense, and you contrast that to the Manchester Major. It was only 55.9%. Now, early days, it's not necessarily as much data available at this point in time. It's certainly something to note, and, you know, heading into Chalet first map, it has been a little bit more favorable, at least, for attack. So ITB can put their best foot forward here and apply pressure. FaZe have been under pressure so far. They go into this match under pressure after losing to Bleed, and it's about just compounding that.
See, speaking of the Manchester Mage as well, if you kind of think back for FaZe going out so early in the quarterfinals after making the grand final of 6 Invitational, at the hands of Beast Coast, of course, the eventual winners, 7-4, 7-1, they went crashing out. Now they get an opportunity to make themselves known in the playoffs once again. For ITB, they went out in that phase 2, so looking to, I guess, take that next step forward for ITB. Can they make top 8? Can they get, I was going to say, to the main stage, but we're at the main stage a little bit earlier, which was fortunate for Bliss, of course, who finally got to make a main stage, but they did get sent packing by SSG. Not too long till we get into this game. I kind of want your thoughts, guys, holistically, looking at it all. How do you see this one playing out? Everything says FaZe. Any hope for ITB?
I think probably the biggest predicament facing ITB, and it was stated on the desk and I fully agreed with it, is how much stock would they have put into a potential FaZe matchup when this tournament began? Probably very little. I think like many would have expected them to make that run through the upper bracket, unlikely to face them. Now they've had limited time to prepare for that. We know that FaZe are a team inside of the server as well that are very good at adapting on the fly. I guess in some respects that might favor them, right? ITB can go in with like a pretty basic baseline plan and then look to adapt over the course of the match. But easier said than done when the stakes are this high. You're on the main stage now, pressure's starting to build, double the prize pool on the line, as is each step of this tournament. So I'm just super keen to see if they can remain composed. They can find comfort in the fact that they go in as the underdog. FaZe, after losing 8-7 against Bleed, have put themselves in a very compromised position, and they can look to try and exploit that.
We've only seen the 11 rounds of Bank so far, and it's been heavily defended, so a very small sample size. I wouldn't really look too much into that, but ultimately, when we do go to, oh sorry, not Bank, Chalet is what I was talking about, 50-50 at the moment. Bank being the decider map, one to consider later on if we actually get there. You spoke about the fact that it's been kind of defender-sided throughout the tournament as a whole. No surprise, that's the way Siege has been for a little while now. As we come into this, with ITB attacking first on Chalet, a map that we know can facilitate attacks, I think they're going to need at least 3 to 4 rounds to get themselves off to a good start. Feel good factor, the morale for the team as we head into the ban phase, and it will be FaZe first up.
Yeah, let's see what gets brought out. Of course, heading into this particular event, the most recent patch came through, and so we are expecting some changes in terms of meta. The group will be replicated though. We actually did see that in the earlier match this evening between Bliss and SSG. It was the North Americans who eventually won that match that took the Grim off the board that time around. Maverick also off the board, so we are going to see a hard breach compromise. When you think about basement, typically where the hard breach is most impactful, outside of like an office
Fenrir
for
coming
instance. Fenrir?
No, interesting.
Not yet.
The reason why I said that is, of course, for ITB, they actually played Chalet yesterday against GK, and they banned out the Maverick, they banned out the Fenrir. The Fenrir actually a pretty common ban too for FaZe Clan, so it still wouldn't surprise me if it does come through, but the Valkyrie has been taken off the board. Final ban, and there he is.
Well, we no longer live in the days of the Solus and
It was
Azami
literally used to be
Mustics,
like
so.
Solus, Azami, Fenrir, pick 2. All right, let's head into this one. Chalet, it is the opening map of this best of 3. Final best of 3 for the day here on the A stream. And FaZe Clan defending first up on the map pick of Into the Breach as we head to Chalet. Big game for both of these two teams. I mean, at least for FaZe, there is every expectation that they as a team should be making top 8. That they should be making the playoffs. Fall short here, calamity. And then you're starting to really kind of look at the broader picture post-SI. Bit of a failure at Manchester. They don't want to fail here as well. They must get this win, get through, get into the playoffs. For ITB, it is that story, somewhat similar to like a Team Blizz. Can they make that next step? And we'll see if they can here. And it would be a huge step if ITB find a way to take down FaZe Clan.
Alright, let's jump straight into things then. It's basement first up. FaZe will open up on the defensive side. And I mean, already we're seeing some intriguing picks in terms of defender composition. Big talking point with the introduction of Striker and Sentry is how much play are they going to get at the competitive level. And we are going to see it brought out here, round 1 from KDS, and that super short. You can get to work on site construction. Interestingly enough as well, we actually highlighted a little bit before briefly the Solus, heavily nerfed heading into the most recent season. However, we'll still see some play time this time around, and again, compromised in terms of prep phase and ability to cut down in the drone utility department, but can still find value in the late round, and shotgun being run as well, again, to likely roam around here and try and find value off-site.
Yeah, a little bit of that breach denial with the Tubarão and the Kaid for basement itself, but then you want to play into that roam game as well. Interesting, we do see the sentry has been picked up. It will be a C4 barbed wire combo. Early days, but ITB doing their due diligence, not rushing into a building which is going to be filled with roamers. They're going to have to clear this out slowly. Kendrew through Barstock has got the kit in hand. Good position to get. Certainly want to get yourself in towards Fireplace. This is really early, though, from Kendrew. Maybe setting the pace and the tone for ITB. But Handy just watching at the stairs. 2 will fall to begin for ITB. Wanting to go nice and fast in towards site. Maybe catch FaZe off guard, but FaZe certainly at the ready. And a 3 kill to start here in this best of 3. Holding in towards blue, but eventually pushing through. Noah and Oscar fighting 2, but down to just being by himself for Noah inside of the blue hallway. 3 versus 1. Kit over towards Fireplace stairs. A head was there to be spotted on Cyber, but the shotgun too good. And a great start for FaZe Clan.
Yeah, certainly not the worst of shot calls I've ever seen. As we could kind of see on the new HUD in terms of defender player positions, there were 4 off-site. And so the call there for ITB to try and exploit the Tubarão, isolate him on an island and take site control, force a retake. In theory, not too bad. But one pesky piece of barbed wire down those main stairs, making that push a challenge. Tubarão winning out that fight, Handy there, dropping Kendrew, and then unfortunately the rest of the team sort of capitulates around that.
It's like a 3-2 split essentially of your FaZe, right? You've got the 3 roamers up above, 2 on site, you're playing the Tubarão and the Kaid, and I actually really love that setup for FaZe too, because it means that we think about sometimes when it comes to basement chalet, if you play heavily into that roam game and far too heavily, you leave the site itself quite susceptible to a push like that. Say down Fireplace stairs, sneak in through Barstock. But FaZe, they had that covered. They had players on site, they were in good positions, and ultimately for ITB, the fast-paced push was unsuccessful. Still, opening round. Those are usually the rounds in which you might want to pick up the pace a little bit. Now you might bring it back, and we'll see if they do that heading into the second one. For Bar Games we go.
So KDS then on to the Azami for round number 2, and in that most recent patch that I was referencing earlier and they recently came out, we saw, I believe it was about a 20% increase in the damage that weapons and bullets and fire do towards those barriers. And so shooting them now should be more viable for the attack. And so for KDS, it's really critical that he manages those barriers correctly, gets value from them, doesn't waste them. And equally, ITB do a clean job in clearing them. Rat position is being held inside of library, rather common, and that will likely call for a utility dump into that position. Kendrew on the Capitao can use his flames to draw out Vidiking, who's going to be pretty eager to hold this position, hold that vault in from the double window, but he elects to overpeak, and Azza will shut him down for the opening kill of the second round.
I mean, you say overpeak, but Vidiking probably has to be aggressive in that position. If he just holds in the corner, he's eventually going to get undone. He tries to see if he can either take one with him or eventually maybe get out of that spot. Good opening kill for ITB. Certainly a little bit more due diligent with their attack, more so just holding outside on the balcony, and the exterior gameplay here is strong. 3 outside, over towards library side. Can drop down, play big window. Pretty clear focus that for ITB on par games. They're gonna go direct, not looking to go for the full sweep across, playing in from a solar push. They do have Cyber in towards Office at the moment for FaZe, so eventually you've got still that horizontal up top that can then come back to look to retake a position like top library.
Utility being dumped then over towards that chimney position as a Noah combine. And this hold up above from FaZe proving to be rather delicate and easy to take down, especially after that opening engagement. Souls now all alone, and ITB showing what they're made of.
Yeah, really clean. I mean, really just full control over towards that library side. There's only a limited amount of numbers that you can have of the defenders in that position. If you're spreading across over towards like Office, for example, it's great if you're looking to stop like a solar push or you're trying to stop something over towards like balcony outside of Piano. But ultimately, if ITB just go direct, get that kill onto Vidiking, then they just vastly outnumber that position. And in the end, that is exactly what ends up happening. A really strong round and a good opening attacking round now for ITB that has been established. All the rounds they can get early on, certainly going to be great. And we see that angle there from Azza. It is razor thin.
Yeah, I really like from ITB there. They get the opening pick and then they elect not to overextend too early. They did their due diligence. They cleared out key positions. They dumped utilities such as the frag grenades and the Capitao bolts in their appropriate positions and made it very difficult then for FaZe Clan to find playmaking opportunities. Then they're able to lean into the advantage. They abused the pockets of space that they then afforded themselves. And from there, it was a rather clean attack from them. So good signs. We need to see ITB on their map pick, especially attack Chalet, get off to a good start. And so responding after round 1, where it kind of fell apart, is good for their confidence.
Interesting side twist, though. I mean, I think in this current day and age for Siege, especially from what we maybe see in APAC, Bar Games is considered a little bit more of a tertiary site these days, where your kitchen dinings and your master bedrooms are typically seen a little bit more before it, and maybe a good reason as to why. Teams have certainly been able to attack into Bar Games a lot better in recent months than maybe when Chalet first came into the map pool. So 1-1 scoreline. Good start for ITB. FaZe look good in the opening round. ITB look good in the second round. That's what we want. Two heavy hitters going at it, and it's a blow for a blow right now. Back onto the sentry for FaZe Clan again. Barbed wire C4 combination. They've got quite a lot of nitrocells. Once again, they've got 3 in the back pocket for a round like this. You want to try and get the ability to deny plants on a kitchen dining site. It can be so crucial. Again, though, the Boss G coming out from Cyber, but unable to make contact, but just showing presence towards main entrance.
Yeah, I was waiting to see when it would be brought out. It is the Montaigne in the hands of Kendrew. FaZe Clan electing not to target ban a shield off the board. Shield's generally quite strong at the moment.
Most banned operator at the event.
Yeah, for a reason. And we know that Kendrew can really get to work on that operator, give calls to the rest of the team, gain information and space as well alongside that. And so for FaZe on defense, the emphasis on them being able to shut that down. So we'll see what they're able to do. Again, continuing to switch up their compositions here. Warden, an intriguing pick. Now, the 3 armor can be used to lock down a key position. Currently up above, office wall still yet to be opened. Currently electrified rather with the Electro Claw, but now cleared. First pick goes the way of ITB, and so too will the second.
It's becoming a common thing for FaZe. They lose one, they look for one more to try and trade it back, and they all just start to capitulate. We saw that in that last round, a little bit as well in the opening round, but it's like almost as if you want that immediate response, but you do so in such an aggressive manner. Unfortunately, Vigil not going to be able to save the day. Great job from ITB. 2 rounds in a row, 2 attacking rounds in this defensive meta, and they are pumped. Great start. It is their map pick. And certainly, if they're going to win this series, it needs to be here on Chalet to begin. But FaZe, a little bit of a problem. They've got a leak, and when they try to then plug that hole, they keep swinging out into these open areas. They don't have the full information, and that's why we're just seeing them fall one by one. One player gets picked, then they want the response immediately. They rush it, then they lose that one, and it all just snowballs apart.
Yeah, something that has become increasingly important as the Siege meta has sort of modernized is on the side of the attack, hitting those trigger points really perfectly and in sync. The whole team knows exactly at what point in the round, or what event in the round they need to converge on their positions. The so-called split theory. I can't believe we're only on map 1 of our first pass.
I haven't heard Fresh say it myself at this event, so we can't be the first ones to talk about it.
Hopefully not. But a good example in that last round, immediately top wall open and then bang, bang, bang. And FaZe quickly in those moments are trying to crawl their way back, trying to find something in response. And ITB are not offering those opportunities. And so that's really clean attacking from them. And the kind of pressure building that has to just be constant over the course of this entire series, because FaZe Clan, with so much international experience, the Brazilian brand of Siege, they will adapt. They are not going to play the same way this entire map. There's absolutely no world in which that's going to happen.
Only managed 1 attacking round on border against Furia for ITB when you kind of consider an alternative Brazilian team. 2 attacking rounds early here on Chalet, good signs. But we know FaZe, as you so mentioned before, battle-hardened, veteran kind of team. They're not going to be swayed by the early result that has so far been placed in this match. Back to Snow Wine. Last time out for ITB, they went the fast approach, didn't want to do the basics and the chores and looking to open up main breach. This time they're going to attempt it. Handy on the other side as the Tuber out though, looking to freeze it, delay it, and just try and chew that clock.
Yeah, and I'm looking across at the overhead that we have off screen. Again, it's the one defender on site for FaZe Clan. So it's a very similar pattern to what we saw last time where ITB looked to exploit, just head down the stairs and force retake. This time though, attackers scattered far more across the map. Probably going to try and force these defenders to vacate these positions and take control up above. They have the Nomad, for example, a great operator in cutting down those rotations or flank opportunities later in the round. But for now, it's about trying to gain this information first and foremost, and then applying pressure on these defenders, forcing them to move.
Yeah, a bit of a solo piano hold right now for FaZe that ITB are trying to clear out. Noah even doing so with the diffuser in his back pocket into bathroom. Play on the other side of the wall for FaZe. It's Creed that gets the opening kill in this round. Default taken out in the top itself, but a drop down has been made for FaZe. They'll look to start to make their way back to site. Don't really have a choice in this. There's only just over a minute remaining in the round, and ITB are clearing, and what an angle found from Noah. Vidiking a little bit too slow to get back to site, gets caught. 0-3 start for him, and a 2-0 starting this round now for ITB, searching for their third round in a row. They can play main breach, they've cleared him out. They know that for FaZe, they're back on site now. More drone game can come through because you've still got 50 seconds. A great round established now for ITB. It just comes down to the final product.
Yeah, and Creed still has one scan on the line as well. He'll be really wanting to maximize that in locking down these defender positions.
Headshot. Oh, gets it. Well, kind of. Job done from Noah. 7-1 start. Absolutely incredible on an individual level. But as a team right now, ITB firing on all cylinders. Little hold in towards blue. KDS with the reload. Needs to swing and find a kill, and he does. But he has 4 more that needs to be found in succession. An ace required to salvage this round for FaZe. Full white in blue. Pings everywhere, but nothing he can do and play off it. And Kenny's happy. The boys are pumped. It's a 3-1 start for ITB.
I don't want to curse it for the UK viewers, but it kind of feels like it could be coming home at the moment. I mean, holy, these last few rounds have been really clean from them.
First half of the first map of a best of 3. Settle.
I mean, we are like we're like honorary UK citizens, kind of, right? So
it's the motherland, but yeah. we're not.
We can get a bit excited for them, why not?
Well, what's the issue right now for FaZe? Their defense has looked a little bit scrappy, and we actually praised their defense pre-match. We thought that was maybe going to be an element, especially going onto a map like Skyscraper. The difference is Skyscraper and Chalet defense play very different.
Again, it goes back to the ability to adapt sort of conversation that I was having. In that last round, again, FaZe, solo member on site, the 2-barrel. Stalls out breach, fair enough, but it's ITB. The onus is on them to throw something different at them. And that's exactly what they did. Multiple players swimming up above, really good drone work, forcing those roamers into really high pressure situations where they were able to capitalize. Good utilization of the utility from the Lion, for instance, as well. Getting, dotting their I's, crossing their T's with Heart Breach. Not really any of these fights, especially the first 2, were at all favorable for FaZe. And if that roam game completely falls apart, it doesn't take a genius to work out. If you've only got one player on side and the hold itself is weakened, you're not going to be in a good spot defensively.
It is the Swede that has really set the tone, I said early. Noah, I think, was 7-1 by the end of that round. Games and Bar coming up, by the way. So another attempt here from FaZe Clan on a site that they already lost last time out pretty comfortably. Not the best of starts, but we did kind of say if we're ever going to see ITB win this series, it's probably first map, last map. Bank the decider, Skyscraper to follow after this. I kind of look at Skyscraper and it's got that more formulated, layered defense that should suit FaZe's game plan and the style. But they just can't really get anything to string together outside of the opening round. And if you actually think about that round and you envision it, it was really just ITB just sending a rush in towards basement, hoping to maybe catch FaZe off guard. And they had a really well-positioned handy, blocked off fireplace stairs, and really kept sight on lock while still having the roamers. If we think about it in the other rounds, ITB are getting opening kills. They're getting good spacing in the map. They're able to dictate the tempo. FaZe are on the back foot early, but it is early. Get 2 rounds here, close out the half, get it to 3-3, and we're singing a different tune.
Well, last time it was Vidiking to fall in this key position. Corner of library. The ability that needs, or the operator rather, that needs to try and soak up utility. So it's the Doc this time around. And sometimes we see the Sim pistol actually used to sustain damage against the flame. That's just really good timing.
Yeah.
Perfect timing. Handy does eventually hit the trade from down below, so it's not the absolute worst case scenario, but they continue to lose fights. FaZe continue to lose fights. They're not even looking the right way half the time. ITB continue to catch them off guard.
Multi-layered attack there from ITB from different avenues and different angles. FaZe so concerned about that library push, but then you've got players outside on the balcony. Handy, the solo, maybe not anticipating the positioning here on the stairs. That's Creed's. Take the 1v1, can't, well, actually they'll trade, but it's ITB that get the win, and that's 4 rounds in a row to begin in this best of 3 in the lower bracket. Win and you go to the playoffs, lose and you go home. That is what is at stake. And a great start to the opening map for ITB. 1 round to go in the half.
This can't be a very good feeling if you're FaZe Clan, a team that is renowned, from a region renowned for adapting on the fly. You are being outclassed at the moment. ITB continue to throw different little curveballs at these defensive setups that is quite simply catching them off guard. I mean,
yeah, what's Soul's doing there? What is Soul's doing there?
Falls in front of the window, dies. Second player follows, also falls to the grave, and ITB just mop up, I guess, the continuation from that discussion as well, as they continue to put themselves in great positions, but they're also converting, which is, you know, easier said than done in Rainbow Six, so they're doing a good job at the moment.
A lot of the times when you have these kind of mismatched matchups, we saw the audience favor 80 to 20% favor of FaZe, and very much we were in agreeance. You don't want to give that underdog a leading start. You don't want to give them that hope. You don't want to give them that hype and that momentum that can certainly be built with a good opening map. In this case, a good opening half. 1 round to go. ITB searching for a 5th round in a row. FaZe needing to just try and stem the tide and really just hold on right now. And it's going to be double shields coming to close this half from Noah and Kendrew.
If you lose the double shields, I think your mental's chalked for map 1. You just write it off. We'll see how FaZe play into it, though. I wonder what ITB are going to look to cook up here. An interesting decision. As I mentioned before, shields are in a really good spot at the moment in terms of meta. But typically, very rarely will we see teams invest doubly so into shields. Could be a breach stack of sorts, with maybe Noah going for the re-hit through...
Could be a breach rush. Potentially, although one of the other shields, and you can see off in the distance, Noah isn't quite with the party. Distance away.
Yeah, I think he's looking to vault in for the back hit as they open the front breach, but the Tubarão has just complicated that. It's been mainstay for FaZe on this site, so it's not necessarily coming as a surprise for ITB. Breach eventually opened up, but they will not elect to push off that immediately, instead rotate elsewhere.
We'll say 4 Nitro Cells available for FaZe Clan, and straight in towards one. The Blitz makes his way through, Creeds with another opening kill, but eventually does lose his life to Vidiking. The flash, the pistol, it's successful. Headshot, wow. It's a 3 versus 3. Sight is vulnerable, in towards Blue, and again, the pistol a little bit though off the mark in that case. The flash though, it isn't. Player down on the floor behind Noah though, he's just too good. Vidiking apparently blew himself up. FaZe have capitulated in the opening half. It's a 5-1 statement from ITB.
Yeah, remarkable rotation there from ITB. They stacked that blue position as we kept our eyes on the blitz through Con. And I think that round probably encapsulates the pressure that ITB were able to build in that half. They threw so many different ideas inside of the server, and they all just continued to stick. I mean, Kendrew here, as I mentioned, through blue, put so much pressure on Vidiking, who then blew himself up with the Nitro, I guess a trade of sorts, but nowhere elsewhere, got to work. Cyber then ran back into the chaos. And that is the struggle that can be faced on that side. One player defending, others need to retake. With so much chaos around the objective, it's very, very tough. So a 5-1 half in favor of the underdogs. And for FaZe, I don't really know what to say at the moment. It's certainly not the result I expected at this point in the match.
Yeah, and one caveat as well to all of this, and I still think highly of FaZe's Skyscraper, but you've got to keep in mind that ITB picked Skyscraper yesterday against GK. They are going to be far and away ready for that particular map once we do get there. Bank the decider, if we get there, will be quite an even playing field, but for right now, a 5-1 start to ITB. We'll see if this ends up being, though, maybe rather attacker-sided. Defending here could be a bit of a struggle. FaZe, you get a couple of rounds, you can really get that momentum to flow. We know they're a very experienced veteranship team, But ITB, they're just playing on confidence right now, raw confidence, and playing behind Noah, who was led from the front. A 10-1 start for him. He gets the Warden license, and we'll see if he can continue to frag out here on the defense.
Yeah, Warden critical hit in the face of that Ying from Souls. But a pretty counter-heavy lineup from the attack. Ash into Mirror can destroy those windows. Flores for the Azami keep barriers as well. But at the moment, all eyes on side with the lurk down below. Such is the nature of Chalet. Offers really good opportunities for these attackers to get in quite freely on the fringes of the map and then lurk around and catch defenders as they rotate through the mid-round as the rest of the attacking pressure comes through. And so for now, Cyber can just sit and wait. I think the 2 kills for him so far. No one from FaZe going positive. A sentence that I did not think I would be saying this evening.
I will say, though, at least for FaZe, it's certainly a case where it's the whole team. It's not just 1, 2, 3 players, right? It is the entire team that is definitely struggling to begin in this series. Fortunately for them, plenty of time to turn around, not just in this map, but it is a best of 3. You can go to your map pick of Skyscraper and look to get things back on your terms. Slow approach, though, from FaZe. You can see the tempo difference as well between the two teams from what we got in that opening half. ITB, fast approach, into sight, clearing out, playing together. FaZe, a minute 10, and we're still out in the balcony.
Reloading.
Yeah, they might be able to slow cook in this round, but certainly at the moment, with only 60 seconds and limited ground taken, it doesn't paint the brightest of pictures for the Brazilians at the moment.
It's the final logic bomb that has been called as well by Vidiking in towards Piano, cleared out by KDS. Opening kill, Creeds again, I swear. That might be like 3 rounds in a row that he has found the opening kill for ITB. He gets his 7th kill of the game. Little peek in towards sight. Hello, though, it's Creeds again. Handy will fall. 2 players down. At least Vidiking gets one back. Keeps this interesting, but with only 30 seconds remaining in the round, ITB, I think, are in the better position to find their 6th round in a row.
Oh, Oscar up close, but he falls. KDS good for 1 in the round. 20 seconds, 3 versus 3, but ITB should have the positional advantage.
Creeds has been good in this round, continues to hold a good position towards Library Stairs. Drop to come, following the Candelas of Souls. No, the drop, it's not coming straight away. Creed still playing Library Stairs, looking to clear out Barstock. The swing is successful from Souls. There's only 5 seconds though left, and Souls is a solo with no kit, no time, no chance, and ITB make it 6-zip. 6-1 lead, 6 in a row, and now map point.
Wow. I got a little bit nervous for them there. I thought maybe off the back of the Warden falling, we'd see some really good value from the Ying. We saw it somewhat onto the Mirror, over towards Backstore. But then the likes of Kendrew, over towards Bar, unfazed by the flashes, able to step up, rise to the occasion, and lock down that round for ITB, leading from the front. Creeds, though, I mean, backtracking a little bit. Big 2K from him. And it's those kinds of plays and those kinds of matches and performances that the rest of the team can just relax a little bit more, knowing that someone's out there firing. They can just play their role, not have to make up for anyone struggling, which just puts them in such a comfortable position.
Such a dangerous matchup, right? It's very easy on paper to look at this and say FaZe are the favorites. SI Grand finalists, multiple times semi-finalists, and technically a regular when it comes to playoffs. If they lose here, they don't make playoffs. This would be one of their worst results in years if they were to lose this series. So for FaZe Clan, they are the favorites in this game, but they have been stunned, shell-shocked by ITB's fast start here on Chalet. While it's only 1 map, what is the logical damage maybe for the rest of this series? ITB are going to gain so much momentum and hype and hope going into Skyscraper. For FaZe, this might well be one that you kind of just wave the white flag, move on to the next map.
Yeah. Which is strange to hear aloud, but I tend to agree.
And Creeds, another opening kill. Seemingly in the right place at the right time in all of these rounds, and he joins Noah now with double-digit kills. ITB, that's certainly one of been the biggest advantage that they've had. Opening kills, constantly with the numbers, constantly outnumbering FaZe. Even sometimes when it is a 5v5, they just know where to position, so they've got the numbers in all of these fights.
Yeah, in every single one of the rounds they've won, they have found a clear advantage and been able to exploit it. Which in general, in competitive Siege, can sometimes be a very big challenge. But against teams of the stature of FaZe, it's sometimes near impossible. But here on Chalet, they're finding those opportunities, they're converting them. Now again finding themselves in a 5 versus 4. Map point on the line.
Spray. I mean, like right now for Cyber and for FaZe, it's just kind of a pray and spray. It works this time as Oscar decided to step forward and maybe try and just take the fight. Didn't really need to. Certainly could have fallen back. Played a bit of spacing. Instead, wanted to try and get into the fragging party. He's only got the 3 kills. Only seconds left of the round on a 4 versus 4. Drop down from the balcony. It's Handy, though, who tries to make entry. Over towards Fireplace, loses his life to Noah. No surprise, 11-2. Massive KD for him. And has been a clear standout for ITB along with Creeds. They've really set the tone. And again, advantage for ITB.
Yeah, Malusi back in meta. That's just making the lurk game as well a little bit more of a challenge for the likes of Cyber. Elsewhere, Hardbridge getting to work. Vidaking still up on the Habana, and so Office Wall will be opened up and an avenue towards a default plant will likely follow. Although that will still be a challenge, I presume, as well. A Yokai is probably still up in sight as well, feeding information. It is inside of Office. I can see Kendrew flicking that at the moment. And so ITB will know exactly when
nothing on the backside
comes through. Well, they don't have the pinch potential now in the 3v4.
It's all going to be frontline. ITB are going to have all of the angles as well, the deep angles in towards site. They're in a really well position to close out this round and this map. 35 seconds left. FaZe don't have the positioning. They don't have the numbers. They don't really have a whole lot to win this round from this position.
There's that Yokai. They can deny default plant. Vidaking's going to attempt, but there's no way he'll be able to stick this.
Yeah, I mean, just to add insult into injury. Oh, he misses it! The Yokai doesn't hit! The kid is successful, and Vidaking can now play off it with the flashes, and suddenly with the double kill, 2 FaZe clan, they've turned this tide around. Azza, up close and personal. But with the down onto Cyber, suddenly KDS is the only one up in 1v2. Post-plant situation. Down to Kendrew and Azza to finish this one off! Yeah, the boys! 7-1 for Into the Breach on Chalet. They take down FaZe in the opening map.
My. What a map and what a final round. ITB able to salvage that one, and they'll be very pleased with how they've been able to open up the account, but job not done yet. They still need to apply that pressure heading into FaZe's map pick, but I tell you what, they have made one hell of a statement in the last 30 minutes.
How did that Yokai not hit?
I think they need to go back in the customs and try that one again.
To be fair, that kind of looks like a pixel perfect angled position, right? Very fine margins, but it just doesn't land. And at that point, they're like, oh, we've got to try and now salvage this. Kit's down and it's a 3v2, but they did.
Yeah.
And that really probably is the best way to describe that map, is it went all ITB's way. Even when it didn't, it still found a way to go ITB's way. 7-1, what a result. We certainly didn't anticipate that. I felt like coming into this series that if they could win Chalet, like maybe we could have a series. But it's the way in which they won Chalet that I now think FaZe might be in some trouble.
A little bit of trouble. But FaZe, they have shown really good resilience on the international stage before. I think they might be able to do it again.
That's the thing, right? Don't discount FaZe. I know you want to get behind the ITB hype, and I know that you want to now start to think they could do something very special, and it would be to make the playoffs, to knock out FaZe, to do all of that. It would be very special. There's another map. Before we get to that map, though, let's go and see Ginny and the stage have to say.
All right, let's just jump straight into here, Tristan. ITB 7-1 against FaZe Clan on a map that we were questioning whether or not they'd be able to replicate yesterday's success.
I mean, we're taken back a little bit like that, right? Like, that is a crazy performance. Like, you heard the coach as well going insane for every round. Yeah, I mean, amazing from them. Amazing.
We talked about the importance of them coming into this matchup, particularly Creeds, and just being really confident, really aggressive, not changing anything up based on what we've seen yesterday, and it felt like that's exactly what we got.
That's exactly what we saw. I mean, his scoreline was crazy as well, right? He was like 10-2, 20-3 going into one of the last rounds. Amazing from him. I'm so glad to see him still running around confidently outside of the building, getting opening picks, because it's so hard, especially, I mean, even for an experienced player, to know that a team has watched you and then you can't make the same play again. But sometimes you can do the same thing again. People won't expect you to.
Yeah, it seems to be working from their side of things, but I also want to jump a little bit in terms of the FaZe Clan's performance. I said we had a lot of expectations from them. There's a lot of pressure on them as well, considering it's not just Siege that they're competing into. You have that club championship coming into play as well. But it felt like this time around, it's getting to them.
The only thing you can say about that first map that has any kind of silver lining for them is it was ITB's map choice. ITB do really like Chalet, and as Anne pointed out, this was quite a weird one in terms of map bans, is there's maps that one team really likes and one really doesn't like. We sort of expected it to be a little bit like that, but not a 7-1.
No, absolutely not. And I think this also speaks a lot of volumes in terms of what we could potentially be hearing from the coach side of things when it comes to FaZe, because when you're in such a situation where you're technically to an extent expected by, what was it, a 88% majority to actually win this game, you're then heading into it and it's a 7-1. What do you do?
Honestly, you have to just tell your team that well, map 1 didn't happen. Realistically, there's nothing we can do about it now, right? Like, it didn't happen. Well, we had one good round. Let's celebrate the one good round, but ultimately, you have to forget about it. You have to forget about it. Let's do a complete reset, and let's start focusing on, right, what's next? We're on our map. We're comfortable. It's our selection. We wanted to go here, right? So for us, it's about, you know, what does the strategy say to us? What did we maybe learn from map 1? But you've got to be quick and snappy with it, too.
What did we learn, then, in regards to map 1, both from the side of FaZe Clan particularly, but also from ITB? Because I feel like for ITB, the takeaway is going to be just stick to our guns, stick what we're comfortable with, stick to that aggression. But from FaZe Clan's thing, what can they take away from it?
I mean, we spoke about this in the segment beforehand, on the desk, on the floor, whatever we want to call it. It was about ITB. If they were going to win this map, or if they were going to win this series against any team the level of FaZe, I want to see variety in attacks. I want to see directs. I want to see clears. I want to see baits. I want to see phantom pressure, that kind of thing. And they did a great job of it. I think FaZe kind of be looking at this thinking, we kind of expected things to be direct a lot more, and seeing a lot of Cade, Tuberal type of thing being played, and that sort of combo. But ITB weren't scared of doing a clear. Against Furia the day previous, they were scared of doing clears. They were really scared, but they weren't this time around. And I think that diversity for them made it difficult for FaZe.
Yeah, and I feel like that's the theme that we keep seeing from FaZe side of things, where when a team throws a spanner into work, when they do something differently than what they're used to, they don't necessarily have the tools available to respond. And you'd expect from a team like FaZe, with their seniority, with their experience, to not find it that difficult to do so.
And it's what we spoke about beforehand with FaZe too. If you're going to do well as FaZe, Cyber's going to pop off, right? Going into that last round, he only had 2 kills going into that. That's difficult for them. That's real difficult. When you've got Noah, I believe, was going 10-2 at that point. Creed's going 10-2 at that point. We need more from Cyber as well, and I'm sure he will be feeling that pressure himself.
Yeah, a little bit of pressure on both of these teams though, but in terms of how this map went and some of the incredible plays that we've seen, we're heading over to Anne to break down a telestrator, so take it away.
Thank you so much, Jenny. I'm really glad that you two spoke about the diversity in the attacks of Into the Breach, because I have a clip to display that we did indeed see them do these kind of full clears. We'll go to the big screen behind me because I have a clip ready to show what Into the Breach was doing on their attacks. Now, we're seeing a take 4 bar, and what we're seeing here on this exact frame is that we're seeing players outside of the library balcony, we're seeing players outside of the office balcony, but also someone directly at that bar window. Now, they have to deal with the situation that's going on upstairs, meaning that they have to clear out that Kiba barrier, they have to clear that Azami on top main stairs. We're seeing Oscar deal with one of the Kiba barriers, and then simultaneously on the other side, over at the office balcony, is what we're seeing in just a few seconds. We're seeing Noah deal with the Kiba barrier as well. He's going to use a grenade, he's going to use a flash, just to make sure they're getting rid of that player there. Someone swings from office, being taken care of by Noah as well. Now that they have that control over top mezzanine, Noah drops down towards the main lobby door, and he's going to hold this line of sight towards where we currently see KDS playing. They've got this top 4 control, they have this pressure on the main door, and simultaneously, unfortunately we just missed it, but the player has also hopped into the site. Kendrew was initiating the plant, has stopped because they got the main lobby pressure gone. They have this pressure on site as well. The plant doesn't even need to go down. They just have that control and are waiting for these FaZe players to come back. Now, what we did is very simple, very basic, but it was showing how Into the Breach was making sure they could go for these full clears. I want to see more of that, of course. We have 2 more maps coming up very, very shortly as well. But before we do that, we do have Jackie with an update on the B stream.
Hey everyone, it's Jackie Jing coming to you from the secondary stage, and behind me we have Scars versus Dark Zero. Elimination on the line. One of these teams is going home, and right now, at last check-in, Scars was up 4-3, which is probably going to be pretty shocking to many people watching at home. Now, Scars, before this map won, they were screaming, they were smiling, the vibes were high. Dark Zero, completely the other side of the spectrum there. They were pensive, they were focused. Scars is just playing carefree with nothing to lose. It seems like Dark Zero really feeling the pressure at this point. I spoke with Dark Zero before this tournament had started, and they were talking about their experience and how they're really coming together and how the synergy is great. Well, we're hoping that we'll see that as the rest of map 1 continues. But remember, you can watch the stream on B and A. Just throw them up on both monitors, because there are some thrilling series happening right now. But we're gonna take a quick break. We'll see you in a little bit.
Well, the opening map was close to flawless for Into the Breach. 7-1 the result. 7 rounds in a row as well to take Chalet. It was their map pick, a dream start, but the story not quite finished just yet, Guz. More so just a chapter that has closed. We'll see if now for FaZe, the response that is required can come through.
Well, it is their map pick up next, Jake, so expecting a better result, but some soul-searching, I think, surely after that first map. A disappointing result from them, a team known for adaptation, struggling to get their foot back in the door after it got slammed shut by ITB round after round after round. ITB, I mean, if you're just tuning in, played some really damn good Cs. That was not by any means a fluke result. Round after round, they were ruthless. And so if they can bring that into a Skyscraper, who knows if they can cook something up here. Defense to kick things off on Sky. They can continue this streak if they play well.
Into Skyscraper we go with the second map. Montaigne
double shield ban.
Blitz also banned out. Sus lobby?
Sus lobby. I mean, honestly.
Where's the Clash ban as well? Why not? Get rid of all of the shields. No, it's the two barrel from FaZe.
Well, every single operator so far was played on map number 1. In fact, we had a previous basement defense where ITB brought double shield and absolutely demolished FaZe, but neither available here. And that's going to probably significantly change up their approach here on Skyscraper. So intriguing to see. They themselves electing to take off one of those shields. It is Kai to round things off as we prepare for map number 2.
Yeah, must win now for FaZe. And for them, it was a travesty of a map. Considering the opening round, I thought they played fine. Their positioning was good. We think all the way back to that basement site where the two down, 3 up situation. ITB tried to play fast. They played it pretty well in defense. Got off to a good start. What was intriguing to me, though, was that for a lot of teams, I think, especially if you go up against a team like FaZe, you think, okay, opening round, can we blitz them? Can we get off to a fast start? Then when that doesn't work, it's very easy to say, okay, let's just reel it back, right? Let's slow down the pacing. ITB, while they didn't quite double down, they kept that same pacing. They kept that same mentality. Like, no, if we're going to beat FaZe, we need to be aggressive. We need to attack. We need to go fast and set the tempo. They did that. They did that really well. We'll see if they can now manage that on Skyscraper. And where the tempo is typically set on this map is usually on defense.
Yeah, you think about how aggressively teams want to roam off-site. Do they introduce vertical play up above or down below, depending on the specific side, and also I guess more generally what sort of composition they want to bring to the board as well. And so you look at the likes of the Malusi, which is going to be a hot talking point throughout the conclusion of this event, given the recent buff. Now a shotgun for construction and an extra Banshee. You think about Mozzie as well. He's just a set and forget operator, so that gives Noah the ability to run around and frag out. So I like this from ITB. Already some early signs that they're going to bring a similar style of play onto a map that is significantly different, so translating that can be tough. Handy though, taking 100 points of damage already to open up this round.
It was Noah and Creeds who were the star standouts for ITB on the opening map. Creeds typically the one with the opening kills. This time it is Noah. Oh, the Nitrocell too far though. Up close, it is Vidiking with the opening kill. Noah actually got a kill with that Nitrocell despite losing his life to close and fast approaching Vidiking into a decent position. Still a lot of time here. FaZe with a more fast approach, but it is Oscar that does give the advantage now for ITB. Cyber continues to push, and with the double, now it's a 1v1, courtesy of that Nitrocell onto KDS. There is still 2 minutes left in this round. It's a 1 versus 1. Talk about tempo from FaZe Clan here to begin. A team that is known for their more slow pace gameplay, and the kit is going to be successfully put down on the floor by Cyber.
Pros don't fake. Cyber now, though, his position is known, and Azza has been able to quick peek that. Patient as he waits. Cyber rotates, now caught off guard, and Azza are able to close it out, and ITB continue their streak.
Yeah, scrappy round, wasn't it? But set by FaZe. FaZe wanted to be scrappy. They were like, okay, well, ITB, you want to play fast, you want to be aggressive on Chalet, we might look to try and match that. But I don't know if Skyscraper's really the map for that. T-Room Karaoke, sure, you can hit it hard and fast, but even there, yeah, you get the quick kill onto Noah, but he still got one with the Nitrocell anyway. The good news for ITB, really, throughout all of this, is they were in good positions to get these trades and just keep these kills flowing. And even in this spot, Cyber finds 2 very nice kills, but then at the same time, Azza, Nitrocell, it was already in hand, playing off ping information, then it's a 1v1. So at no point in the round, despite the fast pace from FaZe, were they able to kind of get away from ITB, establish a bit of a foothold. It was just never their round. ITB, yeah. They have carried the momentum from Chalet into Skyscraper to begin. That was a wonderful defense. 1-0 start.
Man, I'm absolutely loving Kenny's energy behind the boys at the moment. He's absolutely loving it. But the trades, I mean, they were ruthless from both teams through, well, I want to say mid to late round in the context of that round, but as you mentioned, there wasn't in terms of time a whole lot left. And I wonder if that's a sign of things to come. Have FaZe had a discussion post-map 1 and said, okay, if they're going to play like that over on Chalet, let's bring our brand of Skyscraper up the tempo here for the second map and see if they can match it on map number 2. Try to test them, see if they can rise to that challenge. Only time will tell, but ITB rising to set occasion there in the first round. And heading into the second in terms of composition defensively, again, the Vigil for the roam. Good site construction operators available as well. Traps as well, doubling down with Legion and Capcan to make that lurk game a challenge for FaZe.
Oh, Creeds. Love this angle. Continues to hold it. The peek out though, can't find a head. Playing the Vigil. Knows there's a couple players outside though of this position. On the balcony, he knows he's in this position. Ooh. I thought Handy actually was about to just get on that drone and get swung. Finally, it feels like something goes the way of FaZe. It hasn't throughout this entire series.
Yeah, a little bit of a 50-50, but FaZe will take that at this point in time, looking to disrupt the streak now.
Don't need to double down though. That's the big thing.
Yeah.
Ooh, an angle found onto Oscar. Finally. Since the opening round of Chalet, FaZe have really had nothing going for them. The peek out from Azza, though, is successful on the fall. Back into Drum for White. The flash, though, largely ineffectual. KDS on the rappel, trying to ward a player off. I think that might be Noah, who falls to Cyber, and FaZe have got themselves in a really good position. Don't forget, Oscar is still down in Geisha, so it's a 4 versus 2.
And that means that FaZe should be able to exploit site. Kendra goes for a run out. An act of desperation, but ITB had to try and cook something up. Unfortunately, a little bit underdone, and FaZe finally get their second round in this series.
Is that the first round, though, where I felt like for ITB, their aggression level was somewhat maybe too much? You're playing an office exhibition site that you probably don't have to then, you know, go for vault outs, go for run outs, and that was a very aggressive run out of the house balcony. Early on, I mean, I know Creeds is hot. He's very hot. Go for it, sure, because you've been able to show you've got that form built out throughout the early part of this series. But nevertheless, the aggression levels there of ITB probably cost them in the end. But it has also been working out in their favor for a large portion of the series, so hard to be too critical.
Yeah, it's just about balancing risk v reward. I'd say, generally speaking, in Rainbow Six, that's what it can be boiled down to in a lot of instances, right? This balance of risk and trying to catch the opponent off guard against, you know, the challenges that then presents and the opportunities that the opposition can exploit. So a good example there of FaZe being a little bit more switched on to that and actually being able to capitalize. We didn't see a whole lot of that back on Chalet, and so it breathes some life into this series and establishes now the fact that FaZe are not going to give up all too easily.
It's only one round, but it feels so critical for FaZe because in terms of that momentum swing, it was firmly over to the side of ITB, well and truly.
Whoa.
Interesting setup.
Yeah, this is kind of crazy. We've got the mirror windows for the top floor clear in combination with both keeper barriers and castle barricades to make that really difficult for FaZe.
This might actually be, ironically, the round that they do bunker down then, where they probably don't want to be going outside, vaulting, playing on the balconies, play off of this setup, be a little bit more of an anchor that we typically see on a map like Skyscraper.
I mean, this looks really fancy from ITB. We'll see how successful it actually is. FaZe will want to take their time here and actually isolate these positions. First, though, need to gather information, have a read as to what has actually been placed before them. Thatcher will be critical. KDS, as we're watching on screen now, in clearing these bandit batteries for the clear over towards Geisha. Key part of the map, again, looking to lean into those mirror windows facing against the drum clear, etc. We saw the other mirror window facing towards T as well. We'll see if there's actually a bandit trick opportunity here for Noah.
Yeah, he's got that.
Just. Oh.
Okay.
Well, that position now exposed off the back of this summer.
Actually, really well worked there from FaZe Clan. It was kind of like you can have one, but you're not going to get both here. So now he's in a bit of a position. Do you want to continue to hold makeup? He can. They haven't got Geisha control. Once they get Geisha control, he probably has to push out of this. but you can still play off that mirror window now. The good news is, though, it's actually good because now you've kept them from opening the single wall outside, which you can play the mirror in towards Drum. So yes, they've opened up that makeup wall in from Drum's side, but he can just still play the mirror window anyway, and he can swing from this, but he loses the battle against Souls. Huge kill for FaZe, who are slowly navigating this intriguing setup from ITB.
Yeah, I wouldn't have described that as a favorable fight for FaZe, but they make it work. And they compound the pain for ITB, who put a lot of stock in this hold up above.
They're back.
They lose that first fight. And FaZe, as you sort of are alluding to, back on the map.
Well, it's just the way they worked through that round. Flawless and perfectly described. Thank you very much, game. Because it was flawless from FaZe. They didn't rush. They didn't get full hot stead of him. They didn't try to brute force their way. They worked out pretty quickly as well. We can either try and open up makeup from outside on the balcony or from Drum's side. And then the way that we play the rest of that round is going to be rather typical based on what we can get from that. Really well worked. I still like the strategy from ITB. I don't think necessarily they did a whole lot in that round.
Like I sort of mentioned, I don't feel as if that first initial engagement that we sort of saw from the Drums transition over towards Geisha was really that favorable for FaZe. But it also highlighted the weaknesses of that kind of setup where that key position has to be held because it holds together the rest of the defensive.
It was holding it Noah, right? I mean, I think it was. And even in that swing against Souls, it's not really a case of like who was favorable, but it was a very winnable fight. You win that, suddenly then that position doesn't get gained. And as you said, it's a very valuable position to hold in this situation.
Yeah, totally agree. ITB tactical pause though at the moment, and so just probably chatting over that previous round, what went wrong.
Nicely done from Kenny there, nice and early, right point, 2 rounds in, where well, 2 losses that they have looked not quite shaky, not doing a whole lot wrong, and maybe it'll just be a case, yeah, that's just a straight 50-50.
I mean, it's just the jiggle gets timed slightly wrong there from ITB, and it just unlocks so much.
Yeah, he needed to be a little bit more aware. As soon as Noah dies, that position in the hallway, incredibly vulnerable, and you're right, it just unlocks so much in the round. So if that doesn't happen, then Creeds doesn't die. If Creeds doesn't die, then you lose. You don't have hallway control. Like the snowball effect.
They had no other in. They had no other in on the round. It all really boiled down to that fight. But hey, small margins in Siege at times, and so in a match that at the moment feels like it could end up being quite close, those little moments could be defining moments in the series.
We know Skyscraper heavily defender side at 72% so far at the tournament through 22 rounds. Small sub sample, but I mean even outside of this tournament, we know Skyscraper is one that always leans into the defense. So for ITB to give up 2 attacking rounds now to FaZe, well-timed timeout from Kenny. 3 rounds through, now you go back around the world and think, okay, 3 more rounds in the half, always a well-timed one when you get into that 3rd round and it has finalized. Let's see, okay, how are we going? And maybe it'll just be a case of just playing like, boys, not playing bad here, they're getting a couple of rounds, they're winning a lot of these contact fights, they're winning a lot of these entry fights, which is opening up the map. We need to try and squeeze them a little bit tighter defensively. Let's not give our lives away too early in these rounds, giving them position. We'll see if they can look to just be a little bit cleaner on these entering contact fights.
So we'll see the Ying in play then here for round number 4. And Handy at some point in the round is going to be pretty eager to gain space and flash out these defenders. There is no Warden on the board, so that's one threat that FaZe don't need to be concerned about, as the exterior wall will be opened up off the back of the ace summons from Souls. Information gained on the Creeds. Slow start for him this time around. He was dominating on Chalet, especially in the entry department at the moment, though yet to find a kill.
Same with Kendra, same with Oscar. Has us so far 3 and 2. Yeah, I mean, as a team though, ITB certainly don't have that same flair, ferocity, and that power. Okay, 1 for 1. You take that if you FaZe, especially on a map like Skyscraper. Just try and get position, try and get entry points. So even if you lose one to game 1, you also gain position. Force Noah back through drag, and what a shot though on the Viking.
Yeah, really nice fade away. We know those cutoff positions are key for the attack on Skyscraper, and just being able to find one and fall back is so valuable in being able to bolster that rear defensive line, such as this position, right? Deployable shield, ADS device, clearing this will be a challenge for FaZe, especially now at a man disadvantage. ITB still with 3 smokes in the hands of Kendra as well. Just like that, in a split moment, things get increasingly more challenging for FaZe.
Yeah, FaZe love the slow pace though, and that's why Skyscraper is a map that they do very well on. Yeah, still a minute left, 60 seconds. That's plenty of time for FaZe. Work their way through it. Very smart team. They're a very logical team. Candela's here from Handy. 2 more after this available. Trying to clear out this drum's position, but I love the angle from Azza to help out Oscar, who was on somewhat of an island behind that shield. Still in a bit of a battle here, but again, it's the same outcome. They're trying to clear one player, but Azza knows full well that Oscar is in some trouble. He's the target. I'm going to help him out, and he does the team thing. 3 versus 1 in the round. ITB on the verge of evening up that scoreboard.
Yeah, really good teamwork there from ITB in soaking pressure, but then countering that themselves. Taking full advantage of the man advantage that they have. And so it's a successful round conversion off the back of Kenny calling that tactical timeout, and that just allows them to settle down a little bit.
It's the thinking there from ITB where it's just very simple. They have to swing Oscar. They can't take the fight through Drum until they clear him. So Azza knows full well, he's not the target. He's not going to get swung. He's not in the firing line. Wait for them to push into Drum, and then I'm going to swing. I'm going to help you out, Oscar. And even if Oscar dies there in any of those scenarios, you're getting the trade.
And all it needs to be is a 1-for-1 because you gained that advantage earlier on, right? There's no point overcomplicating it. And I think that's been one of ITB's strengths so far throughout this series. I guess oddly enough, probably the one round they overcomplicated with that defensive roam above, that's where it sort of fell apart. But in these sort of really core, key, fundamental moments, whether it be small mini games around the map or key positions, they look really, really strong and really formidable and really confident. And I think that, you know, Kenny taking that early tactical, allowing the guys to settle down and just refocus was really well timed. And they'll reap the benefits of that now for the rest of the half.
Yeah, and I think when you kind of look at sometimes this game and you look at just the raw numbers and the stats, it's very easy to get carried away and be like, oh, Creeds, no, they were sensational in Chalet. And they were. Sometimes it's just your map. This time it's now Azza. Now he's in that position where he's the one getting these kills. You know, Oscar's 1 and 4, but he's still playing the team position by hiding behind that shield. He's not in a position where he's likely to get those kills because if he peeks and he dies, he gives up spot, and you don't want to do that. 2 rounds to go in the half, 2-2 scoreline, a little bit more of a competitive match here, at least on Skyscraper. For those that missed the opening map, 7-1 to ITB, and it was 7 straight after losing that opening round, and they never looked like dropping any kind of round. FaZe have at least kind of brought things in a pretty balanced direction here on Skyscraper. Single wall getting opened up in towards VIP. Offers some exhibition here for ITB.
So we do see the Warden now in play, but FaZe elect not to double down on the Ying this time around, and so that impact may not be as felt. Although still flashes in the bank for the attack, and so Creed will want to get himself into this game. Still yet to post a kill. Mirror will once again see an appearance as well. Something that ITB feel comfortable playing around as the breaches get opened up.
Kendra, is his position known? No, not quite. I mean, the way that Soul swings, that's more for the long angle. I think they're more so the close. Really nicely done from Kendra. And I was actually just about to say, the way ITB are basically playing this round, rather default. It's a rather default kind of setup here. Hold your angles, deny positions like Dragon, deny positions like VIP, and obviously, main breach.
Diffuser outside. Kendra did ping that out to the rest of the team and relayed that information, and so collecting it for FaZe is a challenge in itself. And ITB will be very eager to look to exploit that. Nitro gets stuck though. Kendra under pressure and falls to Cyber.
Yeah, I think Kendra there was on a bit of an island and somewhat dissimilar to the last round. No one was there to help him out. Oh, good angle found again though from Azza, and he gets 2 in quick succession. Oh, here we go, more aggression from Azza, but maybe too much of it. Still, results going the way of ITB. Down to Vidaking, but he falls to Oscar. And ITB get another one here on the defense. 1 round to go in the half, and they retake the lead.
Diffuser dropped in a very awkward position. FaZe struggling to collect it. Kendra, I guess himself, also unlucky to not land that Nitro and then get caught out, but his job already done at that point in time after finding that entry kill. And so ITB just continued to look settled. Really now, I suppose, 1 round away from a very convincing 4-2 half. Skyscraper defense, that's on par. It is FaZe's pick, so the onus on them to perform well. As we look back at that 5th round, a lot of trades coming through, very fast paced.
What does it remind you of?
Kind of accustomed to it.
Very, very similar to that opening round we saw on Tea Room Karaoke, and that played into ITB's favor as well. So you kind of think about the 3 round wins that they've had. 2 of them have come from that very aggressive, fast plays, little gun trade battles going on. It's always going to favor defense on a map like Skyscraper. So final round of the half. ITB You can say it, 1 round at a time mentality. 4 rounds to go isn't very many to see if they can book their place into the playoffs and send FaZe home very early for a team of their stature.
So ITB are doing a very, very similar setup to last time, right? Leaning heavily into the Mirror Castle combination on top floor, forcing the clear from FaZe and then playing Vert down below in towards the objective, so it's challenging for FaZe Clan to go direct. Last time, we saw ITB lose a 50-50 over towards Geisha on that top floor, and it unlocked so many other positions, and they pretty much got steamrolled in an instant, in a blink of an eye. So we'll see how both teams approach it this time around. Early pressure over towards Noah, who's eager to juggle the wall once more. Did find success last time, and in fact, the wall did not get opened up.
Disabling electronics.
We'll see how it goes this time around. Thatcher in response, but Noah should be able to hit this with relative ease, and does. So that's one exothermic eaten up.
You gotta move. Oh, okay. Frag grenade came in. Noah thought maybe for a split second it wasn't gonna be actually hitting him, but he was in the firing line. Had to move too late. That's a really good frag grenade. FaZe Clan get the opening kill, and a big one.
But this time, though, it's a little bit different. FaZe aren't able to quickly swarm up above and take all that pressure and make it difficult for ITB to play retake. The pacing now has Sloan. Kendry still has a good footing inside of Geisha, but is now on a bit of an island, and I'm sure FaZe will be able to exploit.
The timing there, handy. I mean, Creed's the trade as well. No. Handy, beautifully done. The push into drum was clean. Huge advantage now for FaZe Clan, and certainly have looked the better of the two teams when we've had these more slower-paced, methodical rounds. Vitter King, huge kill onto Azza, and a 3-3 half now, looking all but assured as FaZe Clan continue to just manage this game of Skyscraper. 3 attacking rounds really should be more than enough. And they find said third round. They find a way through. A bit of a tricky first half. But hey, 3-3 scoreline, it is evened up, but Skyscraper defense coming up for FaZe, I think they will be pretty comfortable.
Yeah, they showed some really good problem-solving skills again there on that top floor extension that ITB presented. Great frag grenade here from KDS to open things up.
That was a beautiful frag grenade we see from that angle.
Yeah, secured the kill, prevented the wall then from being tricked. Handy in the meantime was able to sort of sneak forward, dodged any potential goo mines that could have revealed his location, and was good for 2. Kendry up above, put up a final stand, but unfortunately wasn't enough then in the 1 versus 4. So clean work from FaZe.
It's like what you said, though, the problem solving. All of the rounds in which FaZe won, it came down to that kind of slow, methodical problem solving. Work your way through the round. Can we do this? If we do this, we can then do that. But the scrappy rounds, where it came down to just sheer gunplay on site, all of those went to ITB. Very reminiscent somewhat of Chalet. So the formula is there if you're ITB. If you can, you're kind of like, hey, can we kind of emulate those rounds and force that? Now we're going on to the attack. It's Skyscraper, right? Yes, you want to be slow, methodical, and I think FaZe certainly looked really good when they did that, but is there a way we can force their hand? Can we get into that scrappiness where we feel like maybe we're a little bit better?
Yeah, certainly easier said than done on a map like Skyscraper.
Well, an operator like Deimos might actually help facilitate that a little bit if you want to try and force it.
Yeah, Creeds may look to play more of a backline position here, probably sensing that this hasn't been his map so far, so if he can feed that information to somebody else that can be a little bit more in a playmaking position, that could reap dividends. They do also have the Grim as well to gain information, block out space, and then the Nomad once they've captured it to make it difficult for flanks or jump outs on that occasion, as we saw from Kendry. A little bit more challenging. But for me, it goes back to what you were saying, right? What kind of pacing do we see throughout this half from ITB? Did they reel it in a little bit more?
They shouldn't, though. But Skyscraper is a map in which you somewhat just do it naturally.
Yeah. Very difficult map to break down.
Or to break it down fast, right? And to try and push through fast.
Cyber is on cam here. Or at least was. So ITB sensing somebody close by. But there's no real pressure applied on Cyber yet.
He's going to fall back soon, right? So you don't typically hold this extension too long on the horizontal roam across towards office side. Vidikin finds an opening kill onto as a big kill. It's rid of that soft breach potential, and a player who's also been just performing individually very well for ITB. Great start for FaZe. There is that yellow pink information. Like you said, Creeds has struggled. No kills so far here on Skyscraper after leading the kills on Chalet. Wow. Sums it up for Creeds. You had yellow pink intel. You know he's there. Cyber, though, just a bit better. And again, it's just FaZe starting to put the foot down, starting to feel that confidence flowing. And even with the information that ITB have had throughout that whole round, nothing they could do with it. Flawless from FaZe, and starting to feel like they might just be grabbing that momentum. You get this map, it's all evened up. Long way to go still, but FaZe are in the driver's seat.
Yeah, as I'm sure everybody who has played Siege knows, when it's not your map, it's just not your map. You can put everything in its correct position and it just doesn't click for whatever reason.
Great
just
drone,
can't find that
good
puzzle
information,
piece.
and nothing to be done.
Yeah, it's going to be so frustrating for Creeds. Important that he doesn't drop his head though, because if there is a third map on the horizon, he needs to make sure that he's ready for that. On the side of FaZe though, great way to kick off the half. Dominant, flawless.
But it's the same thing that I've noticed throughout this entire map of Skyscraper, right? When it's slow, FaZe are winning these rounds, in this instance, flawlessly. But even in a lot of the other rounds, it might be like, you know, 4-0. Like, there's 4 up for FaZe. Like, ITB aren't getting kills in these rounds. The only rounds in which ITB have really gotten kills are those scrappy back and forth, comes down to a 1v1. So when you actually look at their KDs, right, 2-6, 0-7, 4-6, 3-5, they're all negative except for Asa because they're just not getting kills. These are not close rounds. FaZe have actually dominated in their round wins, but the scoreboard only says 4-3. That's the good news for ITB. But the bad news is, though, of course, FaZe on defense, and you can only be so quick and scrappy and fast on a map like Skyscraper. All signs are pointing to Bank.
Bank's a weird one, right? I feel like it's kind of a hybrid between the two, where, especially on attack, you really can get things going if you want to play that way.
I said it before, I think it's a genuine neutral territory map for these two teams.
Still, though, a lot of Siege to be played out here on Skyscraper, so don't count ITB out. They've certainly looked good this evening. Although, sensing FaZe here defensively on Skyscraper, historically they've been so strong. I mean, we only have to cast our minds back to SI where they made that comeback. They know what has to be done here for a really tidy defensive half on Skyscraper, and breaking that down, especially with both shields down as well, ITB's potential pocket pick. It's going to be tough.
Yeah, Logic Bomb utilized very early from Creeds just to help a bit of facilitation into Pantry on the entry. But again, as the second Logic Bomb comes out, the slow-paced playstyle for ITB doesn't seem to be very befitting for them. The good news is for Bank, you can actually manipulate the map a little bit better for that pacing and playstyle. You know, Creed's holding this angle up towards the Mez. Just waiting to see, can I get a little bit lucky? Is someone just going to walk in? But no, they're just not getting anything. All these little moments that happen throughout a series of Siege just aren't going the way for ITB. They're not getting anyone from FaZe wandering around, catching them off guard. Trying to hold this angle for the long portion, for example. Instead, it's Vidiking that gets the opening kill for Kendrick. What feels like yet another opening kill for FaZe Clan. And consistently and constantly with the numbers advantage. Frag grenade to clear out, stairs towards Restaurant. Vidiking will just hold it still. Glass is activated. And this time, though, it will be Deathmark to give away his position. Absolutely now known by Azza, but spots him on the stairs anyway. Nicely done onto Creeds. Azza pretty much using Creeds as a human shield. KDS with a kill onto Oscar, doubling down the advantage for FaZe.
I mean, they get that ground, but at what cost? At a very expensive trade for ITB, and they're not going to be able to recoup their losses here in round 8. FaZe shut it down, and ITB looking stalled out here on the Skyscraper attack.
Yeah, they look great. This is the FaZe that we know. I think this is a map that just really benefits and plays into their playstyle.
Yeah.
FaZe love the slow approach. You know, you think back to the SI Grand Final as well, and, you know, at the time, of course, W7M, now Furia, what worked well for them were the more fast-paced rounds. For FaZe, what worked well was the slow-paced rounds. And I think you can see the similarities here. No, I'm not comparing ITP to the world champions, but the pacing and the play styles are certainly what is at play in a series like this. And for ITP, like, look at this, I mean, the slow push-up Restaurant stairs. We saw nothing like that on Chalet. We saw nothing like that when they were winning these rounds. And it's why FaZe are just winning them so comfortably, because it's just playing into their hands.
Yeah, I think the telling thing for me is ITB in that last round, right? They're looking to quite desperately trade out that mainstay's position. They lose the first pick, and I cast my mind back to sort of Chalet. If we saw somebody die or a position, you know, lost or whatever, it's because they were making up for that elsewhere, maybe finding a trade or making a play elsewhere on the map or whatever the case may be. There, it's a 4 versus 5, and ITB are just kind of like stun locks.
Yeah.
Where are we going? What are we doing? What's next? And that's not reminiscent of map number 1, which, look, to be fair, it's best of 3. They don't have to win this map. This could just be written off. They may not have really had this as a high preference map at all. They don't care about Skyscraper all that much and put all their stock in the bank. So that's the beauty of the BO3 format, and for FaZe, it's an opportunity to get themselves back into this series, of course.
Yeah, and there might be some viewers sort of unfamiliar. I know it's only a 5-3 scoreline, which is meant to indicate that it's close. All the general feeling right now, though, is that FaZe are pretty much going to put this one away. Defense, Skyscraper, very defender-sided. A map that just clearly is benefiting FaZe. It's going to take something very extraordinary for ITB from here. All the momentum, well and truly now against them. So they're going to have to pull off some really scrappy rounds, really force the issue. These next 2 rounds, absolutely critical for Into the Breach.
They have to get Creeds back into the match.
Yeah, and for good reason, because he was the one getting the opening kills back on Chalet. It was Noah who was getting a lot of kills in general, but Creeds was the opener for them on the Ash. Wants to be aggressive, wants to just kind of not maybe let the mental aspect of being 0-8 get to him, which I think is a really good mentality. He's not backing away, he's not shying away, he continues to just try and be the first one in. That's the role. Okay. That's a mini win for Kendra to get across, and he can set up one of the talent shields.
Well, you banned the Blitz and the Monty. What's next? Osa. They've got to bring a shield on the board to get some space up above, and I don't mind this.
This is good.
Can hold down the backstairs position, facilitate hard breach into its side, so that's line of sight and pressure. And it now just poses the question to FaZe, do they want to aggress, do they want to retake? The Nitro Cell from downtown will land. And with 70 seconds on the clock, ITB need to try and trade, need to try and find space. But nothing presenting itself at the moment.
I feel like that's just a little bit short-sightedness there from ITB to think, okay, well, he can't cross towards Blackstairs because I've got someone on the balcony, so he can't run to me. You can't get to me, but the Nitro Cell can go over the top. Really well placed from FaZe. 4 versus 3, 50 seconds left, and now ITB have lost a big part of their advantage as they're in towards this Blackstairs position. But they still haven't cleared out Karaoke. KDS can actually look down below. Huge kill for Noah, who was holding this position outside on the Shrine balcony. That is exactly what I meant in terms of Kendra had someone watching. No one could run towards him. 3 versus 3 with 30 seconds left in this round, but still FaZe have got vertical position. They haven't been cleared up above. How are you going to get this plant down?
Yeah, you can't cross for the plant. I know the position's secure, but getting towards that will be tough. Oh, loses the fight from above.
Changes things massively now, and that plant can be successful. And now with Side B going down, Nitro Cell from Vidiking, it does get the kill into Azza, but he loses his life to Creeds anyway. And just like that, a spark of hope from Kenny and the crew for ITB. A 4th round has been found from seemingly nowhere for what feels like the momentum being all with FaZe. That was a huge round for ITB.
Yeah, Creed's back into the match. Great problem solving there and sharp shooting from ITB to unlock the latter stages of that round. I thought surely with the horizontal position, or the vertical position rather, down below towards that entry for the plant, it was FaZe's round really to lose, but wasn't to be.
Well, this was great. I loved that from KDS. Understood full well the mission there. One out the balcony, can't make the cross towards Blackstairs. I'll just throw the Nitro Cell over, and it landed perfectly. But ultimately, this just felt like a round in which ITB that shot is disgusting. Oh my god. Holy moly. Wow. And even still, that denied the plant, by the way, that Nitro Cell, but Creeds then with the swing, and Creeds is on the board.
Yeah.
Creeds is on the board, the boys are popped up. Huge round. FaZe, though, still in a good position. Don't get it twisted. Up 5-4 on the defense of Skyscraper. I still feel like they've got that pole position, if you will, but creeping in behind them now, ITB, huge round. Just kind of stem the tide a little bit, because I felt like the wave was building bigger and bigger and bigger for FaZe.
Locate a bomb and defuse it.
Yeah, it has come crashing down a little bit there in round number 9. But as you've mentioned, it's important to recognize that it is Skyscraper defense, a very strong map for FaZe. They still have an advantage and only one away from, at minimum, pushing an overtime here for the map 2 of the BO3. Jackal being brought here for into the breach. Could be quite the powerful tool in locating any rumors around the map. We do currently have souls down below in Barbecue on Vigil. As other attacking operators will get to work on the Geisha hard breach on the top floor. FaZe now rotating off for any potential lurk opportunities.
Yeah, FaZe don't have to change much up, being on defense, Skyscraper.
Reload.
So far, they haven't really shown, like, you know, pure aggression. I think they've got a very calculated roam game where they look to try and control space, deny entry positions. Opening kill onto Noah. Just gets caught wandering. Cyber again. I mean, this has been the common theme so far for FaZe in this map. Opening kill after opening kill. Somewhat similar and reminiscent of ITB on Chalet. So they lose Ace. They lose Heartbreach. And Creed's on the Jackal. An operator to help him facilitate forward in towards the map. 90 seconds left in the round. He's down to 14 HP. As a back outside, then back in towards Restaurant. In and out. The flash to go forward. Understanding full well. One above. Another one towards the other side of the room of Restaurant as well. And a good swing comes through from Souls, who gets two. Two for the good. And now 5 versus 2 for FaZe, who are going to find that map point round.
Could well be flawless. And in fact, ITB will likely take an impromptu tactical time out here unofficially. I'll sit outside for the next minute, chat things over. But FaZe doing a really good job responding to that push, providing support to Souls, who didn't overplay his hand. If Souls falls on the roam, then ITB will rotate elsewhere, attack site. And then those players who have come to support him may be out of position, but he did a good job to hold his ground, eventually finds 2. The pressure from up above, difficult, if not impossible, for ITB to break down. And so too will the round. It will fall apart, and FaZe Clan will take this round. So a 6-4 lead on the other side of this 30-second intermission.
Just listen to that beautiful scenery. Flag waving in the background.
It is a pretty map.
It is a very beautiful map, very gorgeous map. But the kind of round that, again, for FaZe, I think really highlighting their ability to deny entry. Kendrew maybe just wanted to get it over and done with. Felt like they'd spoken about whatever they wanted to speak about. But without getting too aggressive. You don't need to vault out, you don't need to run out, you don't need to throw your life away to find these kills. Position yourself well, deny the entry positions, and that's exactly in that round what was the issue for ITB. They just couldn't enter the map. Anytime they tried to get in the map, FaZe were just better positioned. They were able to block them out really, really well. So they get to their 6th round. They get to that map point round. 2 rounds in a row required for ITB. Feels like in terms of the round wins as well, when ITB win a round, they win it like in this like super crunch, like 1v1, like super high. Names are yelling. FaZe, they're just winning all these like 5v1s, 4v1s, and it's just like
another
nothing
day
to scream
office.
about. It's just like, oh, okay, cool, FaZe have won. It's 5v1. What do you want? Kendrew's like sitting outside for 30 seconds. 6-4. Realistically, FaZe should be winning this map. I think they deserve this map. They've been the better of the 2 teams. They've played it better, which is not really a surprise. Definitely anticipated, and I've pretty much been saying since the beginning of the series and then the kind of the pre-show that I felt like if ITB were going to win this, it was going to be Chalet and Bank. They got the Chalet part down. I think we're now going to test them on the Bank.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly doesn't take away from ITB's efforts and performance back on Chalet. It was phenomenal. They outplayed FaZe. FaZe didn't necessarily play map number 1 poorly. It was really ITB outclassing them, and I think the same can be said here on map number 2, where FaZe have found comfort, especially defensively, and ITB haven't been able to find or lean into necessarily the same strengths that we did see back on map number 1. And Bank is certainly calling. It's knocking on the door, and FaZe, sooner rather than later, are likely going to answer. Into round 11 we go. Amaru in play. And so maybe this is the one round where we finally see everything just thrown at the wall from ITB, and we'll see what sticks.
I want them to pick up the pace. I want them to pick up the pace. Even if it doesn't work, I mean, at the very least, at least try it, because they've won all of their rounds when it's been fast, it's been scrappy, it's not about that slow, methodical breakdown, problem solve. The FaZe Clan, well, okay, we'll take that one. I was just saying as well, and benefiting the fact that they weren't going for run-outs in the last round, but they went for it in this round. Claymore got one, but didn't get the second onto KDS. 4 versus 4. But that's what ITB wants, although caught running around. Azza loses his life to Souls. Good positioning, gets the kill, advantage for FaZe.
Yeah, lurk game here from ITB hasn't been particularly effective, which can be costly. 4 versus 3. Creed's diffuser in hand on the Amaru. as these players now look to isolate fights. Up the hatch, Creeds considers.
I don't know if this is going to work.
I would hedge my bets that it probably will not.
KDS, Vidiking both close by.
He's waiting for a cue, is Creeds. Someone to support.
Here we go. Into makeup. Straight on up for Creeds and shot the back by Vidiking. You can't look both ways. And guess what? There was a player both ways. It was never going to work out for Creeds, and that's getting a bad spot, and that's probably the map done here. And certainly with Kendrick falling, no one to follow as well. FaZe Clan, far too good on Skyscraper. They're not going to go silently out of this tournament. Not this soon, not this early. Bank is absolutely up on for the cards here. 1-1 in this series.
Yeah, a clean return to form for FaZe, and Bank now next on the menu. For ITB, I'm sure they can still be rather happy with some of the rounds of which they played out. A lot of the 50-50s, especially late round, were good from them. But unfortunately for them, FaZe just outclassing in other aspects of the game.
Yeah, one attack round, a couple of defensive rounds, you know, it was competitive. Ultimately, though, the map and the flow of the map far and away just situates better for FaZe Clan, and it certainly played like that. And there was the expectation too. Even after Chalet, even after that 7-1, it still felt like, okay, I'm still going to back in FaZe on Skyscraper.
Yeah, I think that's a very reasonable way to approach the series. FaZe went in as favorites on map number 2.
All right, let's go back over to the studio and get their thoughts as we're going to be heading into Bank soon.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the studio, and we do indeed have thoughts about that one, because as much as that first map was one-sided and we saw Creeds pop off, this map was look, I took my heels off and put my shoes on because I knew we were going to be here for a while. That's all I'm saying.
Smart. I mean, that first map was very dominant. This one a lot closer. I think that's what we kind of expected or wanted to see as well. I mean, both teams, as we talked about, this, well, map and FaZe being really much favoring towards one of the teams. And then on Bank, it's going to go down, but we'll get to that later. For this map, it was really good to see some of the FaZe players finally coming alive. I mean, we talked about Cyber, for example, on that very first map. So far on this tournament as well, having some struggles with the starts of these series. But this time around, it was a lot better from him. We saw some good attacking from FaZe as well, but mostly also good defending from them.
Yeah, I mean, straight away on map 2, we saw such a difference in Cyber, didn't we? He was popping off immediately. I think he got 2K in the very first round, sort of nearly equaled his kills from the previous map. So he popped up, did really well. I'm so kind of upset in a way with ITB is that we didn't see the same level of their attacking in map 2. Like, it's the one big thing that I'll keep on hammering on. I'll keep on hammering on, because I promise you it's the one thing that stops these guys from being like a superstar team. Genuinely, they really can. We've seen it with a few of their clear attacks here on Sky. I know Sky's a difficult map to attack, 100%. I get it, but you're getting flawless nearly every clear you do, and we saw it yesterday again as well against Furia on Border, and that is not a defender map.
So when we're looking at this map particularly, you said already heading into the mapping that you had a couple of worries and issues coming into Sky, but it felt like those were only further emphasized going up against a team like FaZe. And FaZe, I felt like that first map, like as you mentioned, it didn't happen. Let's just start from scratch.
Yeah, and it felt like that. Like you said, Cyber came into it immediately. He's popping kills off immediately. They're playing fast. 3 attacks on Skyscraper as well from FaZe is quite nice. It could have been a 4th if they believe they had a 1v1, didn't they? Which has just managed to clutch up on one of the T defends. So FaZe definitely rubbed it off. And I mean, that's so expected as well. A team of that experience, a team of that caliber. I mean, 100% it was going to happen in that way. Either way, regardless of how this series went, obviously I want ITB to win, EU bias, UK bias, whatever you want to call it. FaZe shouldn't be going out 2-0 with a 7-1 in there as well. I don't want to see that.
No, definitely not. And I think, of course, what we need to talk about for FaZe as well, even though there were some mistakes being made by the side of Into the Breach, but FaZe was really punishing them for these mistakes as well. We're talking about the attacks on the side of Into the Breach not really working out with all that full clearing. I don't know exactly what round it was, but there was one attacking round for the side of Into the Breach where they had this drone in office the entire time, spotting out Cyber for about 1.5 minutes. There are players all around that area, and they weren't able to do anything with it. They have all the building bricks to deal with that player, to get the entry, to get that map control, but then Cyber gets away with 2 kills, and you're left
the first 2
without
kills.
anything.
As well. I think that's also something really to highlight here when it comes to ITB, because when we saw that first map performance, like Creeds was popping off. Like the guy was like 10-0. This time around, 0-8.
Yeah, I believe he started at 0-8, right? And then got the 2K for a nice winning run. Their only attacking round. They only got his 2K and they did it. I think that does kind of paint a picture, though. They really struggled to entry as well, just generally. I think one of their only entry kills was a Claymore kill, in which Oscar also got traded out anyway, so it's kind of you didn't really gain a whole lot. it's sad for me, but also I'm happy this is map free because this is a game that deserves a map free. So
absolutely.
Either way, we're getting some good Siege.
Yeah, because coming out after the first desk that we did, you asked me, do you want like a 2-0? Do you want some, like, what do you want to see? And I was like, I want to see, as long as it's good Siege, as long as it's like an 8-7, I would love that. And then we got a 7-1. I'm like, okay, this is not necessarily what we bargained for, but we'll still take it. And I feel like this time around the competition have been stepped up, and then we're going to be heading on to Bank. And this is where it's basically scratched from both of these teams, because you need to win this or you're going home, and your key is just...
Yeah, this map is really important for both these two teams. As you mentioned, you're either moving in towards that playoffs bracket or you're going home, falling short at the final hurdle. But yes, it is all from scratch, but I think with the history between these two teams, having seen some stats on these two teams, it is leaning towards the favor of FaZe. Historically speaking, this map is very good for them. Been flawless on it since March. They've taken down teams like Furia, for example, our reigning world champions from SI. So that's a good result coming from them there. But then if you look on the side of Into the Breach, they've only won 2 out of the 6 teams that they played on this map, also having lost against their own academy team. So there definitely is something that they have to work on. They lost it right here at Esports World Cup as well against Wolves. So what I hope from the side of Into the Breach is that they learn from that and they can take that information going up against FaZe.
It's as you say, they lost it against Wolves in what the qualifiers, right? The closed or the open qualifiers, whatever it is for EWC. And equally, it's a map that's so good for FaZe Clan. They've always been known as a bank team for a long time. It's a map that we played against them 2 years back in a major final, right? Like these guys are a really strong team. They love this map. It's going to be hard, but like you say, you made such a point of it pre-even getting to this situation that the maps are going to play a massive part today, and we've seen that already. A blowout on map 1, sort of a blowout on map 2. Yeah.
And it also brings the question, when you're looking at FaZe particularly, they have different organizations in different games, and you have to be top 8 to be able to qualify for the club championship points. So them going out here would be a massive hit to the organization and their performance so far. So we have one more map to go between ITB and FaZe Clan in this best of 3. Make sure you guys stick around. We're going to be back after the break, so don't go anywhere.
New adventures bring new challenges. Even as the heat rises, dandruff and grease won't stand a chance. With new Clear Men, powered by triple formula technology. To eliminate dandruff, itch, and grease, gives you 8 hours of freshness and 100% dandruff-free hair. New Clear Men, 0% dandruff, 100% confidence.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على اليد سود.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بار معك وين ما تروح.
4 weeks of Esports World Cup action have gone by, and what a month we've had. The last week saw the conclusion of 3 tournaments: PUBG Mobile, Overwatch 2, and the MLBB Women's Invitational. And with that, we're back again with yet another update to the club championship. With a whopping $20 million on the line here at Riyadh, teams will have to shift into top gear as we approach the halfway mark. Let's dive in to see how the table moved with last week's scores added to the tally. Falcons extended their massive lead at the top by another 550 points thanks to 2 top 4 finishes in the week. This takes their tally to a massive 3,500 points, showing just how dominating they've been at the Esports World Cup. While their PUBG Mobile team was a shocking early exit from the competition, the team was able to pick up points at the MLBB Women Invitational and Overwatch 2. Despite not fielding any teams in the 4th week of the competition, Team Liquid and Natas Vincia hold on to their 2nd and 3rd spots respectively. Both teams will have chances in the coming week, however, with rosters in Rainbow Six Siege and Apex Legends. Gaming Gladiators were unable to add to their points this past week, but maintained their 4th spot thanks to their win at Riyadh Masters earlier. They were in contention in the Overwatch 2 segment, but an early exit in round 1 of the playoffs leaves them pointless in week 4. The 5th position is where we see the competition really heat up, with 5 teams tied at 1,000 points each. Alpha 7, Crazy Raccoon, and Omega Esports are the 3 new entrants to the spot, having won the PUBG Mobile World Cup, Overwatch 2, and MLBB Women's Invitational respectively. T1 and Selangor Red Giants maintain their position thanks to wins in League of Legends and the MLBB Mid-Season Cup in the past weeks. Crazy Raccoon will be in contention at the Apex Legends tournament in week 5, but are out of the running for the top spot. T1 are the only team from this list who have a shot theoretically, but they must wait out until week 5 where they won't be part of the competitions. With 13 more titles left to be played out, a lot of teams can still catch up to Falcons at the top. Week 5 will see competitions in Apex Legends, Rainbow Six Siege, and Honor of Kings. Keep tuning in and follow the biggest esports competition ever here at the Esports World Cup.
Well, shaky to say the least on Chalet, but FaZe have responded in the best way possible. Very clean and clinical Skyscraper to set us up for this best of 3 to go the distance. Bank is awaiting us for the 3rd map here of this series, for what will be the final series of today's action. And we get to go down to the wire, guns.
Is it coming home for the UK lads? That is the big question mark, or can FaZe double down here after a very convincing victory back on Skyscraper? A lot of questions and hopefully some answers to follow. Bank is an intriguing map because I feel like in some respects it's a bit of a hybrid of the last 2 we've had, where pacing can be slow. That's a very valid way, and play for structured plans, etc. on the side of the attack on Bank. Or you can sort of throw chaos into the mix, go for picks, go for back hits, etc. And so I think both teams are going to be really testing the waters of both approaches over the course of this 3rd and final map.
If we could re-poll the initial poll for this matchup, which was 80% to FaZe, 20% to ITB, where would it sit now in your eyes?
Ooh. 65-35 for
Best of
FaZe.
1.
65-35. I think that's fair.
I agree with that. I would never disagree with you on a broadcast. Never happened before.
That's a lie.
I do agree, though. I think FaZe, the team with the experience, they're a veteran team. They've been in these situations before, and it's not often that we would see FaZe not make it to the playoffs. They got a bit of a streak over the last couple of years. So evidently, yeah, I'm going to back them in. I thought their Skyscraper looked good. I think they were able to get their game going. They couldn't on Chalet. Chalet just as a map was certainly not the kind of map in which they could really get the best versions of themselves. They essentially went into the web of ITB. They got kind of put into that trap. 7-1 though as a scoreline was not great. And I thought that maybe because of that 7-1 scoreline, I had more hope for ITB on Skyscraper. And to be fair, 7-4 was not a bad scoreline. They weren't awful on Skyscraper, but FaZe were just always better. Now into Bank, yeah, I would probably say FaZe still favorites, but certainly not that 80-20 kind of favoritism tag that was put on them coming into this series. ITB is going to have every chance on Bank. From my understanding, they will be also defending first. FaZe will be attacking first. So for FaZe, as a team, we know defend a little bit better than they attack. It's going to be interesting in this first half. Can ITB, maybe on the defensive bank, just get some good rounds on the board?
Yeah, and I guess for context, important to remember that really any level of performance from ITB is very respectable in this matchup, right? Like FaZe, second at SI, pushed W7M, arguably the best team of all time, to
2 semi-finals before that at the majors.
Yeah, to a 5th and final map. And yeah, I mean, top 4 Atlanta, even Copenhagen as well, top 4. Like, they are a very solid team, consistently overseas. And that's why, in some respects, it's strange to see them in this position.
At Manchester, lost to the eventual winners of East Coast, who went on a run. So, yeah, I mean, that's my kind of thought process here. It would be quite devastating if FaZe don't make playoffs, and it would be one of the low blows, one of the low points for a roster that has been so high in recent times. But on the flip side for ITB, this would be their high point. To make the playoffs here, to knock out FaZe.
Yeah, that really put the Jets on, I feel, right? Like, sky's the limit. You take down FaZe, who's next to take you down? Maybe like a BDS, right? But yeah, that would be big.
So, final head taps, final fist bumps, and whatever those hand fist little grabs. I saw Fabian doing them the other day as well. It's like the little closed fist, little touch. Why not just fist to fist? Come on, keep it simple, boys. Into Bank we go. FaZe attacking first. ITB on the defense into the ban phase. We saw the shield operators banned out on Skyscraper. I don't know if we're quite going to see the same here on Banking. Taken off the board, right into the breach. FaZe with a very quick lock-in on their attacking ban, and it will be Monte, the most banned operator at the event.
Yeah, the shields are good these days.
Is it time to just take the shield away from Monte? Joke. Obviously, I hope that's good.
Well, he just walks around, just keep poses around the map.
How would you even nerf Monte?
Yeah, just take away the shield. I don't know.
Walk around with a pistol. All right, into Bank. And I think for both of us here, we're probably thinking FaZe take this, but by no means are we counting out into the breach. They've certainly got every chance. The good news for them as well, you know, like mentally, you're into this third map. It's best of one. You're not at the start of the series for what feels like a little while ago now. You've already got one map on the board, 7-1, demolish them on Chalet. You should have that feel-good factor that you can beat this team. You've already done it in this series. Skyscraper, competitive, but they were just a bit better. Better map for them. Hit a Bank we go. I do wonder what Kenny has maybe said to the boys as well coming into a game like this. It's like, are you just trying to hype them up? Are you just trying to go in towards the more mental side or the strategy focus? Because they actually brought out some pretty good strategy on Skyscraper. FaZe dealt with it, but I did like what I saw from ITB.
Let's jump into things then, and it was Kaid and Mira to round off the defensive bans, both of which are rather common here on Bank. You think about Mira top floor quite strong, especially for an extension, or even the site itself, and Kaid on basement, with there being so many hatches, is also a bit of a menace to deal with, and nobody really wants to attack into that, and so FaZe will take that off for them. On the attack, and so we'll see how that plays out. But it looks like there will be an extensive roam in play from ITB, headed by Creeds, who's been a big talking point throughout this series for all the right reasons back on Chalet. Skyscraper, not so much the case.
I don't know if it's going to be an extensive run, and we see this sometimes around open where you play the castle barricades, try and just kind of keep open and staff under your control for as long as possible, then maybe you drop down admin. So you really kind of just deny entries through beeper. Try and keep a little bit of maybe main stairs as well, where the fact that they can't just kind of slip down easily.
Nah, this is extensive. I mean, like full keeper investment,
the fact
castle.
That, yeah, I mean, Creed's in stock, but even still, we've seen this before. We hold the stock position, then you drop stock, then you drop admin, so you can get back to basement really quickly.
You got to get back though, and you have to balance that between wasting time and soaking utility.
Look how quick it got cleared.
Yeah. And with that double castle barricade over towards the window position.
But it's vertical layer defense, right? And that's what Bank can be like, especially on Locker CCTV. You don't just have to hold the basement itself and play the util game. I do like this from ITB because it is probably better benefiting their playstyle. They want to be aggressive. They want to take these entry fights and these duels. They want this to be an aggressive map because that's what Chalet was like. That's where they were successful. So you need to try and emulate that. Little double stack at the admin hatch. It's all about now just delaying this round, not through util, but from clear. You want FaZe to have to clear this and really take the time.
Oh, that was almost awkward there. But Cyber unable to catch that defender who will fall back. So halfway point of the round, we now sort of take stock. FaZe don't have to waste time opening hatches, pre-open for the rotations, and so that's probably a win for them. They didn't expend a ton of utility to get that ground, nor trade out HP. That said, ITB themselves have plenty of util in the pockets. You think about the Goyo canisters from Kendrew, 3 smoke babes available for Oscar as well. And so default plant now, not really, probably going to be an option. So for FaZe, it's likely going to be a hatch drop. That's rather typical though on Bank these days.
They're going for default plant. They've dealt with the Goyo canisters, but 50 seconds still. And you got gas babes as well. 3 gas babes from Oscar is more than enough here.
Yeah.
There are 2 options. You can either try and go for the very close in plant, or you run to the bomb chassis.
Or you go deep, go red wall. Default is not going to be an option.
40 seconds here over towards Beepers. KDS has got some pressure towards main. There's 2 players there for ITB. Going with the plant right now is Souls. Where's the denial? In fact, no. There's no smoke. This is going to be a free plant. This is an absolute... Oh, no, never mind. Denied in the last second. A couple of kills from ITB. In towards Garage right now for Vidiking. A strange old round of Bank. It was looking a little bit default. You lost the smoke. The plant should have been successful, but Souls got denied. This is an awkward battle for Vidiking on 1 HP in Garage. So difficult to push forward now. Into CCTV for Handy to push through. Big kill onto Noah. Has to stick to plant. 6 seconds. Maybe thought someone was blue, but the hatch towards square. 2 seconds. They should be able to deny this one, and ITB will open things up on Bank.
Well, they couldn't play default, but it wasn't for the reasons that we expected. A square flank to come through there from the defense? You don't see that every day of the week, and I'm hoping that the replay package will give us some insight as to how that was actually formulated by ITB. Decimated FaZe. We saw the kill feed light up, 3 going the way of the defensive unit. So let's have a look back. So that's Cyber catching Oscar. That's trying to catch those smoke babes. There was action then main stairs, but in the meantime, Kendrew was able to hit that flank. That was massive. Noah pushed through. So there was the drop down.
Kendrew didn't even affect the plant though.
Yeah, which initially I thought he might have, but yeah, it was just a straight push through sight. So I suppose FaZe's structure there for the plant denial, or the plant coverage rather, really had some massive holes in it, and ITB exploited it.
Yeah, that was strange. That's the formula for ITB.
That's like an ITB round in a nutshell, right?
So 1-0. That's what ITB needs. Those scrappy fights for FaZe Clan. I don't think they did a whole lot wrong. Cleared out what they needed to. They actually cleared out stock very quickly.
5 seconds to go.
Thought they dealt with open area rather swiftly. Didn't really lose the battle towards main stairs either. Everything default towards the square and server side as well was largely fine. Vulcan canisters got blown up in time. It was really going to only be the smoke of Oscar that was going to delay them, and he died. So you think about all of those things that went well for FaZe, yet still lost their round.
So into round 2 we go then, and with the Fenrir escaping ban phase, Azza will be able to employ that here in round number 2, and those F-Not mines are still quite powerful post rework or adjustment, and we're likely going to see those layered, on entry and then a couple on site, making sure those credits are juggled accordingly. FaZe have the tools to deal with those pieces of utility equally as well. IQ can help spot those out.
These are the rounds though for FaZe, right, where it's a little bit more systematic for ITB. The stock hold in towards Janitor, right? It's just all about, okay, we need to clear these positions, go through this checklist. That's what FaZe do really well. So ITB need to be very assured of themselves. Creed, for example, in stock, no one's going to trade him if he dies here. So he needs to be very, very careful. How much of this does he want to hold, for how long? You can clearly see he's also got a bit of a focus towards the Janitor. Oh, what is that angle from Souls? There is no trade. That's a position now given over for FaZe. Noah does win his battle, but eventually traded. Numbers with FaZe, now 4v3. Entry for KDS is secured as well with the kit coming through CEO in towards top square. 90 seconds left into the round, and again, that checklist motion for FaZe is really good.
Yeah, top floor unlocked, and KDS eventually, if he wants, can get to work on the skeleton key, flush out archives, force defenders back towards site. Oh, Azza is still up above. Okay. KDS goes for the vert. Azza will catch him. If he hasn't been droned. This is a pivotal moment in the round, and he gets one.
Kill. He will know full well there's more to come. He can't quite make the vault over, though, in time. Souls from top main. There was another one towards Spiral as well, making his way up. Here's Oscar. Swing, the timing, not quite with him. Nose is in elevated, though. Has him pinched and trapped. The jiggle right now, though, is so incredible from Souls. Oscar does get the kill. And Kendra on site, he's got them both, and site is locked down for ITB. FaZe crumble, despite a great start in that round, clearing top 4. But they can't get site. 2-0 start for ITB.
Yeah, good initial clear up above, but Azza unchecked, able to take one with him to the grave. And then Kendra on site locked it down.
Oh, just a top knot of the Azami. And again, the clear here was from FaZe was good. Set it from the start. Clearing stock, clearing janitor, those are the positions that FaZe typically do well in clearing and taking. But it was a double stack here on this other side of the map. And Kendra, well, at that point, they basically just rushed into him. And you know what? For good reason, because it was a 2v1 on site. They actually had the numbers on site full well because they knew Oscar got the kill towards Spiral. So at that point, they know it's a 2v1 on site, but he's playing behind the bomb chassis really well there. So nicely done from Kendra. Defensive anchor on site seals the deal, because if he actually dies there, that's going to be really hard for Oscar to win that. If Kendra dies, they lose that round.
Yeah, it would have been a 1v2 retake. So, yeah. Well played by Kendra.
5 seconds to go.
Top floor we go, and it's a site that can typically make or break your performance here.
It's a swing site.
It's a difficult site to defend at times. See what ITB throw into the mix. Rook on the board.
I wonder if how extensive this stock hold's going to be right now for ITB, because it hasn't been good so far. First 2 rounds has been cleared both rounds really easily. Also, I wonder for FaZe, do they play the repel game? I don't even really think they need to. I think they can get pretty good terrace into square, into towards clearing janitor hallway. They can go for that more conventional in-map take rather than playing the repel. Claymores have been set though. KDS outside there at the moment.
Good sneak in from Cyber and can relay information. Capcan traps are on the board, and top floor control now to follow, or top square rather.
Such an aggressive hold right now from Cyber if anyone swings out janitor hallway. See a little bit of pressure now as well with the Roteros in towards stock, so they're going to slowly clear this out. Bit of help as well from Handy, can open up this sightline. So pretty default attack right now from FaZe, nothing too crazy. ITB really just need to hold angles. Now getting pressured, Nitrocell thrown over, doesn't quite reach the mark. Kendra's actually down, and as is low. In fact, has been brought back up, hiding behind this one soul keeper barrier. They get away. Logic Bomb has been utilized right now by Vida King. Still on the repel for FaZe. They have been able to clear out stock, but they didn't get any kills for it.
I mean, pretty remarkable they were able to escape. Good pressure on that position. ITB doubled down and tried to progress back forward off the back of the keeper barrier. Got caught. It was denied, but then able to fall back and at least retain their life, which is so important on defense.
Final Logic Bomb.
Flashes to follow.
The peek over surely. Yeah, beautifully done from Noah. Knew full well that Vida King was dumping. The push in though, successful. KDS and Souls one apiece here. And then KDS to double down as well, in towards Executive, one in towards Long Death's bulletproof camera. Doesn't matter though. All the kills for FaZe Clan, certainly far more successful push into sight. Round not quite over, now it is. FaZe will take it here in the 3rd round.
Well, we prefaced it before the round. It could well be the objective that makes or breaks either team's hope of progressing further in this tournament. Top floor can flip either way. That time around though, FaZe off the back of good early pressure over towards stock. Although not finding a kill, we're then able to expose weaknesses elsewhere, capitalize with good site control, catching players from ITB off guard as they looked to retake, especially over towards that front desk position. So as we stand at the end of that first rotation, it is ITB still in the lead 2-1. Looking back at that 3rd round, KDS able to just demolish. Yeah, gets the first, gets the second, rolls it into more.
The good thing for FaZe in this round is the way in which they won it. Sure, the elements of, you know, dealing with stock, dealing with janitor, you know, playing into the IQ and getting all this information, the FaZe way in which they play Siege, but then just the pushing into sight. Literally just walking in KDS, able to get a couple of kills. Those are the kind of battles that ITB like. They want that scrappiness on site where it's like, let's just take the front-on-front contact. And yeah, FaZe kind of beat ITB at their own game there. And towards basement we go here for the 4th round. 2-1 lead for ITB, but FaZe showing good signs here on Bank. Both teams showing good signs on Bank. ITB going to change up their hold, though. I don't think they're going to be going for that open hold. No Castle brought for the round. Instead playing into Mozzie, Capcan, Lucy, and Fenrir, which I have kind of theorized, and I've spoken to yourself, spoken to Pengu about it. Would you run both?
Oh, yeah.
And Pengu actually gave the correct answer, which is site dependent. This is probably one of the sites, if you're going to play some kind of roam game, you can get so much information and controlling of space around the map with both the Banshees and the F-Not Mites.
Yeah, really good anti-lurk util. You add the Capcan into the mix, it's essentially a triple down.
This is going to be an intriguing clear for FaZe.
Yeah. I don't have the IQ to support it. Twitch may be helpful, but they need to proceed with caution. And on basement, time is often your biggest enemy.
Yeah, you still got the smoke as well as the sort of late round util that's looking to deny the more default plan.
We saw it last time with time becoming an issue. There were holes in the attacking structure of FaZe, and ITB exploited that with really good repositions and flanks.
Double bulletproof camera as well from both the Melusi and the Fenrir. So doubling down really on the one notion here for ITB, which is to delay as long as possible with these traps. Force these clears to be awkward and long for FaZe. And towards Garage at the moment for Handy on the Twitch. Still second floor clear for FaZe. Haven't actually really cleared out this first floor. In fact, in the archives right now is Azza, something to keep in mind. In fact, there's a couple of players still on this first floor hold for ITB. Nitrocell from Creeds. There is those first floor players playing very aggressive right now on the roam for ITB. Not looking to just fall back.
So minute 15 then. Where to for FaZe from here? I stumble over my words, but FaZe don't in claiming momentum back in the round, 4v4. Minute to go. Elevator seems to be a concern here for FaZe.
Kenju can just drop, and they've got Oscar inside a vault, so he's quite secure. Need to keep him alive for as long as possible. Handy's position is known in towards Garage. Haven't really seen FaZe sort of highlight there's going to be a rather default plan. 40 seconds left in the round. I think they might go a little bit more direct and just see, can they clear out these players? Where are they at, though? Vault side, which does kind of then mean you're giving up for that default. But that's exactly what ITB want.
I mean, Creeds is off site for the flank potential. We saw it there on the pip.
Souls towards square with the kit. There's the swing, though. KDS losing his life to Creeds, who never wanted to give away that first floor position back in towards Archives, in towards server for Soul. So he does want to go for default. Smoke still up, one gas babe. Good kill, double kill for Kendrew. Creeds to then finish it off. Well, throughout that round, it did kind of feel like FaZe was managing the obstacles, but the final hurdle, too good for ITB.
Yeah, I'd love to put myself in the minds of the FaZe hive mind, I suppose, late round there. What was the end goal? What ground are you trying to take? Where's the plan opportunity going to come from?
Wanted to kill everyone.
I think default was the last thing on their minds. Man, finding those kills and those opportunities, a challenge. Creeds again unmarked on the roam. Very reminiscent in some respects to the first attempt on that site, where a flank was their demise. And again, just highlighting some of the weaknesses of the FaZe attack at the moment, beautifully exploited by ITB and the compositions that they're bringing.
Yeah, I mean, you got to look at the positioning here. One open, one garage, and then one in CCTV. So the positioning here for FaZe is really all around the map, which means then for someone like Souls at the end, he can't just stick that plan. You've still got to deal with gas babes. You're also by yourself, so no one's necessarily covering you. And then there's the late flank, because we saw that kill in towards Archives from Creeds. He can then actually flank in towards the square side and just knife from the back anyway. So really, really well played from ITB all the way through. Loved the setup. I don't know necessarily if that was the sole catalyst for winning that round. 3-1 lead. I tell you what, I think 3 defensive rounds on bank is kind of job done right now for ITB. 2 very crucial rounds now for FaZe coming up. They need to just try and get some momentum, because right now ITB looking the better of the 2 teams on bank.
ITB have thrown a lot of interesting ideas into the match so far this evening, and Thorn, another idea thrown into the mix to lock down open area. We saw there some of those razor blooms peppered over towards open area to make that entry a little bit more precarious for FaZe.
I don't want to give all the credit to Kenny, because I'm sure it's always a team aspect, but I feel like their strat book has looked really, really good in this series. So credit to ITB and the whole crew. FaZe have got to find a way to navigate these very tricky final 2 rounds of the half. They're going to need at least a second attacking round at minimum here. So the pressure's going to start to really feel for FaZe. If they can't get this round, this 5th round, 1-4, you're staring down the barrel potentially of elimination from this tournament. This is lower bracket. This is a map in which if you lose, you are done. Here at the EWC. And for the winner, straight into the playoffs. Good opening kill for Creeds. He's starting to find that mojo, that what we saw from him on Chalet. The Skyscraper didn't work out, but here on Bank, finding the groove again. 6-2, getting the opening kills, and I'm starting to find more of the semblance of Chalet than I am from Skyscraper. Good trade, though, from Handy. A little delayed, but he gets it in the end. 90 seconds left, 4v4. Another big battle at EMR. Good on these long-range fights, but he is stuck in Elevator. The flash to maybe get himself outside, but with a good kill elsewhere on to Azza. He is low, though, in open on 5 HP. Logic Bomb called. Huge round here.
Cyber is in open area, but low on HP. Handy elsewhere. Oh,
Handy.
My word. It's a triple in the round. And surely that will confirm it unless Kendra can lock down Staff. Has some key but barriers to play around and lands a nice shot. Minute to go.
Vidikin with the kit inside of open. In fact, they both are now. Vidikin does get his opening kill. He didn't quite see him. Big round for FaZe. Huge though from Handy. Finds 3 in the round. FaZe, well, that's the kind of round that can help them get their mojo back. A second round found here on the attack of Bank. 1 round to go in this half. 2-3 scoreline in favor of ITB. But that certainly felt like the FaZe that we know.
Again, very heavily contested round off the objective with Creeds finding that opening kill, then Handy with the lurk. Good for 1 in return. Cyber very low on HP, played for his own life and made an executive decision to hit site. Did a good job to apply pressure, and Handy as well was able to clean up any flank attempts. Sort of plugging some of the holes that we've seen on other attacks from FaZe. So good work from him and the rest of the team. And it sets up a very, very, very important final round of this half.
And it's a repeat round as well. Back to Staff and open area. Say ITB, they do not want to go above towards CEO and executive. So we head back in towards this first floor bomb site. I don't know what Kenny's writing down there. Taking notes and we maybe should do this differently on that site. Either way, they will repeat and we will see what they do differently on this very site to close out this half. Can FaZe Clan make it 3-3? They certainly would like to. 2 attacking rounds might not be enough. If ITB can find a 4th defensive round, Bank, you think back to Chalet, their attack was so good. Bank can certainly help facilitate those attacking rounds at times. And it's trap heavy again. This time though, instead of the Melusi, it's the Thorns, a little bit more aggression with the Razor Bloom shells, coupled with the Fenrir, if not mines. But you do have the Twitch. Twitch can be really good here in this round.
Jump out.
And the IQ. And the jump out maybe from Creeds. Oh, it's not successful at all. Somehow from the lower position, Vidiking actually finds the head of Creeds, who gets really aggressive. We haven't seen that from ITB on the defensive Bank. But for the first time we do see it, it doesn't go their way. Opening kill for FaZe Clan.
Yeah, I can understand the theory behind that, right? We haven't done it so far. May as well throw it out. Final round of the half, an unexpected jump out, or potentially unexpected.
Another lurk garage has been common from FaZe.
Yeah, trying to give his team the edge instead of get util, but it doesn't work out. And so now ITB fighting from behind, 4v5. Top floor next on the agenda for the attack. And Vidiking finds yet another.
Oh, how do you survive that? Well, you don't.
No, you don't.
You don't. Yeah, well, round over. I'll talk about a swift way to close the half. This is actually a little bit more like Skyscraper. We've seen elements. I know you kind of used Bank as this sort of cross-hybrid between the first 2 maps that we saw, but it is playing out that way. A 1v5 potential for Azza, and he does get one to begin. 4 more required. Plan going down now from Vidiking in towards stop. Good drop. Maybe look to tonight. Nothing close. And in fact, he opens up the floorboard with the Bailiff. Not going to find that kill. Metal Beam in the way. And now it's a 1v4 retake. But yeah, the kind of round in which FaZe just were at far more clinical. Like, I think in a nutshell for this series, ITB, when they win the rounds, they are very close rounds. When FaZe win it, it's like, the round is just done. It's like a 5v1. And it's like, oh, okay, well, the round's over. And that has been the common theme throughout this series, and that's kind of the issue now for ITB. Going into the second half, FaZe on defense can probably control that nature a little bit better than even on the attack. 3-3 half. FaZe are just navigating this little awkward series, and yeah, I don't know about that jump out. When it works, it's great. When it doesn't, you look a little bit silly.
Yeah, and then force the hand of other defenders to go for rotations. It was, in fact, Vidiking square Skylight for 2. Yeah, that's frustrating for ITB.
That's a bit of a nothing round, isn't it, right?
Yeah,
that's the kind of round you wish you could repeat.
They'll look back at that in the VOD and be like, yeah, that was not ideal. That was a bit of a freebie. But they can't be thinking about that now. Into round 7 we go. Roles switch, ITB on attack. And I have every belief that bank attack for them could be quite strong.
I know this is...
Which is crazy to say.
I think both teams can win it from here for two very different reasons. This is a great way to close out today's action. 1-1 in this best of 3. Down to a best of 1 now. 3v3 on the scoreboard.
5 seconds left before...
Yeah, I don't know who's going to win it from here. I could see FaZe with a bit of a stranglehold defense and their experience really shining through for ITB. Maybe elements of Chalet and their attacking prowess could certainly get them over the line here. So the blitz in play. Kendra on said shield operator. They also bring Striker too. Some frag grenades, some flashes. Lockers and CCTV. Vulcan canisters pre-placed all around the room. And a little bit more conventional from FaZe. Right? The Echo, the Smoke, the Koyo. Everything is saying that we want to defend default. And we don't really need to play for space up above. A pretty common hold towards, say, like open area. Elevators, you got the drop. You'll fall away pretty quickly. You're not going to contest. Handy will shoot and drop, or just drop. And then same will be as well for KDS in towards elevators. So everyone now in basement except Cyber, who's top floor square.
Well, so far ITB have gotten good value off the back of the blitz. Understandably, FaZe not wanting to directly contest that. It's very risky.
Oh, this is absolutely cheeky from Cyber. If he doesn't get droned, he can basically win this round single-handedly, and he does get at least one. He goes so early and gets 2 because of it. I thought he would play for the late game, guys, to deny plans to try and shoot them in the back. Instead, he just shoots them from above, takes down 2. 2 for 1. 4 versus 3, 90 seconds left, and suddenly ITB have to rethink their approach a little bit here. Down to just 3 players. They've lost their blitz. They've lost their hard breach as well.
It's probably the cheekiest play I think we've seen from FaZe all day, and it reaps 2 picks, potentially a round to follow.
Just going to have to go direct here, send it in straight towards the bomb chassis for Creeds. They've lost one behind him. That was Noah. There's the beautifully placed gas babe.
Hold on.
Oh, hang on, indeed. 2v2, still 60 seconds. Could have maybe looked to try and pull out a little bit, but no, they still held in towards that smoke, and it does enough. Nicely done from Souls. Still the Echo available too. You can imagine those Yokais. Oh, that's a lovely shot of the Goya canister. So that's a bit of a misplaced Handy now. Has just got 45 seconds to try and create 2 1 versus 1s, and he does that. No trade to come through, and he knows where Handy is. 40 seconds, so he has the time to really play with him here. Doesn't need to play around the kit or the plant. He can go hunting. Red ping information now for Handy, so he does exactly know. But Azza has gone back. He's gone for the plant while there's still time. Goyo canister has been popped. He's off. 24 seconds. Needs to make the decision. Does he go for this kill or does he go for this plant? He will stick it. He has to now. The flames don't push him out. 15 seconds. You've got to go for the kill. Has to win the 1v1, but Handy's just better. Huge round 1. We haven't had many of them in this series where it comes down to a 1v1 like that. But Handy's better in that situation. That was a pure 50-50. That goes the way of FaZe.
Yeah, really good composure there from Handy. His positioning was absolutely perfect. Just did enough to draw the attacker off the plant. As we quickly recap the round, there was that huge 2K from Cyber, making things increasingly difficult for ITB, then forced to go deep. Smoke canisters proved to be very difficult for Creeds to deal with, and he got caught on an island. And then Azza tried his best to bait the plant, but Handy able to dance around those doorways, finds the kill, and FaZe very happy with that round result.
Yeah, I mean, in that situation, right, it's always one that you will look back on and say, what if I had done this? What if I had to try to, what if I tried to like push into a vault and try and get him behind him or something like that, or do something that he maybe didn't expect, go for a different plant position. It's a 1v1, you're at 40 seconds, so there's so much time that you almost overthink it. Instead, he actually plays probably the right way, which is the more default mentality. Try and force the hand of Handy to, you know, shoot those Vulcan canisters, for example. Force him off the plant, so try and force him towards you, rather than you go hunting, you don't know where he really is. Great round to watch. 4 versus 3, though, on the scoreboard now in favor of FaZe, so they've got themselves to that advantage. It's actually the first time that FaZe are leading in this series since the opening round of this series. Since round 1 of Chalet, this is the first time FaZe are now actually winning this best of 3.
Does that count as a fun fact?
Yeah, I think it does. We'll take that. It's getting late here, so there's not many more opportunities for a Xenox fun fact of the day.
No. Well then, round 8 we go. Top floor.
Not expecting any volts from FaZe. I don't think they're going to do that.
No volts. But the swing site could make or break the map for either team, just due to the nature of how it typically plays out. Osa in play from Kendrew. So that may be indicative that we'll see a more traditional push through top square and go for a plane in that position. Could also indicate a heavy repel game, and the talent shields may be used there. Cyber needs to be careful. Lobby repel. Attention drawn, and so he will reposition. Can't quite tell who he's on, said repel. It is Azza, as Handy finds the first in the round, and that is the Osa, who I'm presuming was pivotal in the setup for the execute. Azza also falls, and FaZe Clan on the verge of taking back-to-back rounds.
Yeah, what does that remind you again? Skyscraper, denial of entry, getting these early kills, wanting to take contact fights.
Oh, that's Diffuser as well. So I'm assuming ITB looked for an opportunistic plant, and that has certainly not worked out.
Yeah, pretty common if you were playing that. Also, you can go in early, get the shield down, then the plant down, and that's a big win condition. That essentially is the round. For ITB, like 90% of the time, you're going to lose this round now. When the scenario that has played out has happened, yeah, I don't know if they can actually salvage this. It's going to take something absolutely enormous. 3 versus 5, Kit in a bad spot. You need basically Creeds to go and get a 2K on a lurk push through janitor hallway. Gives away his position, trying to open up a bit of a sight line in towards the other side of airlock. Oscar with a good kill on the Handy, but I mean, Cyber's just there for the trade. They got the numbers. That's the issue here. It's a 5-on-3, now 4-on-2. Just a 1-for-1 trade. The numbers with FaZe continue to compound that they are well and truly in the better position of this round. 5-3, looking very likely now. And ITB have really lost the handle here on bank. Must win that 1v1 in towards the janitor hallway. Creeds can't get the shots to land entirely. 30 seconds left. He can slip into sight and get that kit, but certainly not in a position to do much more. And yeah, it's a deadly push. Angles covered everywhere. FaZe clinical. FaZe just starting to push a bit closer to taking out this series. It's classic England, isn't it? Just when it feels like it's coming home, it always slips away.
Oh. They're not going to like that one. You said it, not me. I'm not claiming that one.
Maybe it's a cast of jinx.
I think there's still plenty of fight left in ITV in this match.
There is, but it feels like FaZe, though.
Okay, well, let's hold that thought. Handy is literally right next to the window in the corner, and he's gone unchecked. I don't know what information ITV had to make the call that they were ready to go for the plant in that instance, but clearly, it was never going to work. That was by no means close to a 50-50 gunfight. FaZe 100% of the time are going to win that fight. Like 99% of the time going to win that fight. And as you said, losing Osa in that fashion, especially doubling down with Diffuser then on an island on site, you are never winning that round without a miracle.
Yep. Yeah, and they need, I think, a miracle right now. What did they were like 3-1 up. ITB were 3-1 up. Now it's 5-3. So that's 4 rounds in a row for FaZe. It's pure momentum that has been built up here on Bank, coupled with the fact that they won on Skyscraper. Ever since that beatdown on Chalet, for those that maybe have only just tuned in, 7-1 on Chalet in favor of ITB, followed by a 7-4 win of FaZe on Skyscraper. Yeah, FaZe have been the better of the two teams. You can clearly see their class and skill level has risen to the challenge presented by ITB back on Chalet. 5-3. 2 rounds away for FaZe to book their place into the playoffs and to end ITB's stay at this tournament.
So an extensive hold over towards stock. Double keeper barriers in play and Handy. 7 kills thus far. Will be eager to lock down this position, but equally can fall off and hatch if required. Sol's also in play. Sol's currently in staff room. So we'll see what kind of an impact he may have in gaining information through the mid-round. Counterplay available with the IQ. Lurk play for Azza.
Logic bomb too, so he's going to get information by said lack of information. Oh, this is interesting. This is really just trying to brute force their way through. Azza up, Spiral makes it work. But he tried to continue forward, and one top main gets that kill. Great eventually, Handy losing his life through the skylight. At the hands of Kendrew. And then pops that another logic bomb. 2-3. Still in favor of FaZe with that Nitrocell kill from Cyber on to Noah. So a very short-lived 3-on-3. Kendrew up through. And in fact, both now on the second floor. 90 seconds to salvage this round for ITB. Once again, FaZe just looked that little bit cleaner, that little bit better.
And FaZe likely with a
camera
decent...
hack, by the way, so something to keep in mind.
Okay. Still, there should be some information available to FaZe and ITB. Whilst they may know where said information is, clearing it is a whole nother story, especially in the 2v3.
On the bulletproofs right now, you can see Creeds and Noah flicking a couple of defaults as well. 60 seconds left, so a little bit of information, at least for ITB, off of that, but only so much that you can play off of it. Kendrick's been so good here on Bank, 8 kills. Diffuser in hand for Oscar, but for FaZe, for Vidiking, Cyber, and Souls, it really is just bunker down on site, hold angles. We've got the numbers. If they drop hatch, we kill them. If they push through beepers, we kill them. We don't have to do much. Nothing Kenny can do here, but just watch on. Oscar prepared for the drop down. Have they got the angle covered? Absolutely not. He does get his kill, but Kendry lost his life pushing in from beepers. 1v2 with 20 seconds left. Oscar trying to just find them, but no one presenting anything. Really well played from FaZe, and the fact they're not swinging, the fact they're not peeking, the fact that they are forcing ITB to clear out those positions, really just again highlighting that this is a team with an immense amount of experience. FaZe Clan have got themselves match and series point. They've really worked their way through this series. ITB have been great, but great isn't enough.
Yeah, ITB have done a good job in grinding their way through this series, but FaZe, in the latter portion here on Bank, have offered so few opportunities for ITB to get openings or to get themselves back into rounds that it's been tough going for them. Even here, 3 versus 3, and then Cyber, great Nitro, 3v2. Nobody over peaks, then in the 1 versus 2. And FaZe now only 1 round away from progressing in the tournament and sending ITB home.
So 3 rounds in a row required for ITB. Chalet felt like maybe a false dawn after everything that has played out since. Competitive on Skyscraper, but competitive here on Bank. I think there's a lot they can take away from this, but unfortunately, as our Aussies, Team Bliss fell short, it's similarities, right? Where it's like, just once again, unable to take that step forward. You think of Manchester going out phase 2, missed out on main stage for ITB. Now here, EWC, same thing again, missing out on playoffs. Unless they can win 3 in a row. On the attack, their Chalet's attacks were absolutely beautiful. The strategies that we've seen from them have been great. The FaZe are just far more experienced. Cyber with 10 kills here on Bank, really leading the way, but it's been a team effort. 8 for Handy, 8 for Vidiking, 8 for Souls.
Well, one last roll of the dice then for ITB, and the Blitz will once again appear in this composition. Can Kendra get to work on that Blitz? We know just how good he can be on that operator. This entry, though, has been broadcast to the defense.
I love that pip of the cameras, by the way. It looks really good, especially with the Valkyrie.
Yeah, I mean, you can just, it visualizes how much information they have. And on a map as expansive as Bank, you often have blind spots. But by bringing the Valkyrie, by bringing BPCs, the Fenrir as well, it's more and more challenging for ITB to lurk in and find these favorable engagements.
Must win the early contact fights here if you're ITB. Absolutely necessary. Azza lurking through towers. There's the Blitz.
There we
Flash,
go.
successful. Pistol out too. There's one up close as well. Lovely melee as well from Kendrew. He's making it work. Up to double-digit kills. He's been very good individually, but ITB as a team need to improve. 4 versus 3. Finally, somewhat of a winning position in one of these rounds. They haven't really been in this position since the opening portion of Bank. Triple down on site now for FaZe. Still need to clear them out. You do have that shield play, but you do still have to deal Vulcan canisters along with the smoke babes of Souls. So still some tricky obstacles to navigate now for ITB. Towards default they go. Vidiking up close as the Warden. ITB with the numbers though, they can play hatch, they can play default. They can certainly win this round. They should, for all intents and purposes, win this round and make it 6-4.
Well, it's quite rare that as an attacking team for Bank Basement, you will catch the defense before they rotate back to site.
I love this. Rotate, send the Blitz in through elevator, catch them on the backside, and then look for the plant later. You got 35 seconds though, so change up from a default plant. We're going to try and push in through elevator in towards Vault now. It's working. 1-for-1 trade, but they do lose the blitz. Never mind, maybe it's not working. Although down at the moment is KDS. Creeds and Noah still up. Fraggers in a couple of the earlier maps. Down to Souls in a 1v2 with 20 seconds left. Kit is with Noah. You could go back to default. He does get it down. It's a 1v1, but coming through late is Creeds to keep this one alive. Oh boy. That one came down to the wire. Certainly an opportunity for FaZe to close out the series there in a 1v1. ITB breathe a sigh of relief. 6-4. Still, though, 2 series points for FaZe.
Yeah, a little bit of a nail-biter there for ITB, but they keep their heads above water and extend this match for at least one more round. Great work up above. It's rare that you'll catch the defense before they're able to rotate down below, but facilitated by that blitz, they were able to achieve that. Really good from Kendry. Big 2K. Slapped Cyber to the ground and finished them off. In the 2 versus 3, we thought, well, at least you stated, that it was likely going to be an ITB round. A little bit close for comfort, but able to get it across in the end. And finally, breaking the streak from FaZe, which has been insurmountable for ITB.
It was 5 in a row for FaZe. They were going to be looking for 6 to then close it out, but ITB have been able to just hold steady. 6-4. We head over to CEO for this round. Forthcoming. FaZe Clan looking to just wrap up this series, get it done, try and get themselves away from an ITB team that certainly has given everything. By no means leaving any kind of stone unturned. Amazing on Chalet, competitive on Skyscraper, competitive here on Bank. But it can't be an honorary loss, right? They've got to try and send this one to OT. 2 rounds to do so.
Attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped.
Yeah, I think they've shown a lot of guts and a lot of bravery in this matchup. FaZe are a formidable opponent, but they've remained competitive. They've stuck to their guns. They've tried a wide range of strats and approaches on all 3 maps. So they've left no stone unturned. Still a couple more opportunities for them to extend OT here on map 3. The floor is in play for round 11. Likely in response to the Azami, Castle, and Malusi combo. All that bulletproof utility that can be cleared. So Creeds will be busy for a large portion of this round. Elsewhere in Elevator's a double stack from the defense. Maybe looking to draw ITB into the lurk. Cyber elects to rotate up through main. So too will the other roamer. And so that play will no longer really have an effect in this round, and potentially then the opportunity now for this lurk. But the Valkyrie still in play has been very influential in this match in gaining information. This round no exception.
So approaching the halfway mark of this round, 90 seconds just about remaining. Still a 5v5, slower pace set by ITB. And potentially that could be their downfall. Potentially I think that might play into the hands of FaZe. Rotero out from Creeds. That was his final one, by the way. Still 2 EE1Ds available for Azure on the Lion to help with the entries. Janitor position for Cyber. 60 seconds left. ITB, that pace needs to be picked up. They need to start finding some critical kills here. Azure towards Spiral. They've certainly got players across the map, but it's all FaZe Clan in their 1v1s. And as a lot of the times in this series, it's a 5v1 for FaZe. They get it done. And in the end, FaZe are able to send ITB home. They deal with that enormous threat after a smashing on Chalet. They have responded on Skyscraper and on Bank and progressed through to get another playoff appearance.
FaZe survive. Unfortunately though for ITB, the same cannot be said, and their key will be crushed. So too their hopes and dreams of progressing further here at EWC. A brave effort from them. I think they'll be quite pleased on reflection and how they played, but it's just about taking that next big step in future.
I think they'll feel disappointed that there was certainly an opportunity. 7-1 on Chalet, started well, and they were certainly competitive on Skyscraper as well. Then you think about Bank, again competitive, again certainly well and truly within that map and a chance to do something very special. It always felt like it was going to take something, though, very special to take down a team like FaZe, who were very heavily favored in this series. But as we got into it and we started to really break it apart, boy, was it exciting. I think that was a really solid performance from ITB. They could take a lot away from that, but ultimately, once again, they fall short of playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, 7-1 then flipped into a series loss. That's going to leave a sting for ITB. On the flip side, for FaZe, though, they can now breathe a sigh of relief. They can refocus, re-prepare for their future opponents, and hopefully make a deep run into the tournament.
That's the thing, sigh of relief. I feel like for FaZe Clan, they're going to be going to bed tonight and be like, oh, we're still alive in this tournament. We can certainly play a lot better than that. I think for FaZe, they can, but I don't think FaZe were like completely awful outside of Chalet.
No.
Chalet was, okay, not that great, but I felt like that was because ITB were very good. Skyscraper, Bank, they played really good. They had to go into their strat book. I thought they dealt with all of the puzzles set up by ITB, which again will commend them, because I thought that ITB's strategy was actually really good in this series. It wasn't necessarily just a case of like, oh, they had the gunplay. But FaZe dealt with it as expected and as warranted for a team so experienced. And for FaZe, that's the kind of game as well where you get a little bit of a shake-up, right? Where it's like, hey, we are not the kind of team that's just going to be able to steamroll through. We had a little bit of a wake-up call. Oh, yeah, we got through it. 2-1 victory over ITB. But ultimately, into the playoffs, and certainly for a lot of the teams, they are going to be now looking at FaZe being like, oh god, they actually won it, they've made it in. All right, let's head over though to the interview with Ian at the conclusion of this series.
Commiserations to Into the Breach. They couldn't make it into the playoffs. They came close, but they were up against one of the best teams in the world in FaZe Clan, who secure their spot in the top 8. I'm standing by here now with KDS. That was not an easy battle, was it?
No, in Chalet, they just destroy us. So you just, when the match ends, we think, now it's another map, so we are going to play what we know. And Skyscraper was easy, and the Bank was easy too.
I like that, easy. Very confident in this team's ability. But back on Chalet, what was it about this team that made it unable for you guys to adapt?
I think they just destroy us like in 1v1s. They are very good players, so this is tough for us in this map. It's a map with a lot of gunfights, and they are better. And yeah, I think.
You guys have had some phenomenal runs in tournaments. Most recently, we had the 6th Invitational where you made it into the grand final, and then Manchester, that wasn't necessarily a good performance from you guys. Is this a chance now for, I guess, redemption and to put yourselves right back on top where you think you belong?
Yeah, of course. We are working a lot to be the FaZe on the SI, São Paulo, and we are going to be very strong in this tournament, in the playoffs, in the finals.
Well, it's going to be a tough pill for ITB to swallow right now, because it is time now to bring in your key, Kendrew, and hand it over here to KDS. A lovely show of sportsmanship there. Kendrew is obviously heartbroken there. KDS, are you looking forward to you and your team crushing this key?
Yes, let's go.
Let's go. You ready?
Yeah. Yes.
All right, back to you guys in the studio. The key crushing will be very soon.
Thank you so much, Ian. We will be looking forward to that key crushing, and congratulations to FaZe for staying alive for another day. Now, let's start off with one of the topics of discussion that we had, and that is the fact that ITB took the first map 7-1. Yes, that did indeed happen, even though the last 2 maps didn't necessarily look like the first one went that way.
Yeah, it's like KDS just said there. It was a lot of 1v1s. It's an aggressive map. It's a fragging map. And to be honest, on their attacks, they did a great job of getting the opening pick and the entries. I don't think we saw that at all on Sky or Bank, realistically. Yeah. Like we said, you can think of maybe 2 or 3 situations where it was like good entry. Like one, just for example, is sticking Kendrew on Blitz and him just running in. And it's like we probably didn't see enough of that kind of thing. I think they were really slow, maybe unsure on what they want to do. But again, you're against FaZe, right?
Yeah. I think it also comes down to, once again, the fact that we mentioned Into the Breach. When it comes to that full clear, they tend to struggle. Well, we've had 2 really big maps. Skyscraper and Bank are 2 very big maps. If you want to go for a full clear, the room could be on all different floors, and it can really cost a lot of time. That's what we definitely saw. FaZe playing into that very well, bringing out smoke, bringing out Goyo, not jumping the gun, not doing anything crazy to try and just get into a gunfight, just waiting out these players from Into the Breach as they are taking their time. And yeah, there were a whole lot of 1v1s. I think quite a few rounds could have played out in a different scenario, in a different way. This game could have been over faster as well if, for example, it was like in the 1-2 final round, I think, where it came down to a 1v1. If that was won by FaZe, like this could have been over a lot faster.
Yeah, it was a bit more of a back and forth than we've seen on the first 2 maps, but I feel like FaZe Clan really just done and dusted. First map was done, and they were in it to win it, and they stuck to their guns, and most importantly, they didn't really fall for some of the cheeses that we necessarily were seeing, but also expecting from ITV.
Yeah, I think the Monty ban from FaZe immediately as well was kind of a clue of like, okay, we don't want you to take the space in this way. If you're going to do it, you're going to have to do it on Blitz or maybe even a Fuse Shield.
Yeah.
Realistically, a Blitz, we've seen it a couple times from Kendrick. Maybe not enough. I think FaZe just rode into this really well, and it's a shame because as you're just seeing on stream there, ITV started this map on fire, by the way. Like, their defense looked really, really good. They're getting the opening picks, they're playing really well together, they're swinging things together, and it just started to really slow down and kind of just pass them by.
Yeah, I mean, on their defense, like the teamwork that we see is really good. They're utilizing the map very well, but on attack, that same kind of teamwork when it comes to taking the map together doesn't always seem to be there. And we've seen moments here as well, for example, where players swing in, the diffuser is on side. It's really difficult to try and regather that then and try and find out where these players are. Also something that you mentioned during the game, when that Valkyrie is on the board as well. The constant information that FaZe has on where these Into the Breach players are makes it really difficult to progress in getting your map control as well.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, FaZe Clan are the ones that be coming out on top. They're the ones who are managing to hold on a little longer, and I think it stings a little bit as well for ITV, especially considering how well that first map went for them, and a lot of the times how close of these rounds were too.
Yeah, it's like Anne was saying, there's quite a few 1v1s in there, 1v2s. We've nearly seen an unbelievable clutch by Azza, didn't we? We were off of our seats in the green room. We were going crazy, excited over it, and it was such a shame for them. Like you say, I think they've really put a good showing for themselves, because that's kind of the other story of this is their first international like matchup on the main stage, right? And so they'll be proud of themselves. They'll be happy they got it to a map 3 against FaZe, and it's going to be valuable lessons, I'm sure, of like a top team is never out of it.
That's a really good point. And one thing I want to mention as well is on the very first map, I think we got the shot on Kangaroo Kennedy, their coach. It looked as if he was almost in disbelief, like, oh, we're actually taking down FaZe, like we're taking down one of the best teams in the world. Of course, getting taken down by FaZe here isn't ideal for Into the Breach. It's not what they wanted, but I hope that they take this as a really good experience. Like you said, you can learn from this. They got their taste of performing on a main stage against a very, very good team, and I hope that this gives them that kind of fire to keep improving, especially for what's coming up next for them.
Yeah, absolutely, and especially when we've already had conversations with ITV, and what we've heard from them in the past is we're coming to these international events, and it is a learning experience for some of these players, especially with the Manchester major being in Manchester, them being in UK org. This is really the first time that these players are getting onto a flight, staying in a hotel, not your own bed, different conditions in terms of showing up on the stage, and they had that experience, and that is going to be invaluable. And it seems to be a little bit more the case with some of these teams that already have been eliminated in general, where it's like, yes, we're coming here on the international stage, we're going to take as many lessons as we can, and we're going to take those home and apply those. So I have a lot of hope, because I feel like in the short period of time that we have seen ITV on the EUL, on the international stage, they have genuinely been improving so quickly.
Yeah, and you know how we are, Jenny. We like have a little bit of fun and poking and, you know, enjoying things a little bit, being harsh in some ways. But ITV, like, I mean, I'm proud of those guys. It's a super young team. It's a UK team. It's personal bias. Like, I'm glad that they put on a good showing for themselves. As you say, even like, not even just the attending the event itself, but getting, you know, the flights or boot camping in like Turkey, for example, going all the way across Europe to do that. Because I know they've had quite a few UK boot camps before.
Yeah.
It's a new experience for them. It is a new experience for them.
Different weather than the UK.
Yeah, true. I mean, much different weather to the UK. I think it's you know, they'll be bitterly disappointed, but I think within a day they'll be like, you know what? We gave Furia a game. We took a map off of FaZe. If we had a kind of bracket, we probably would have gone a little bit further. But that's how it is. That's, you know.
The beauty of esports, right? It is what it is. But also, I mean, as much as individual players from ITV have done really well and they've had a phenomenal performance, FaZe Clan, the MVP of the series, I mean, yes, of course, they won. But also in terms of the players, and when you would have to put someone forward, of course, it was going to be Cyber.
Yeah, and I don't think we would have said this after map 1. I mean, even given the performance that ITV were showing, we'd have probably picked someone else. Cyber had a slow start. We've we've seen him do this in more of the games that he's had so far at the Esports World Cup, but this time around, he was definitely able to turn that around. We've mentioned he can be so good on that entry, on that kind of creative role. I mean, of course, there with the Basti as well. That's a kind of crazy weapon too, to be getting all these frags with. It's not the easiest one, but he's been showing up. He's really gotten alive in this game as well. Like we said, I think he's very good once he gets that freedom to kind of do what he wants and create that space for himself. That's what we saw here today, and I think for his team, it's really good that he came alive.
Yeah, and we pointed it out before the game had even started. We were like, if FaZe are going to win, let's pick out the key player. Cyber's going to go crazy, right? I think to end up going, what, it was 27 and 18, something like that. And I think the first map, he only got 3 of those kills. So across those next 2 maps, to be averaging, you know, what, 12 kills a map against a really good ITV team as well. Fair enough. I mean, woke up, you're seeing it here, like we mentioned with the Valkyrie ban, Cyber was able to run around on that, be creative, loads of yellow pings everywhere for where the enemies are. I think it really benefited him. Maybe ITV missed the trick with not getting rid of that, but you can understand why they did what they did, you know?
Yeah. And I think as well from ITB's point of view, like we talked a lot about Creeds, especially on that first map with that 10-0 performance and maybe not necessarily being able to replicate that consistency onto map 2 and 3. And that is going to be a learning point moving forward. But I think for FaZe as well, it's like, okay, we have tasted the bottom of the barrel. We know what it's like to be on the chopping block. We know what it's like to be 1 game away from being sent home. And that could be the fuel needed for that fire to just keep on giving it their best. Because again, they've shown us as much as they can go 1 and 7, they can also just turn the entire series around and make it go in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, a wake-up call goes a long way, right? Like, it goes a long, long way. I think we can all respect that in any walk, not even just the competition, right? Having that little bit of realization, well, okay, we're not invincible. And they weren't just 1 game away from getting knocked out. They were 1 map away from getting knocked out, right? So, yeah.
Yeah, but unfortunately, ITB is knocked out and they are going home or sticking around and enjoying the lovely weather here in Saudi Arabia. It depends on what they want to do, but we have Jackie, a lovely Jackie interviewer, ready with ITB. So let's check over and head over to her and see what they had to say.
Phased out by FaZe, ITB eliminated. I am catching up with Kenny, knocked out in groups. I know that's not the results you wanted. How are you feeling after that loss?
It's tough to take, but ultimately we're proud. We wanted this event to be building on top of what we did at Manchester, which was disappointing, but you know, we had our first international event. Here, the goal was improving to top 8, but ultimately, we lost to Furia and FaZe, and we had 2 really good performances against both of them, so I'm proud of the team. We've shown incredible improvement in our performance since Manchester, so the positives to take away. Obviously, I'm devastated not to make top 8, but we got to play on a stage, and I've had an incredible time here.
Yeah, you're being incredibly positive right now. I hate to be the downer here, but that series a little bit tough to watch. I mean, map 1, you stomped them and then just seemed to lose momentum. From your perspective, what happened?
FaZe are a very good skyscraper team and a very good bank team. We knew no matter what happened, we have very similar map pools. Maps that they're good at, we're good at, but FaZe are FaZe, and the maps that they're strong at, they've seen and done everything. They're very tricky to figure out, I think, for us. When we started on Skyscraper, when we got onto, well, we started defense, and then when we got into attacks, they were very tricky to read for us. And then Bank, we had a really set game plan. We got a good defense half. We just had really minor droning errors, which caused us to lose attacks. So all props to FaZe, like they're a strong team for a reason.
Mistakes that ultimately cost you, but I liked how you were being positive and you were like, hey, we did well against Furia, we did well against FaZe. What were your big takeaways from those series then?
That we can hang with the big dogs. We're not just a little ITB that used to be TT9 and was probably the worst EUL team ever. We can prove that we can perform against the big teams, and if we qualify to the next event soon, then we'll hopefully be able to build even more and possibly beat one of these teams.
And now 2 major events under your belt. Biggest lessons learned?
Events are amazing. I just want to qualify to every single one now. It makes playing online and at home seem like something that I don't want to do anymore. Like, these events are just so sick, so it motivates us even more to qualify back to another one.
Oh, okay. Last question. Anything that you want to say to the fans?
Thank you very much for all the fans. At Manchester, we saw all the ITB jerseys, and the support online has been phenomenal. We love to be able to, you know, be entertainers at the end of the day. And we love this game, so you guys obviously enjoy watching it as well. So we just do it because we love it.
Kenny, thank you so much for the fantastic interview. Sorry that you're packing your bags, but good luck with the future. Gonna send it back to the studio.
Support online, support in studio, but no support at the Hyaluronic Press, because that key is gonna go straight into there and get smacked.
I love how they were like displaying it, like, look, this is the team that we took down. We're gonna crush them right now. I love the drama aspect of this, especially the player having to hand it over to them on stage. Like, I don't want to know what that feels like, but it must be very painful.
It looks fun.
It's not even like it's not a really beautiful looking key as well, is the thing.
Is
like,
gorgeous.
you show it and it looks gorgeous. It's got a name engraved on it and everything. Here we go. It's coming down. Wave goodbye. Oh no. You hate to see it, don't you? You really hate
But
to
at the
see
same time, it is like satisfying. Because I don't know if you guys had a chance to hold these keys, but they are so heavy, and it's like to just see how quickly it gets crushed is actually kind of crazy to think about. But that is one for FaZe Clan at least to take home. If they do win this competition, they could potentially be taking ITB's key and put that into their trophy as one of the 3 crushed keys that they could select. But that is something that we're going to be figuring out by the end of this week. But all in all, I think FaZe Clan can be happy that they're still in the running, and that wake-up call that they've gotten, and in general getting to warm up more as we go into this tournament. And ITV should also be very proud of how far they have made it. And, you know, we heard it from Kenny himself. Very positive. They had to play Furia. They had to play FaZe.
Yeah.
It was a really difficult one for them, but they gave phenomenal performances.
Yeah, they can hang with the big dogs, if we can quote Kenny on this one. And definitely, that's a really good thing to do and to have to see for yourself as a team as well, right? Thinking back SI Final, these are the 2 teams that are playing in that SI Final, so that you're able to put up a show in an actual fight against them must be a really good feeling. It's really good to have those takeaways coming from this game.
Yeah, and with that as well, we are ready to show you guys the group standings in terms of how everything went. A reminder, we had an A stream and a B stream, so there was a lot of Siege going on. BDS and Liquid are already qualified, and they had today off. They got to sit back and relax and watch all the action unfold. In terms of here, we had Space Station Gaming 2-0 Bliss. That was a very quick game from the side of Bliss, Space Station Gaming. And W7M going up against Luminosity. W7M qualifying as well. For the B bracket, Furia as well as Bleed went through yesterday. Again, today, a day off for them. They got to sit back and watch everything unfold. And in terms of the teams that qualified today, it is going to be Dark Zero as well as FaZe Clan. So yes, we said goodbye to a couple of very good teams, but at the end of the day, that is the nature of the competition.
Yeah, 100%. I believe that's all 4 of our Brazilians through as well.
Ooh,
Team
tournament
Liquid,
bracket for tomorrow.
W7M, FaZe, Furia, all through, and none of them matched up against each other either. There are some crazy matches in that.
Liquid,
and you seem excited.
Yeah.
You seem excited.
Do you see that 3rd match, BDS taking on FaZe Clan? That is... You don't want to see either of these teams go home, because this doesn't have like a loser bracket. It's like you lose this, you're out. That is beautiful.
And the game under that as well, Anne. Sorry. The winner of BDS FaZe Clan could potentially be up against Furia.
Or
potentially
SSG.
be up against them.
You cannot count out SSG.
Of course, we said they looked really good today, right?
Did.
So we'll give them their dues. But there's some crazy matches there. There's some crazy games.
The beauty of the event when there is no lower bracket, but also when it is game after game after game and day to day, where it's like there's so much happening and there's so many great teams and so many great games that we're going to be looking at. I think every single one of the games that we're going to be looking at tomorrow are exciting, but if you had to pick one, I know BDS and FaZe, like that one is the one that you really want to highlight, I'm assuming.
Yeah, I think that definitely is. I mean, you know, BDS has shown that in this certain area, in this country, they can very much perform.
It's the heat. They
thrive in that heat.
Sunny Shaiko, he just loves it, doesn't it? Sunny Shaiko, he loves it.
They know what it's like. And then again, for FaZe to have shown this performance, like you said, they got that reality check as well. Like, okay, we're not inferior, like, we're not...
Invincible.
Invincible, that's the word I was looking for, thank you. It's good to have that sort of early on in the competition before you get to that playoff stage, because there is no alligator swarm there. If you lose, you're out. So to have that is really good. That's definitely going to be a clash of the 2 titans, I think, tomorrow. But then again, for all these other teams as well, we just found out what the matches are. That's similar for the teams. You find out right now at about midnight or 11 what game you're going to be playing tomorrow. You have less than 12 hours potentially, less than 24 hours to prep for that, for such an important game.
Hey, coaches be going through it, right? Like, you got to stay up and prep.
This is great for me not to be a coach for once. Like, I've watched this whole event thinking, I wish that was me. I really wish I was stood behind. I wish I was getting hyped up like Kenny. I'm kind of living vicariously in a way, but it's going to be late nights. It's going to be real late nights. But I mean, you know, it's a beautiful place for a late night, right? We have a lovely hotel, lovely facilities. So I mean,
and it's quite nocturnal as well. Everything's open until like 3 a.m.
Sure, you're right.
So,
Actually,
you know,
midnight here is like what, 3 p.m. in the UK, maybe. So.
You can get a coffee and do some prep at like midnight in a lovely coffee shop if that's what you want to do. But the Kyria play of the day, we each selected one, so I'd like to run through them because we have a lot of great plays today particularly, but let's start off with the SSG Bliss series.
I don't believe this was my pick of the player today, but I know that Fresh really loved this round as well. The double, triple, potentially even quadruple run out here. We see the first pick from Benja. He flies out. Ashen then flies out of the office balcony. Benja gets refragged, but earlier in that as well, we had a player also at the bathroom window ready to jump out. You see it now, it's just J9. It's just like, this was just amazing team play, and I think this is kind of what made it a big, massive player today moment.
I think this was a really good game, of course, to watch as well. I mean, it's kind of expected, I guess, that SSG go through, but for Bliss as well to have their moment on that main stage, what we wanted to see from them, which they fell short to quite a few times now, that's really good to have that kind of experience under your belt. Now, these two teams have obviously played against each other quite a lot, so it's experience, once again, that you're taking with you into those future games. But, I mean, I'm not surprised to see SSG be victorious here. They had a rough start, I will say, specifically some players on that roster, but they looked way more alive today.
Yeah, they looked alert today. They looked ready. It's like we said on the desk pre-game. These guys, if they're going to win, they're going to come out swinging. They're going to be confident, throw the book out a little bit. That's exactly what we saw. This kind of thing, like triple running out in windows is amazing. And this is, like, it looks simple, but it's really, really hard to do together. It's something that Pengu loves saying on the desk, which is controlled aggression. Like, sure, aggressive plays can look really bad, but when you're doing them together, regardless if it's a good plan, a bad plan, whatever it is, if you do that plan together, suddenly it's controlled, it's cohesive.
Yeah.
Player today too. Now this one, I think, this really speaks for itself because I've never in my life, I don't think, and I've been in Siege since year one of this game, seen an interrogation post-plant win that looked as though it should never be a win. This situation here, 22 seconds left. Bliss, the one player who was inside the building at this moment, just happens to get interrogated by Forest on Caviera, who, when can you ever prepare for this kind of thing on paper, right? Suddenly, everybody who's outside of the building is getting run out on, and it's just a swamp.
It's just something you don't expect. Like, can you imagine the chaos in the communication at that point? Like, guys are being interrogated. It's not the greatest comment to make to your teammates because it's very, I mean, sometimes it can feel embarrassing, I guess, in that regard. So to have that happen post-plan, like you said, that's really something that we've never seen before.
We've seen it today. And you know what? We're going to be seeing more Siege tomorrow because we have our schedule ready for the matchups that we're going to be looking at. A reminder, there is no lower bracket. Losers will be going home, starting off with Liquid going up against Dark Zero. And our match of the day, I would say, BDS FaZe Clan. Oof, we're in for a treat.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's going to disagree with you on the match of the day. That kind of picks itself, right? It picks itself. Two big favorites for this event. Again, they're going to be frustrated that they play each other so early, but also maybe this is, you know, if we're talking about the key and what you put in your trophy, I think if they were to beat each other,
yeah, absolutely.
If they're to beat each other, I would hazard a guess that they're going to put each other in there.
100%, but even that first game as well, I mean, we're talking Team Liquid, we're talking Dark Zero. Dark Zero being quite close to elimination today as well. Liquid, of course, having had a better run so far, but we know Liquid, I mean, everyone says it, always the bridesmaid, never. I'll stop there.
Never the bride.
But yes, I'll stop there. But like, they have had a growth as well. I guess if we look at what happened at the Manchester Major, they're looking to be a very promising team, but they just have to prove it tomorrow as well.
And they have the pressure of the entire organization on their shoulders because they are just behind Falcons when it comes to the club championship points. And Falcons does not have a team competing in Siege. No. They were here in previous iterations when we were looking at Saudi, but this time around, GK was the main representatives. GK is out. So Falcons is sitting at home waiting.
Yeah, and
what's going on?
They need to. I mean, if you look at the other esports that we have going around this week, Apex Legends, for example, they have a team, Falcons has a team competing in that. And if you look at the talent predictions from that esports, almost everyone thinks Falcons is going to win. In their own region, they were absolutely storming out of the gates. They performed so well. I think they were already first before the final play day even. So Liquid really needs to make sure they step up, they perform to make sure they can run that match against Falcons.
Oh,
so they're piling the pressure on Liquid, basically, Ginny, is what I'm saying. Piling the pressure on Liquid.
They're used to it.
To go out to an NA team as well, be the first Brazilian team to go out and to go out to an NA team in this event. I mean, if we want to pile more pressure on, let's do that, right?
I mean, NA stands for... No, we're not going there. That's a little too early in this tournament. We haven't really added up the teams that have gone out yet. But thank you guys so much for joining me for today. I'm excited to come back tomorrow and have you both on.
Yeah. It'll be good games, definitely.
It will be great games.
Pressure.
I think good is like a little bit of an understatement. Yeah. Great games, a lot of pressure, a lot of action. So make sure that you guys tune in as well because we're going to be back tomorrow. Same time, same place. Enjoy the rest of your day or evening, wherever you are. I'll see you tomorrow.